for the Folsom Cordova Unified School District. Superintendent, if you can just for formalities call roll.
Absolutely, thank you, Mr. President. Ms. Larrett, Ms. Lofthouse, Mr. Reed,
Here.
Mr. Chalem-Churla,
Here.
Mr. Clark.
Here.
Please note for the record that Ms. Larrett and Ms. Lofthouse are absent, but we do have a quorum.
Thank you, sir. And with that being said, Eric, I'm going to go ahead and let you take it away.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. So just want to first start off by saying thank you to the board, as well as thank you to the teammates that are seated before you. This is has been born out of the board's interest to see more of our system so that you're better prepared to make decisions as it comes to governing our school district. So this is one of, I would say, many future study sessions that the range of topics are only predicted by the trustees' interests in topics that they want to learn more about. And why does a study session, this venue, matter? Well, it matters so that we are following the Brown Act and we have an opportunity to gather as a whole team and have a conversation. And that's the other reason why a study session might be a better venue for us than the actual board meeting. As we know, based on traditional board agendas and the board agenda flow, this is meant to be more of a conversation where you can get your questions answered that you have. Today's topic, as we all know, is around our enrollment and capacity study. And thank you to the audience. I know this is a hot topic. If you look at my email inbox, you'll know that it's a hot topic for part of our community. And I appreciate that. I do appreciate the families and community's engagement on all matters, because that means that you're a partner and that allows us to do our job to the best of our ability. I want to thank our principals. We have 3 of 4 here. I know that Tarek's probably on his way. It's really hard to get a principal here by 4 o'clock. I do recognize that with traffic and duty, so thank you so much to the 4 of you being here. And then also, before you board, you have 4 folks here that are going to be doing most of the presenting. I've already let them know that this type of format may include interruptions, because the idea is that you're getting your questions answered. I will say for the people in the audience, please note for the record, Trustee Larrett's in the house at 4:03. That's awesome. How are you? I'm glad you're here. Yeah, so I was just mentioning how hard it is for principals to get here at 4. I definitely know for parents it is as well. So thank you so much. What this isn't is an opportunity necessarily. I was thanking the community. I'm going to say this, and don't get upset, because I'm going to say something right after that hopefully makes you, I don't know if happy is the right word, but this isn't a format where the community comes up to the microphone and asks questions. This is for the board to learn from the district staff. But I know there's a lot on your mind, and so we have planned a facilities committee forum for March 27th from 6 until, I'll say 7:30, but to be honest, it'll be from 6 until everyone's questions are answered at a location to be determined, and that will be messaged out through Parent Square. The idea of scheduling that now, so you're aware of that, is an opportunity for us to be in a two-way conversation with the community, because I know there are probably going to be some questions that you're going to get a lot of questions answered tonight, but there's going to be some questions that aren't answered. And I would love an opportunity to be in space with you and to have the team be in space. So it'll be similar to this presentation, but with just an open-ended, let's ask questions. What's on your mind about facilities? And we'll have 2 board members there, potentially more based on Brown Act. I'm doing some research on that. But we'll have 2 board members there so that we can actually have a conversation with our facilities team, the superintendent, some board members, so that the community knows that we're here for you and we're here to partner with you and to answer your questions. So again, that'll be on March 27th as a facilities committee forum, mainly designed for the public to be able to get questions asked and answered. So without any further ado, before we get this started, trustees, is there any questions about the format or anything that we're doing today, this afternoon? Okay, thank you very much. So we'll jump into the slide deck, Rochelle. And then go to slide 2. In our agenda for today, as if anyone in the audience, this has been posted online, that we're going to talk about our 5-year enrollment projections. We're a very fortunate district in this state to be growing. So this is an exciting conversation to have, because there are districts across the state that are having much different conversations right now about declining enrollment. We're going to talk about our school site capacities based on 3 different loading capacities. I want the board to know the facts about what it means to be at optimal capacity versus, functional versus maximum, because we do in our facilities have 3 different definitions. The impact of intra-district and inter-district transfers, as well as student housing options for the next 5 years. And I think you'll see in the data that we, as a growing district, are going to have to think innovatively about potentially the idea of new schools. So page 3, slide 3, I'm going to hand this over to our Chief Operations Officer, Matt Washburn. I believe you're on the next slide, Matt.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Swanson. Thank you for having us do this tonight. I'm going to give you some information regarding enrollment projections. Just want to let you know this is, it's not an exact science, but we have a lot of people to work on putting this together. We have an outside demographer do this. We work with developers. We work with the city. We look at yield rates. We look at birth rates. We look at building housing trends. We regularly update these on a regular basis. We look at declines in enrollment. We look at projections moving forward from all the way from TK all the way through as they matriculate through up into high school and beyond. So this is something that has to be updated regularly. Looking at this as a district-wide enrollment projection, as you can see, it's a nice steady growth. It's something you want to see. This takes into account the declining enrollment as well as the new growth. As Mr. Swanson was saying, we're lucky we're a growing district. We have new growth in our district. It is very beneficial for a healthy and thriving district. Now we're going to go more specifically into the projections by attendance areas. First, this is Folsom. As you can see, we have it by every school, by elementary level, middle school level, high school level, and then alternative education. As you can probably notice, some of the big increases, you can see Alder Creek. There's a big increase in Alder Creek. Don't be alarmed by that. We'll talk about that because those kids overflow to other schools with existing capacity. These are just enrollments within the schools within their attendance areas. So you can see they're pretty steady in most of the schools within existing areas, some slight fluctuations, but you can see the schools that will be growing based on overflow. Primarily, obviously, the secondary schools, you can see the growth there. Folsom Middle School is the assigned attendance area for south of 50, so that's why that school is larger than Sutter. Obviously, we know there will have to be some adjustments made there to balance those between those schools, as you can see that. Also, with some recent attendance changes, kids going to Blanche Springs, some of those kids going into Sutter and going to Folsom High might change those patterns as we move forward too. So this is why we regularly update our enrollment projections, why we look at them yearly to make these adjustments. And I think every year we've made some recommendation in some attendance area as far as balancing out enrollments and attendance. This is the Cordova attendance area, Rancho Cordova attendance area. As you can see, it's fairly steady. There'll see some declines in some areas, and we have to take a look at that. As you can see, Maythor Heights, it declines. We're already addressing that. Actually, later on in this board meeting, we're looking at attendance boundary change to balance some of that between Navigator. Looking at that, some of the new growth areas, as you can tell by looking at Navigator. Well, Navigator is going to be over capacity. Maythor Heights is going to be under. So there's some changes being made there. So we're looking at these trends and we're trying to predict what's going to happen in the future, make some of these changes now because it takes a while for those changes to happen, especially as you look at legacy policies and where people are going. Everything is pretty steady. There is some growth as the Rancho Cordova area will grow. Rio Del Oro has a new growth. It'll start increasing that growth, and there's other new growth areas that will be coming on in the next 5 to 10 years as well. We get into capacity discussions. So as Mr. Swanson was saying, capacity is defined many different ways. A facility capacity refers to how many students a physical building or classroom can accommodate. And that's based on how many seats you can get and the limitations of the facility. We regularly update our capacity every year. We look at the capacities based on how classrooms are used. They may be used different ways depending on special ed, depending on CTE, depending on different type of classroom settings and contractual issues as well. So the teacher capacity refers to how many students are assigned to that class and the limitations based on things such as contracts and how many students can be in that class based on contracts. Capacity may not be that, I can't get in that class, you're over capacity. Well, it may not be get into that class because the teacher has reached its limit. Doesn't mean the school's over capacity, it means that class may be at over capacity. So we have to look when we say about capacity, what does that mean? You know, does it mean, you know, I can't get in my Spanish class, or there's not enough room at the school? Those are really different terminologies. So these are the type of capacities Mr. Swanson was referring to. Optimal capacity is, you know, typically where you want to head to. You want to kind of stay in that area. It's the typical capacity that within certain schedules. Block schedule has a different capacity than an IB schedule, than a 7-period day. So each one of our high schools are going to have a different capacity based on how they're loaded, based on their programs, based on their functions. As we start getting more kids, we have to start looking at how we're going to increase the capacity. Functional capacity means the school still operates, it functions. You may be looking at some hot seating. Hot seating means a teacher has to use his or her prep period somewhere on campus, and they are not be able to use their classroom. Other methods might start kicking into place as well in functional capacity, but we frequently have to do that, even at schools now, to allow for certain programs to function. They may have to hot seat just because of that. As we reach maximum capacity, that's where we would load everything to its full maximum capacity, 100% hot seating. When you reach your maximum capacity, that's when you have some things you really have to look at other options on how you're going to house those kids. That's where you start to look at changing in schedules, you know, interim housing, other things like that. So these are the kind of things that we look at as we near that, so we can start addressing it before it becomes too much of an issue.
Yeah. I was just wondering, is facility capacity the same as maximum capacity?
Facility capacity would be optimal capacity, I would think.
Facility capacity be optimal,
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
all right.
And then you can see below the optimal, functional, maximum capacities, there's the charts that you can see are different because there's different loading standards because of programs and how each school functions. So this is school utilization, and these are taken at optimal capacity. So you can see at each school, obviously Alder Creek, you can see how it's going to be over its utilization. That's understandable because of the new growth. That'll be taken into account as we build new schools, as we overflow to existing schools. We have, you can tell by looking at Gold Ridge, you see Mangini, those schools will be taking on some of those additional students. Natoma Station, and as more growth happens, the existing schools will also reach some of their optimal capacity until we have new schools or we add attendance boundary changes or interim housing or different things like that. You can see the Navigator. See how Navigator is way over. Well, you look at how we're going to make adjustments there to Mather Heights, that will take care of some of those issues. That was I was referring to earlier. So you see, most of our schools are within that range based on our projections, but when we start reaching it based on projections, that's when we have to start addressing those issues. This is the secondary level. Folsom Middle School, as I explained earlier, obviously it's over its projected utilization in 5 years. Sutter is actually under. We talked about that. There are some adjustments between those schools will have to happen. If kids don't start opting into Sutter Middle School, then we'll have to look at some changes in that area. Same as Folsom High School. Vista Del Lago will be over it. There's also other options, adding more housing to those campuses as well. And there's other things that we'll talk about later on that we can help for additional housing at those sites. With that, I'll turn it over to Scott.
All right. So another component is the interdistrict versus the intradistrict. Both are movements of student from one school to another. However, they are quite different and they do fall under different practices and policies. The interdistrict transfer, that's a district to district agreement when students come from outside of our district into our district. Now, just so the board knows, that does not mean that they get to choose what school, but that's a district to district agreement that they can enter our district. The intra-district that we often call as choice, because staff too gets confused on this, but you might hear choice. That's the intra. That's when students who live inside of our boundaries, it's a principal to principal or school to school agreement. So just so the board knows, for an interdistrict transfer, we do look at a variety of things before allowing those. We may approve those if we have resources And we also look at grades, behavior, and attendance. An ITP, which is our we generally call our inters ITPs. Once that's approved, the students are allowed to remain at that school site for a term not to exceed that 5 years or until they matriculate out. So they go from middle school to high school. So whatever is sooner, that's what we go with.
Scott, question. So if hypothetically a student does an interdistrict transfer to, let's just say, Sutter in 7th grade, does that mean that they're automatically entitled to enter Folsom High? Or do they have to also submit for Folsom High?
Great question. Yeah. So once they would go matriculate to high school, they would have to reapply.
Okay, thank you.
And Trustee Reed, that's true for both segments. So from elementary to middle and middle to high, whenever you're transitioning into a new segment, you'd have to reapply.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, Scott, just to make that clear to even audience also, even myself, there is no preference because the kid previously went into the Sutter and they apply for Folsom High because that kid was in the district, whether that kid will get an opportunity to get into Folsom High. The answer is no.
Correct.
Thank you. I just want to make that clear. Thank you.
Now, I mentioned inter or ITP choice, our intra, our choice. That is our school-to-school agreement, and they do play by different rules. So the district will identify schools that do have the resources, the space. This is unlike the ITPs or the inter-district. We cannot look at academic or athletic performance, not that we look at athletic for ITPs, but with academics, we do for inter, but we cannot for intra-district transfers. Instead, if we have that space, we have the resources, we accept those. If there are more students than we have space for, which has happened as recent as this year, then we have a process for that to randomly select, and that's not based on grades. So unlike our inter, the TK grade 5, they must complete that form every single year until they matriculate to middle. Once at middle and high school, it's much like the inter where they wouldn't complete that until they moved on from middle school to high school. And then just some quick data points here. You can it's pretty self-explanatory, but you have your 3 high schools. Folsom High, you can see, while they have 309 choicing out the intra, so they're going to other schools within our district. 395 are coming in. Vista has 244 going to other schools in the district, where 185 are coming in. And then Cordova High School has 482 going to other schools, where they have 6 going in from other schools. And then just below that is our inter-district from outside the district, and that we have 235 attending Folsom High, 12 at Vista, and then 108 at Cordova High School.
A quick question. How did we end up with 12 at Vista Del Lago when we ceased interdistrict transfers to Vista Del Lago in 2019?
Sure.
We have in our, thank you, I'm new. On the registration priorities, staff members are on that list. So those are staff members' kids.
Okay.
So that's an exception, Ms. Moore, the staff members?
Yes, it's part of the registration priority. So they wouldn't bump students who live in our boundaries. So I think it's the 4th one down on our registration priorities.
Got it.
And real quick, if you can scroll back to the numbers. I had this question when we were preparing, and so I want to make sure it's clear for the board that I was thinking that the number of intra-districts out to in should net a 0, like it out in. But what's not considered, at least on this, is the students who are intraing to Walnutwood and Kinney, alternative education programs. So those are considered intra-district transfers. And so that's why you're not seeing us from our comprehensives a net 0, because those students are going, we got 100 plus students at Kinney, 100 plus students at Walnutwood. Does that make?
Yep.
Okay.
Thank you. That I was about to ask that question.
See?
Thank you.
Sit next to me for a reason.
Okay, now we've talked about enrollment projections and capacities. Now we're going to talk about some of the options and how we're going to house the students in the next 5 years. Starting with the elementary in the Folsom planning area, we're scheduled to open a new elementary school in 2028. This will relieve the overcrowding from some of the overutilization that I was pointing out earlier at Alder Creek and Mangini, Gold Ridge, and Atoma Station because of the overflow students. Opening that school will then relieve those, and we'll just continue the cycle until that area is built out in the next 15 years or so. Carl Sundahl is expected to stay at 100% capacity, so we're probably okay there, but we've looked at other things such as reducing interdistrict transfer rates. There's room for portable buildings, relocation of programs, things like that. So that's, even though it's minor, something we still look at. We talked about the overcrowding in Navigator being addressed by boundary modifications between that and Mather Heights to account for the new growth in the Rio Del Oro area. So it'll be assigned to the Mather Heights, so that will even out the enrollment at that school. Majority of the Rancho Cordova schools are supposed to see a slight decline, 25 to 30. So those are something we have to look at in the future to make sure that those schools have adequate number of enrollment to maintain the functionality of the school. Middle school, Folsom Middle School, you see is 140% of capacity, Sauter 79, do the math there. Obviously, we have to balance that out. We've kind of talked about that earlier, so boundary adjustments most likely will need to be made if that doesn't occur naturally with students wanting to maintain that process from Sutter all the way to Folsom High School. We are looking at also first phase of a middle school, pending funding in the Folsom planning area. We're projected a first phase of a new middle school in 2031. We're already working on the site development of that project. This will help for the capacity, obviously, of the middle schools within the Folsom area. Mills Middle School it's really close. Expect to reach its capacity close to in 2030. That's obviously because of some new growth area that's happening, but we think there's adequate capacity between the middle schools to account for all the growth that will happen in the next 5 years within the middle schools in Rancho Cordova.
Matt,
Yes.
on that last slide, you mentioned middle school. Would that be the middle high and we'd be building the middle portion of it?
Are you talking in Folsom?
Yeah, in Folsom.
Yes, in 2031, we're talking about the middle school portion.
But we would be moving forward with a joint middle and high school on the same
I'll
property.
get to that in my next slide.
Okay.
Matt, quickly before you go, one more time for even public perspective also, Sutter Middle and Folsom Middle, it's almost 50% different by 2030.
Right, and that's because all the growth in south of 50 is assigned to Folsom Middle School. So all the new kids assigned, that's their attendance area. So that obviously we'll have to look at making some adjustments because all Folsom Middle School will not be able to account for all the new growth that's coming out of that. So some of those students will then have to be going to Sutter.
Is that, maybe a better way of putting this? This is a theory. Theoretically, Folsom Plan area falls under Folsom Middle School.
Currently, correct.
Hence, the numbers are 140%.
Right, based on capacity and current enrollment projections, not accounting for future adjustments that may need.
Right. But the actual, it may not be like that because we are going to adjust some boundaries to make sure
Absolutely.
it is not that one, because it's already 30, 40 minutes drop off for parents. If we add another 40%, it's going to be nightmare for drop off and pick up. I'm just talking,
Right,
the
absolutely.
facts here.
That's where we're just showing what the numbers are now, indicating that we will have to make these changes so it doesn't reach 140%.
Got it. Thank you.
So the high school, we're looking at the possible closure pending board approval of the Folsom Lake High School in the future. We're looking at relocating our ACTT program off campus, which will gain us 3 additional classrooms of capacity. There will be continued population growth. We are looking at a first phase of a high school in 2029, pending funding availability. This is the joint high school, middle school project that Mr. Reed was referring to. We're planning for a design of a high school, middle school, and then we'll build the first phase of the high school, and then 2 years later is the plan for the first phase of the middle school that will account for the capacity and the increases of enrollment. Vista Del Lago, as you see, is expected to be over capacity within this time. We will look at perhaps adding some portables there, maybe increase, I know they already have a lot of hot seating. You know, you could look at schedule changes. These are just ideas of how you can adjust capacity. Not saying any of these would happen, but as the new school comes in 2029, obviously then the capacity would go back down to a more normal functional level. Cordova High is projected to stay steady at their capacity. They will increase if some of those transfers are minimized to Folsom High. We'll have to look at that. We are actually looking at adding some capacity with Measure S during that project. We'll actually add some capacity to it. So some of the other projects in place will add capacity to that and perhaps some future bond efforts.
Matt, with the addition to more of the dual enrollment courses too at the junior colleges, would that also increase availability of classrooms potentially?
I would think so. I think that's more of an instructional question, but I would certainly think that any of those kind of options would definitely help, yes.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to predict, right, about the difference, and I don't want to get into dual and concurrent and all of that, but it's also true that some of the young people may be taking the course while on campus still. So, but yeah, there is the potential that they're earning credits elsewhere that are going to be on their transcript, so they wouldn't be on campus for that.
Yeah, that's right. Questions?
So Matt, I did have a quick question. You talked a little bit about the Real Del Oro build out. When do we anticipate that to even start happening? Are we looking at years from now, or is this in like?
It's already started. They're averaging about 100 units, maybe a year, a little less, 75 to 100 units a year. Right now, it's only in the Elliott Homes portion, and Elliott Homes builds and develops their own homes. So they don't sell to other builders, like some developers like south of 15 Folsom. You can see mini builders because there's one developer who sells the lots. So once Aerojet or L3 gets more developed and they start selling out to other builders, then that's when the projections will increase more. I suspect we're looking at probably a couple of years before we start seeing that increase to a level. But right now, Elliott Homes is pretty steady for what they're putting out. And then there's the Westboro area, which is still a few years out. They're probably, I would say, 4 or 5 years out from seeing any type of housing coming out. We're working with them, master planning that area right now for future schools.
Awesome. All right, thank you.
Can we ask questions of the principals?
I guess. Absolutely.
Howard, I was wondering, do you recall what was the enrollment at Folsom High in 2006, the year before Vista opened? Did it get up to where it is now, or was it?
Howard's like at El Camino. Like,
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, I don't know that answer.
Okay.
It was about 2,900, I believe.
So it's about the same where it
Yeah,
is
it's
now?
pretty close. I was close to 3, but I don't know if it got to 3 or not. I can't remember. Was it 3? I don't think it ever got it. It was about 29 something.
Okay.
There's more capacity now than there was back then, too.
Can I?
yeah, it's questions. Go for it. Yeah.
Matt, you probably may be working, maybe it is too early to say, knowing what Scott mentioned just now, Vista is overflowing based on the recent choice, Ms. Kim. And the question is, we are not waiting too long to plan about extra portables to accommodate the more students there. We are in works. I want to make sure public is also hearing the same thing.
Oh, absolutely. I met with Ms. Moore about locations of future sites, portables, how we can accommodate teacher work areas so they can do more hot seating. You know, it's an incremental thing. Okay, how many kids do we, or how many students do we have? How are we gonna accommodate them for the next year? Are we gonna look at hot seating? Okay, where are we gonna put the teachers? What are we gonna do? How are we gonna increase capacity? Each year, and then, okay, if we need to add more capacity, how many portables do we need to add, where we're going to put them and put them in time. So, yes, absolutely, we look at that each year. That's why we do enrollment projections every year. We look at capacity studies every year and work with the developers on build out.
Right. If you don't mind, if you can switch to slide 9. I want to emphasize to the this is what the parents asks us all the time. It is slide 9 of 17. Yeah, the colors.
It's kind of off.
Is it the same?
Yeah.
Oh, there we go.
She's gonna.
Yeah, these percentages here, especially on the high school side, I know we talked about the middle school. Folsom High is going to be 141% more.
Look at that's 2030, 31. We are planning on opening a new high school,
Yeah.
first phase in 29. So that's 2 years prior to that. So that will help with that. And, before that happens, we could look at increasing capacity at that site. We know that we're going to look at removing some programs from there already, adding capacity. We've talked about adding some capacity at Vista del Lago, increasing hot seating. So some of that utilization will change based on the need to increase the capacity. So that number will change based on the measures that we take in order to increase capacity.
Got it. Thank you.
So, but Matt, what we're talking about too is that if there is funding,
Pending fundability, you can
pending
see
funding,
that on there.
right?
Yeah,
So,
everything is-
so I think we have to be very transparent with the public as of right now, with the way that we have with Measure M and the overtaxation of Measure M, that without passing a future bond, that there is no current funding for that.
For
As of
new
right-
school.
as of
not
right now for a new
existing-
school.
No, not increasing existing capacity. We
Right.
have funding for that.
Yeah, increasing existing capacity, but when we're talking about building a new school and opening that in 29, currently we do not have funding for that.
Correct.
Matt, can you help me understand a little bit more about the optimal capacity? So with 101 classrooms at Folsom High, the superintendent and I kind of did a back of the envelope math, but it looked like that would accommodate 3,030 students at optimal capacity. But teachers do have periods, prep periods. So it's not that every single class would be occupied at any given time of the day. So how does that work with optimal capacity? If you figure out the optimal capacity is 3,030, but then let's say out of those 101 classrooms, 20 or 15 are prep period, does that factor into the optimal capacity or not?
I think there's some hot seating that goes into that, but it's not full hot seating. Full hot seating was probably when you get closer up towards more of a functional capacity.
So I'm going to just circle back to what hot seating is, because it's a term. It's a term that is used here, and I haven't heard it in other districts. So I'm going to guess that it's something that I'll reiterate. So at Folsom High, and Howard, please jump in. It's a 6-period day. Teachers, the traditional schedule is to teach 5, have 1 on prep, and that during that prep period, if there are no students in that classroom, that would be like the traditional schedule, the optimal capacity. Now, if a teacher and students need to come in there and sit in what would be called my class, even though it's, it's a loose term, but they would come in and sit in there, that gets us closer to the functional capacity. And that is what hot seating is called, is that we're seating kids in the facility throughout the day so that there aren't empty classrooms. So, Howard, did I do okay?
Yeah, and just to give you an overall picture of it, we have, that I can recall right now, one teacher that is moving to multiple classrooms on our campus. So where Vista del Lago has been, quote, hot seating for some years, we have not. We have one teacher moving to multiple classrooms. We probably have 11 teachers that are mild mod special ed teachers that are teaching an average of 2 classes a day in person, and they're pushing in to support other periods. So they're all sharing classrooms. So it's difficult to look at the staffing and equate that accurately to availability of classrooms because it changes with programmatic needs. But we are not in general right now hot seating at Folsom High School.
And then also, there are some classes that have greater capacity, right? Like PE classes, where they might have a classroom that the student capacity in those classes are much larger than, say, whatever the average was that you used for, it kind of balances it out, right?
Absolutely. And as was mentioned before, there are factors like number of students who have open periods, right? They're credits ahead and they're not sitting in seats at any given time that create availability for others, right? So we do our best to factor all that in as well.
Actually, I have a question for Jeanette, if that's okay.
Yes.
If I can put you. From a teacher's perspective, hot seating, what kind of stressors does that create for them in their job and things like that? I mean, I think that we have to have that conversation because not only are we talking about optimal things for our students, but we're also talking about optimal things for our staff. So I would love to hear a little perspective on that.
Well, hot seating is not optimal. It's for functionality for the school. It's hard to go ahead and pick up all of your items, especially at a traditional 6-period day where they don't have a block schedule. So for that, Howard, is it 55 minutes?
59 minutes.
59 minutes. So you're taking all of your stuff, going someplace else, settling in, then doing some work, making sure that you're packed up, going back to the place where you're going. So you only really get a fraction of your prep period if you are being hot seated. So the true prep period is not materialized. And then, you forget a book or you forget this and then you're unable to go ahead and do anything anyways. So hot seating is not practical, but I do understand that Vista has been doing it, but they have a longer period of time because they are on a block schedule. So it's probably, not to say that it's optimal at all, but it's probably easier on the teachers than it is. The other thing I would go ahead and also ask, because I don't know how this works, and Kim would be more, be able to answer that question, was where are they actually going? Because if there's not classrooms available, and I know that we're at a premium for office space as well in most of our secondary classrooms. So Kim would be able to answer where they're actually going while they're being hot seated.
Yeah, it's definitely not ideal, but we've, changed the culture. It's more like a college or something where it's you come into a space and you teach and you move out. We've worked with district to create some spaces up in our library. So we have a workroom for teachers. It's challenging no matter what. And I was, before I was an administrator, a hot-seated teacher. And it's difficult for your students to find you. They don't know which classroom you're in. But we make it work to the best of our abilities. But I do, yes, the teachers and prepping and finding spaces for them so that they aren't distracted and they can work and get their stuff done. That is always our challenges.
And then the other thing you have to look at is, I know that most of the schools in the secondary are looking at flex. So those hot-seated teachers, where are they going to go ahead and offer those services to those students?
We do, we have a little schedule and they do share classrooms. So they might on certain days be like, okay, you get the space by yourself. And then on Wednesday, we're gonna partner and we'll have 10 and 10 kids or 15 and 15 kids. So they do have to use some of their collaboration time to plan that out.
May I add as well to that we are already doing some of that because we have a lot of part-time teachers. And so they're collaborating and sharing around our flex time or our pause time. Folsom High School is constructed a little bit differently in that most of our pods, if you've been to our site, they have a central room for teachers to gather with desks and office spaces that were built in. And for many, many, many years, we've not utilized those spaces. We're starting to a little bit. So I think Vista Del Lago doesn't have the same space as we do.
I'd also think though that it's not optimal to be taking collaborative time to have to make that schedule, that we would want them to take collaborative time to do other things if possible. You know, I mean, if that's what that's for, you know, I mean, it would be kind of a bummer that you gotta take time to create a schedule regularly.
Dr. Moore, I have a question really quick. In your opinion, would your teachers prefer to maintain the block schedule over making the choice of hot seating? So like keeping, I feel like I know the answer, but would they prefer to say like, yes, I'm going to hot seat if we can continue to have a block schedule?
I think they would. I can't speak for them, and things change, but I do know the last time that it was brought up as a option to looking at our growth, our teachers were ready to definitely fight for that block schedule. And I do know also our students and families feel very passionately about that as well.
Is it appropriate for me to ask a question related to that as well?
Yes.
Of course.
Okay, sorry. Because it always seemed to me, and maybe Mr. Washburn can answer this, but it always seemed to me that the model of the block schedule was more challenging on facilities only if those classrooms sat open during that prep period or not utilized, if that makes sense. Because there's a little bit, 25% of teachers' days, right, is in the block period, in the block schedule, is on prep, whereas 17% of our teachers' day is on prep. And if it sits open, you have a longer period of time that those classrooms are not being utilized. But if you're utilizing them, I would imagine the efficiency gets close to the same.
Explain that, the efficiency gets close to the same.
Meaning that those
Usage.
classroom, if you're hot seating, and when that teacher leaves for prep, another a class is coming in with another teacher, right? That classroom is being utilized 100% of the day in most cases.
Yeah. So without being able to do the math out loud is, so if that classroom is used all day, that's 4 blocks, right? And then on your campus, that would be comparable to the 5 classes of the 6, right? And so
it would be comparable to 6 of 6, I would
but if
say.
you're not hot seating, because I think what your question was, if you hot seat, is that the same as a traditional schedule, right? So, and the block schedule, you know, as Dr. Moore articulated, and we see with grad rate in A through G, it gives students 32 options during their high school career to take courses, right? Because they're taking 8 classes a year versus 7 or 6. So that is why the classrooms themselves are more impacted and why hot seating matters.
And following up on that, and maybe Dr. Huber, this might be a question for you. Do we know how many students or how many teachers teach a 120? Because that also fills the classroom space 100% of the time. I don't have that at the top of my head. Okay.
I can maybe speak to that a little bit. It's down quite a bit, but it is probably this year around 15 teachers of our close to 120 teachers.
You know, I think the problem that we have here, and you can look at various slides to see that, is, you know, Folsom High is at 99.7% of its optimal capacity. If you look at the projections for the population of enrollment next year, they will be beyond optimal capacity. And it goes up fast from there. Obviously, the goal is to build this new high school, but you know, I feel that in the next 3 to 4 years, assuming the voters approve a bonding for the new high school, you know, we need to do something to release a little steam on Folsom High so that it can continue to absorb students that are coming from the new rooftops that are being built south of 50. And, you know, I think the obvious first choice is to look at interdistrict transfers. You know, I know that when the board took the action in 2019 with Vista del Lago, when we stopped both interdistrict and intra-district transfers, but I don't know that action, I assume, can be taken by the board, but in certain districts, is it done administratively as well, Superintendent?
Yeah, so our board policy is 5117 is the superintendent or designee may deny interdistrict attendance permits because of overcrowding within district schools or limited district resources. So, of course, as the superintendent wouldn't want to make any decisions of that magnitude unilaterally. Would love board support on that. So if I can talk to a couple things related to that. The first thing, and it was covered in the slide, is that we see that as it relates to Folsom High School. I think you articulated that really well. As we look at 25-26 at 3058, that's on slide 4. And our optimal capacity is 3030. I will say a couple things that were mentioned during this presentation that I don't want to go unnoticed is that we're looking to move an adult program off of the site into a better location for the program, which would free up 3 classrooms, therefore alleviating some, adding 3 more classrooms to the mix. At the same time, up for consideration, I think it's either later this month or early next month, is a vote to close Folsom Lake High School, which is an alternative ed program on campus. Currently, there's only juniors and seniors on that campus. But as Scott covered in inter-district transfers, and by saying yes, it's a 4-year yes. And as we look at the capacity over the next 4 years, again, from slide 4, we at the district also do get pretty concerned. And so, so based on those numbers, you know, as mentioned, we know that during our this current enrollment season, we are going to hit our optimal capacity at Folsom High School. And so I would recommend, with, of course, the support of the board, that we suspend the inter-district transfers into Folsom High School indefinitely. And so I, as the superintendent, based on BP 5117, can make that decision, but again, I wouldn't do that without the support of the board. So I would love to hear from you all on what you think that means for our community and what that means for Folsom High School.
And I appreciate you, Eric, asking for the board's support on that, and I'm totally with you. I think that'd be the best move for the benefit of Folsom High to alleviate that overcrowding. That is going to happen, obviously, but if we start right now and we suspend, I think it would be a great move. I would actually ask the board if they had any additional comments on that, but I think it's a good move.
I just have a couple
Yep.
small questions about it. If we were to do that, and let's say somebody has already put in their application.
So President, you said right now, what I'm, based on the numbers, during this current enrollment season, we're gonna bump up against that optimal capacity. And so our team that does inter-districts with Scott and his team are doing a great job. They track, they know the numbers. Through the staffing process and everything that's happening in the budget and the teachers have been allocated, it's when we hit that optimal is when I want this to be frozen indefinitely, because we don't want to get beyond that. So, regarding what's happened currently, and we're going to keep an eye on the numbers, and it'll happen during the season, because optimal's 3030 and projections are 3058. So,
And then my other just follow up to that, just to clarify, I think I know the answer to that, but students who have already transferred in are
yeah, they're good.
Good.
Yeah,
Okay.
because once we accept you on an inter-district, you're all ours.
I just wanted to
Granted, there are
clarify.
some expectations that Scott covered around attendance and GPA and behavior. Is that correct, Scott? Based on the inters.
Yes, and we also track that. We do remove students who are not fulfilling that contract as well.
Yeah.
So it's
Okay.
not that you're ours forever if you're not, so
Yeah.
on those same requirements,
Okay.
grades, behavior, attendance.
Okay.
Thank you, Scott.
When they're with us for 4 years, is that our policy or is that ed code or, you know?
I think it's ed code, but I don't know. I can find that out. Do you know,
If
Scott?
it's ed code, and definitely once they're a senior, they're definitely ours regardless. But yeah, I believe that's ed code.
Okay, thank
We
you.
can find out.
I'll
though.
find out for sure. Scott, you got that? Okay.
Do
Eric,
we,
go ahead, David.
do we know of the 235 inter-district transfers into Folsom High, how many of them come from American River Canyon South, the small neighborhood that is in the city of Folsom, but is in the San Juan School District?
I see Jerry flipping through papers. We'll go to the next question while she's, do you already find it, Jerry? Okay. Jerry will find that out for you.
Yeah, that's the, I mean, you know, I don't know if there's an exception for that small neighborhood, or if we cut out inter-district transfers, we just have to cut out all inter-district transfers. I mean, honestly, American River Canyon South should be asking to be part of our district, quite frankly. It doesn't belong in San Juan Unified, but I know that 90 plus percent of the students that live in that neighborhood do transfer into our school district because that's where their natural base is. That's where their friends are from. That's what they identify as is Folsom, not San Juan.
Jerry will get those numbers for you. And I just want to remind the board too, inter-district transfers from district to district. So if we have a school, in this case, I think Cordova High School is still at 85% capacity, an amazing academic program over there. So any student outside of the district that is inter-district transferring in is still welcome to attend and become a Lancer because the district determines the availability and the capacity, not the other district or the incoming family. So that, I just want to clarify that we're not freezing inter-district transfers across the district for all high schools. But of course, Vista is at capacity because Choice did that. And then with what I said regarding Folsom, but there is still some capacity at Cordova High School. So I would love to make sure the community outside of FCUSD knows what a great academic opportunity for them to come in and go to a great high school. So, and it's an international baccalaureate program, so.
I hear what you're saying, David, but I feel like when we start making exceptions for this neighborhood, that we have to just kind of like, if this is what we're gonna do, I think we just have to kind of do that. And hopefully it'll maybe motivate that neighborhood to maybe push to be an FCUSD on a more permanent basis versus being in San Juan.
Can I clarify a little bit about American River Canyon? The reason why we had a specialized agreement with them between us and San Juan Unified School District was when the original bond was passed to build Folsom High School. It was actually initiated by the city of Folsom and not by the school district. If you guys remember some of those conversations we had back in the day. And so when that occurred, one of the agreements was since those folks within the city limits of Folsom were paying on that bond, it was agreed that they should have the access to that school. We believe at this point that bond has been fully paid off. We do need to confirm with the city, but we do believe that that's fallen off at this point. So if there was going to be a change, we'd want to make sure the agreement between ourselves and San Juan was clarified on that. And then also we do provide transportation up to those students as part of that as well. So that would be another piece. We don't provide transportation to students outside of the district boundary. So those things potentially may be something we need to look at as well. So it opens up a little bit of a can of worms on some of that. So we can provide more information and get back to you guys on all of it.
Well, I would agree with Board Member Larrett that we shouldn't make an exception for them. I do think that it very well could become the incentive they've needed all along to join our great school district. But there's a process to that if they were interested in becoming part of the school district. But Mr. President, I would support the moving forward with the superintendent stopping inter-district transfers to Folsom High for the foreseeable future. Obviously, there would be at some point in the future, we would open it up again, presumably when the new high school opens. So it's not a forever, it's for right now.
And just for clarification, moving forward.
Moving forward, yep.
Okay, so, yeah, thank you, Board Member Reed.
I'm also in 110% support of that motion you are making. Knowing that, I just want to acknowledge our Folsom City Mayor, Mayor Aquino is here. Since I know that side of the number game, how many homes we are issuing the permits. On an average, give or take, every month, 70, 65, 75, 80. So it's hitting average 75 homes and very strong on development side for all good reasons, again. So knowing all those, even though we are hitting the optimal, we got to tighten on the inter-district ITPs sooner than later, right? That's a dire need for us. And I know, as Eric was mentioning before, I think his inbox was filled with so many emails. Like, my colleagues and we hear you. I just want to, make that very clear. And we work with all our, cabinets and principals here. It's going to be challenging, Mr. Howard. Even we stop the inter-district, the growth, the people are coming. It's going to be the traffic-wise, even the middle schools. We hear you. Again, I did some research. Elgro, in comparison, in 2005, 2006, how their Sheldon School, Elgro High School, close to 3,000 people, 4,000 kids until they opened Pleasant Grove. It's a growing pain. We all understand. With the cabinet's help, I hope we'll try to communicate as much as possible to all the residents in Ranch Cordova and Folsom. Trust us. You put us on this seat. We are working hard with our cabinet here. Eric?
Just one thing, I just wanted to clarify. So it wasn't a motion, so we don't actually
no,
vote
it's
on
not.
it. So I
Yeah,
do
yeah,
just want to
something we don't-
put that language in there correctly, so
Thank you, ma'am.
so that's kind of put out there. That is not a vote, and the board policy puts that on Eric. So thank you, Eric, for bringing it to us for our suggestions and our advice. But it's not a motion. We don't vote on this. So I just wanted to clarify.
Thank you. Any other closing comments from the board?
No, I know so many people wants to come and speak here on this, but that's not the type of
The Facilities Committee Forum on March 27th.
March
Location
27.
to be determined.
Yep.
You know, I guess my final thought is the board policy that we have. I almost wonder if we should take a look at it and consider future amendments to it. Because, you know, we could potentially have this problem at other schools too, right, in the future. At Sutter, at Folsom Middle, you know, anytime in the future, and potentially elementary schools as well. I am almost wondering if there should be a trigger point in the board policy that says something along the lines that once a school hits optimal capacity, interdistrict transfers are immediately stopped until, you know, a period of time that it takes for it to drop below the optimal capacity. So that way, it's really a trigger that's automatically approved in board policy. So the superintendent, you know, basically has standing to say, well, hey, it's in board policy. We've gone over optimal capacity. We got to stop the interdistrict transfers.
I know a couple people on the policy committee.
I'm happy with, would you like the district to draft some language and
Yeah,
get it in
let's
front of
take a
the
look
policy
at it.
committee?
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
that sounds good.
That includes middle schools and elementary, and
All
that's
schools.
what all
All
schools,
schools,
right?
all schools.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Right. Well, I guess that concludes our study session.
First study session, y'all.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right. Yeah.
First of many.
And I want to take time out to hand out some thanks to Matt and Scott, and Howard, Terry, Kim, Tarek, welcome, for their willingness to answer questions. And also thank the superintendent for acting so swiftly to put a kind of town hall informational meeting together where the community can come out and ask those pertinent questions regarding overcrowding and things that we are doing as a district. I know this will be more of a discussion moving forward. And I want to thank the board for their consensus in supporting this. With that being said, if there's no other comments, we will go ahead and end this study session and get ready to do a quick opening before we go into closed session. So thank you. Oh, and thank the community for coming out.
Yep.
Appreciate it. Good evening. I'd like to call this meeting to order of the Folsom Cordova Unified School District. Superintendent, if you can call roll, please.
Yes, sir. Miss George.
Here.
Mr. Merrill. Here. Miss Larrett.
Here.
Miss Lofthouse.
Here.
Mr. Reed.
Here.
Mr. Charlam Chirla.
Here.
Mr. Clark.
Here.
All are present.
Thank you, sir. We'll start off with the land acknowledgement.
As the Folsom Cordova Unified School District, we acknowledge that our administrative facilities and schools occupy the unceded territory of the Nishinon and Miwok, the original people of the skies, land, and waters, where we work and learn.
We also recognize the presence and the ancestral stewardship of the Nishinon ancestral tribes, the Estonotamuse and Nisim Pawanan to the north.
And the Miwok ancestral tribes, the Amachumni, Consumne, Halapune, and Mokulumne to the south along the Great Sacramento River system since time immemorial.
We understand that this land upon which our institutions are built was once flourishing with natural resources and sustained by the ancestral knowledge and practices of these indigenous communities.
We acknowledge the injustices of colonialism and attempted genocide that have impacted these communities and recognize the resilience of their descendants who continue to thrive today.
In our daily endeavors of teaching, learning, leadership, and community engagement, we commit to supporting, respecting, and honoring their cultures, traditions, and lifeways.
We pledge to work together for the evolving vision of the Miwok and Nishinan, especially for all future generations.
All right, thank you, board. And if you could stand with me, we'll do the pledge. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, a broadcast statement and recording is being made at the direction of the board, and the broadcast may capture images and sounds of those attending the meeting. Tonight's meeting is being live streamed on the district's YouTube channel. The recording will be cablecast as replays on Metro Cable Channel 14, the Local Government Affairs channel on the Comcast and Direct TV UVerse cable systems. The recording will also be closed captioned and video streamed at metro14live.saccounty.gov. Folsom Cordova Unified School Board Policy 1313 promotes mutual respect, civility, and orderly conduct among employees, parents, and the public. We will treat staff, parents, and members of the public with respect and ask the same in return. If any member of the public uses obscenities or communicates in a demeaning, loud, insulting, and/or demeaning manner, the board will calmly and politely admonish the person to communicate civilly. Public comments during board meetings are an important component of public engagement and transparency. Members of the public will not be permitted to yield their speaking time to another member of the public. All written comments submitted by 3 p.m. today to the board have been read. Per the Brown Act, the board is not allowed to enter into a two-way discussion on any matter not on the agenda. And with that being said, we'll go on to D, District Recognition Month, Developmental Disabilities Awareness Month. Superintendent?
Yeah, for celebrating Developmental Disability Awareness Month, our Assistant Superintendent of Special Education, Betty Jo Wessinger, our Assistant Superintendent of Education Services, Jim Huber, and our FCLA President, Kenyon Peterson, were collaborating on this, so I don't know who wants to take it away.
Good evening, Board. I am honored to bring our Sunshine Club from Vista. Come on up.
Hi, I'm Kara, the president of Sunshine Friends. And hi, I'm Cassie Nguyen, and I'm also on leadership for Sunshine Friends.
I'm Adam.
Sunshine Friends started in 2012 with one student. We currently have 333 students participating this year, and 224 students have participated in the Sunshine Fit PE class. Our mission statement: we support and encourage inclusion in all aspects of education and in life. We want everyone to feel welcome and included, no matter what differences they may have from one another. Vista began offering its Certificate of Neurodiversity program in 2012. Currently, there have been 104 students who've received their certificate, and currently 129 who are in the process of getting theirs soon. There are a few requirements you need to do to get this. You have to attend 5 classes, complete 10 homework assignments, attend at least 20 flexes, lead a flex time activity, and hang out with a Sunshine Friend at lunch. Our motto is, inclusion starts with us. Many JED students and Sunshine Friends form strong friendships with the special ed students, and a lot of us hang out with students outside of school. Adam's now going to tell you what he likes about Sunshine Friends.
I have a lot of fans at Shine Fans. I like sweetheart dance. I like to tag at Shazza's PE. I like to cook and play games. Fans at Shazza Fans.
And Vista Sunshine Friends to me is like a second family. It's a community full of friends and mentors, and I truly couldn't imagine my 4 years at Vista without it.
For me, Sunshine Friends has brought me countless memories, many smiles, and most importantly, friends. Because of Sunshine Friends, I decided that I want to become a special ed teacher and continue to encourage inclusion in and out of the classroom. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and thank you, Vista Sunshine Friends Club and Superintendent for.
Could I make a really quick
Yes, ma'am.
little shout out to Sunshine Club? So my niece actually went to Vista for 4 years, and then she went for her adult program as well. And the Sweetheart Dance is her, like, she lives for the Sweetheart Dance for the entire year and plans her dress and plans what she's going to wear and how she's going to do her hair. And so, her being invited back this year, even though she's not part of the program anymore, meant even more. And she was so excited to tell me about being able to go to the Sweetheart Dance. So thank you. You really do change people's lives.
And if I can ask, when is this dance that happens, the Sweetheart? Did it just happen?
Oh.
Okay. Got it.
So next year, Ken, right? So
Yes, sir.
I would just, if I may as well, Mr. President, thank you to Adam, thank you to all the Eagles. The Eagle that just spoke and said that she's, if with the board's permission, you want to be a teacher, you're hired. So with the board's permission, your contract will be waiting for you in what, 4 or 5, 6 years, okay? So come on back. We love legacies, so, yeah.
All right. Okay, we'll go on to item 7, reporting out of closed session.
Nothing to report.
Thank you, sir. Item 8, adoption of agenda.
I'll move.
Second.
Moved by Board Member Lofthouse, second by Board Member Charlam-Cherla. Superintendent?
Yes, sir. Ms. George.
Aye.
Mr. Merrill.
Aye.
Ms. Larrett.
Aye.
Ms. Lofthouse.
Aye.
Mr. Reed.
Aye.
Mr. Charlam-Cherla.
Aye.
Mr. Clark.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you, sir. Item 9, agenda consent.
Mr. President, I would like to pause a few just for a comment. That way we can make the other motion. FGK.
Are you requesting to pull items F, G, and K?
Yeah.
So be it. Okay, I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move with the exception of F, G, and K.
I'll second.
All right, moved by Board Member Larrett, second by Board Member Charlam-Cherla. Superintendent?
Ms. George.
Aye.
Mr. Merrill.
Aye.
Ms. Larrett.
Aye.
Ms. Lofthouse.
Aye.
Mr. Reed.
Aye.
Mr. Charlam-Cherla.
Aye.
Mr. Clark.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
And before we dive into that, Superintendent, you do have an announcement?
I do. I think we just approved a couple leaders, new leaders in our district. Is Mariah here? Mariah, are you here? Come on up, Mariah. Yeah. So Mariah Chavez Vasquez just was in the consent agenda approved as our nutritionist and supervisor of food services. We're pleased to announce that. Mariah is excited to step into this role. After serving as the supervisor of food services for the past 3 years, her career in school nutrition began at Galt Joint Union Elementary School District, and she is proud to now call Folsom Cordova Unified School District her home. Mariah holds a BS in clinical nutrition from UC Davis, go Aggies, and has earned the school nutrition specialist credential demonstrating the knowledge to manage school nutrition programs. Her passion lies in ensuring that every student receives nutritious, flavorful meals that support their health and academic success. She believes that food service is not just about providing meals, but about creating a welcoming and positive experience for students, staff, and families, providing excellent customer service is at the heart of what Mariah does, and she is committed to fostering an environment where everyone feels valued and well-fed. I like that. Mariah looks forward to continuing to work alongside her team to enhance services and ensure that every meal reflects the district's commitment to both nutrition and the well-being of the school community. So welcome Mariah to the team. Well, continuing on the team, so yeah.
That's awesome.
I'm so excited to just continue working along our team, and thank you so much for this opportunity.
All right, thank you, Mariah.
Thank you, Mariah.
And also, is Michelle Partridge here? Michelle, come on up. So now that Mariah has moved up into that role, Michelle Partridge is being named the Supervisor of Food Services for Child Nutrition. We're pleased to announce that. Michelle comes to us from Cordova High School as a food service technician and previously from the Dublin Unified School District, where she spent 10 years as a high school kitchen manager. She has a passion for nutrition and creating an environment for students and staff that is welcoming and nurturing while providing healthy, diverse, and delicious meals. Her warm and approachable demeanor make her a trusted team member. Michelle's standout quality is her ability to lead and inspire her team while fostering a positive work environment, making her the ideal addition to the FCUSD Child Nutrition Management Department. Quote, I am honored and excited to be welcomed into this incredible team, the FCUSD Nutrition Program. My goal is to support our wonderfully diverse staff and student community and to collaborate with my team to continue to provide healthy, nutritious, and diverse meals while providing a welcoming, safe environment where everyone is included. Michelle and her husband have 3 children and 2 grandchildren. They moved to Placerville 4 years ago from Dublin, California, where they now enjoy spending their time with their grandchildren playing disc golf and paddleboarding. Michelle received the Dublin USD Classified Recognition Award in 2020 and was also awarded the Alameda County Office of Education Classified Employee of the Year in 2020. Join us in welcoming Michelle Partridge to Team FCUSD.
I want to say thank you. I'm very excited to be here, and I can't wait to work with Mariah and continue to make our department wonderful. And thank you.
Thank you so much. Congratulations.
Thank you. All right, we will move on to the items that were pulled. Item F, Superintendent.
I'll go.
Yes, please.
Yeah. Mr. President, is that okay? I can club all of them together that way?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, thank you. I'm a newbie on this board. I just want to, put that out there. This has been my 3 months, and our superintendent has been, extraordinary helping me to understand the things. All of them I pulled are the contracts we are awarding to the vendors. So my request is going to be, if anybody in the public reads any of those, it should reasonably make sense. Yep, they did the due diligence and they are awarding rightfully by carrying all the taxpayer dollars. So there is a room for improvement. That's all I'm saying. That's why I'm clubbing all these ones, especially the Eric's team. Please help him to step up some of the language, what we are putting. It is important everybody is reading it. That's why I'm making the general statement here, not picking any of those. It should be clear to anybody reading, and they should be nodding their head, yes, we are doing every due diligence. That's all I want to say. I'll make a move unless my colleagues has anything to say.
Are you covering F, G, and
All.
K all together?
Point of
Those
order.
are-
F, G, K.
Point of order, President
Yes.
Clark. They all have to be voted separately.
That's what I thought.
Thank you.
So let's just go through those. Any comments on G, YK that you had? Concerns?
No, I'll make a motion.
Okay. You're making it, well, yeah, but I wanted to go through all of them and then we'll make a motion on each one individually.
Yes.
Okay, so anything on G?
No.
Okay, anything on K?
No.
Okay, let's move to F and make a motion on that.
I'll move.
I'll second.
Moved by Board Member Larrett, second by Board Member Charla, Superintendent.
Ms. George.
Aye.
Mr. Merrill.
Aye.
Ms. Larrett.
Aye.
Ms. Lofthouse.
Aye.
Mr. Reed.
Aye.
Mr. Charlam-Churla.
Aye.
Mr. Clark.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you, sir. G, I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move. I'll second.
Moved by Board Member Lofthouse, second by Board Member Larrett. Superintendent?
Ms. George?
Aye.
Mr. Merrill?
Aye.
Ms. Larrett?
Aye.
Ms. Lofthouse?
Aye.
Mr. Reed?
Aye.
Mr. Chalmers-Churla?
Aye.
Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
All right, item K.
I'll make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
Moved by Board Member Chalmers-Churla, second by Board Member Larrett. Superintendent?
Ms. George?
Aye.
Mr. Merrill?
Aye.
Ms. Larrett?
Aye.
Ms. Lofthouse?
Aye.
Mr. Reed?
Aye.
Mr. Chalmers-Churla?
Aye.
Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you, sir.
Sir.
All right, item 10, special presentations. No student presentation, but staff, we have 3. Superintendent?
Yeah, so Rochelle, if you can pull up the first. I wanted to spend just a little bit of time today talking about the work that the district's been doing and I would say establishing a really coherent focus for our work moving into the near, mid, and distant future. I think I've shared with all of you and I've shared with the team consistently is that our work needs to be about getting clear and getting narrow and going deep with the work, because this kind of work is, if the more focused we can stay on the right things and not be distracted by what education calls shiny objects, the better that we can show up for our kids and their families each and every day. So I'm just gonna go through a few of the documents that we've established that all of you have seen individually, but I wanted to share collectively, see if there was any questions from you regarding those. So first up is our performance and process targets. We put students first and teammates always up top for a reason. I've talked at length with the team about our priority as students first. I've said out loud that we won't choose adult comfort on the backs of our students, and that's why teammates always is second. Is improvement and hard work and feedback and coaching sometimes feels a little bit like an itchy sweater, and that's okay because we're here in the service of our students and of course their families. But at the same time, we have to know, all 3,000 employees, that we have each other's back and that we're, while coaching horizontally and vertically, it's really important to know that we're doing that for the good of the organization. And so you see our mission statement or vision statement right there, and then our performance targets. Third grade literacy is first and foremost. I think in education, it is the #1 predictor of a student's life outcome. Meaning a living wage job, civically engaged, all of those things that are really important are tied into third grade literacy. And later tonight, you will be voting on a literacy resolution that really puts our stake in the ground as a district, really making sure that we are investing in ensuring that every student in our district is at grade level in third grade. 5th to 8th grade math is gateway to college. We know that not all of our students are going to choose a 4-year university. We're always encouraging our students to chase their dream, but we're really focused on ensuring that each and every student has that choice when the time comes. And so 5th to 8th grade math is a gateway to that. Pre-algebraic thinking, fractions, there's a lot of things that happen during that time that we need to make sure our students have a really clear understanding of, so that they can take the more rigorous courses that lead to the next bullet, A through G, in college and career readiness. College and career readiness, as measured by the state dashboard, it takes into 5 areas, meaning their performance on the state test, which is called the California Assessment for Students' Performance and Progress. Say that 5 times really fast. AP passage rate, CTE, also CTE, AP passage rate, CASP, Jim? I caught myself by saying 5 from our meeting yesterday.
I know now that
so.
you're blanking, so am I, so I was scrambling to look it
Yep,
up.
I'll get back to that. And A through G, which is a course sequence in high school that our students are required to take if they are interested in applying to the UC or CSU system. And then system-wide connectedness, and system-wide being our students, our staff, our families, and our larger community. It is our goal to ensure that all those entities feel seen, safe, connected, and included to the school experience, as we in the community need to make sure that we're acknowledging all those groups and that they feel connected and valued in our system. Our process targets are our tools. That is what we're going to use over the next several years to make sure that we are giving our adults as well as our students the best chance at achieving those performance targets. Continuous improvement. This is not only a mindset, knowing from the philosophy of Kaizen, 1% better each day. I've talked a lot about, it's how the good get better. We're a really great district, but we want to never rest on that. We always want to get 1% better each day. So it's not only a mindset, it's also a set of tools through improvement science. And then coaching, I already talked about this briefly. You'll see on the next slide, which we don't have to go to yet, but we talk about coaching as the importance for everyone in this organization. If you're an FCUSD employee, you understand that you're going to have a responsibility to coach, but you're also going to have the vulnerability and willingness to be coach. And that is both horizontally across the organization, so a second grade team or a content area team in middle or high school, as well as vertically, meaning I model it as a superintendent to be coached by people that I'm supporting, but also coaching up and down the organization, because we want to have a mentality of that coaching is kindness, and coaching is our opportunity to get 1% better each day. And then lastly, the last bullet on the process target, meaning a tool, is the PLC process, professional learning community process, which has already been underway in our district for several years, and we continue to hone in and get focused through our professional development and the opportunities that our teachers have to work together to collaborate in the best interest of providing on-time supports for our students. Jim.
So I'm not sure if the one you missed was a 3 or better on the AP for 2 classes,
Okay, yep.
or a 4 or better on the IB exam in 2 courses, and then also completing a CTE pathway.
And then the CASP.
Yeah.
So I did get it.
He already said that.
Okay, cool. So I was pretty close. All right, next slide. Any questions from the board on that? You're good? Okay. Next slide. Our values as a district, these are our collective commitments. I won't read them to you directly, but first and foremost, we care for people. It's really important to understand through warm demander pedagogy that high care and high expectations go together, but we have to start with care. We have to make sure that the people that we're working with, whether it's our students, their parents, their families, our coworkers, our colleagues, that we know that while we're in space with them, that we truly and deeply care for them, and we care about their hopes and dreams, and we're there to support them. Coach and be coachable, I've already talked about. Adapt, adopt, and abandon practices. I will say that this adapting is around improvement. Adopting is about when you see the improvements working, you adopt and then scale. And then abandoning is also about improvement. If what's not working, we're not going to continue to do. I will say in this industry, for all the educators in the room, we are terrible at abandoning practices, right? For all the educators in the room, let me ask you, do you have a binder on your shelf, Kanan, that's from 2017? Has dust on it? Yeah, so abandoning practices, we have to be really explicit. That has to be modeled that when something isn't working for our students or our staff, that we're gonna stop doing it, because we're about change ideas and scaling things that work, but not continuing to things that don't work. So 4, be curious. Really important that we enter conversations and enter spaces not certain, because our curiosity allows us to improve. And then lastly, be accountable. And this goes back to the itchy sweater around teammates always, is that we need to hold each other accountable, because we're here in the service of students. And so again, adult comfort isn't coming at the expense of us getting better and having those tough and hard conversations with our colleagues and sometimes friends about what needs to happen in the best support of our students. So those are our collective commitments. The idea behind this has a lot of fingerprints across the organization, is that when you're going to apply and be supported by FCUSD, 1, we want you to be here for 30 plus years, but 2, we want you to be clear that these are our commitments as a district to each other, but also to our community. And then lastly, we want to be, the next slide, we want to be the gold standard for customer service. You know, when I say Nordstrom, I think a lot of people understand what that means, or Disney. We want to make sure that anytime any employee or any community member or any student interacts with anyone in the organization, that they are served in a way that they can feel seen and heard. And so we have rolled out a much longer form with very explicit practices of what that means for different employees in the organization. The expectation is all front office staffs are being trained as the first people oftentimes that our community sees as they walk into a school campus by March 14th. All staff is going to be trained by the beginning of next school year, and everyone in this building is also going to be trained on March 13th about what it really means to provide a gold standard of customer service. We feel that all of these in a line really will ultimately, all roads will point towards our ability to meet those performance targets for our students. So, any questions?
Any questions from the board? None? All right, thank you.
Cool, thank you.
Right, awesome.
This is awesome. Gold standard.
All right,
Yes, sir.
so we'll move on to the next one, Beyond Interventions, Superintendent.
Yeah, so Scott Meyer and his team have an amazing presentation, which I believe and I hope includes a video that you're going to share around the hard work. Before you start, Scott, I just want to, why I just did the presentation about the performance and process targets is so that when we see presentations and we see the good work of our teams, that we can point to something. So when we talk about attendance and support, we're talking about, of course, system-wide connectedness, right? Our students, we want to have improved attendance. We want to make sure that they're seen on campus. But of course, when you miss school, you miss out. And so improved attendance, of course, leads to better outcomes for kids on those performance targets. So Scott, take it away.
All right. I am super pumped up to be here and talking about attendance, and I imagine that's why everyone's here tonight. All right. All right, no, good evening, President Clark, members of the board, Superintendent Swanson, Scott Meyer. I am really excited tonight, and if you forget everything I say, I'm just gonna come out here and say this. Attendance is the #1 intervention we can provide to students for graduation and success after graduation. So if you forget everything else, remember that. So normally we get, for the last few years, I've been able to do one slide for attendance. And so thank you for letting us come up here and take about 20-ish minutes plus a video. And we're gonna go over a lot of information. I do have a chore for we had an agreement, right? I do have a challenge for the board tonight, though. As we watch this amazing video and also go over our presentation, I'd really like you to look for any themes you might see, any commonalities, or any kind of systems that you're seeing, wow, that's starting to develop. We are proud of the work, and we are thankful for the additional resources. It was a time just a few years ago, 2021, it was just myself. God, it makes me shake how happy I am that I have this amazing team around us, and that was provided by the board. So this happened 2021, 22, and some of you might have been part of this. We had an attendance task force, and we really put together a vision, and it's so cool when you do all the work and things are going the way you want it, because we've all done all the work and done everything right and not got the results that we wanted. So we're excited to talk about that. I do want to do a quick round of introductions, because I'm kind of the puppet head and we kind of have the star power over here. So Michael Rosales, if you could stand up. He's our attendance specialist, or attendance tech over at Mills Middle School. And Miss Bree Malone. She is our amazing attendance tech over at Cordova High. Monica De Leon, unfortunately, couldn't make it tonight. She's over at Mitchell. And then we have our child welfare and attendance, and my co-presenter tonight, Miss Maggie Coonan. All right. Yes. All right. So I do want to, the video, there we go. I do want to talk a little bit about, I said sometimes you do things and you don't get the results. Right now, we're up 2.3% since 2021-22. That's over 500 students that are showing up to school every single day that were not just 3 years ago. So I also challenge you to put names next to those numbers. It's really easy when we're talking 23,000 kids to get lost in that. I want to give kudos to our communication department for their support. And Jamina Veroni, especially, she spent so much time making this video. And I'm just going to let it speak for itself.
Chronic absenteeism is defined as any student missing 10% or more of the school year. So we monitor this as a trend, not just our school, actually nationwide, that's been deemed a key indicator of student success. We have a clerk at every single school site. We work together as a team. We meet quarterly as a group, and we talk every single day to figure out how can our school sites become more responsive.
We have a great system here at Sutter Middle School, a great support staff, but I don't ever feel like I'm alone in the sense of when I need additional support. So I just feel supported. I think that's the best part, is not feeling that you have to come up with all the ideas yourself, or that it's only your school that's responsible. We really take a team approach here at Folsom, Cordova. So that's probably the best part, is the team aspect of it.
We have a really amazing team here in our building that's responsible for supporting all 37 of our schools with attendance. I'm really proud of all the work they're doing, because we're seeing it in the data that more of our students are coming to school each and every day, and more of our staff are as well. We know that our students' life outcomes are really predicted on the success that they have while they're with us, from preschool all the way to 12th grade and beyond. And so it is our responsibility, starting with the superintendent throughout all 3,000 plus employees, and making sure that we come to work each and every day and grind for you and for families to make sure that you know that your students are going to have a very engaging and rigorous and exciting experience each and every day of school while they're in our school buildings.
This attendance work is hard, and we're really here to help schools work on systems. I think the number one thing of that system are the boots on the ground. Early intervention, feeling connected at school is everything. Yes, we have other areas. If students are missing school, we have more formal meetings. We come up with more expensive plans. But the number one thing that we've noticed are connections at schools. And that is really a huge piece. Students wanting to be at school, wanting to be part of that school.
This is Miss Monica, the attendance taker.
Yep. What do I do here on campus, do you know?
You make sure the kids here are okay.
The Mitchell team is fabulous, supporting our students. My door's open, my phone line's open, my emails are open. I'm open to listening what some of the barriers families have, and usually when we have those conversations, we can start working together to eliminate those barriers, especially if it's language barriers. I speak Spanish. A lot of families don't know about our resources. They are like, I was never told, or I wasn't aware of. So when we have those conversations, I like to lay that menu of options, and hopefully we can find the right match. Prevention is our biggest weapon in our cabinet, is our starts. Usually that's when we're having those deep conversations with families of why they're not coming to school. And ultimately we see improvement after those meetings.
We get together as a staff and try to come up with a plan to meet the needs of the student. And then we let the parents know that, hey, this is not a bad thing. It's actually a good thing. We want to put all these things in place to help you, so you feel supported. And, when we get to the point where the SARB, to the next step, it's like, hey, it's getting a little more serious. We've got to come up with a plan together. And we're not working against you. We want to work with you.
When we have the new parents coming in for TK and kindergarten, they're coming in clean slate, not knowing anything about what it means to have a perfect attendance or how much attendance matters, especially with the sick policies is really important. I think with new parents and the littles, if they have a cough, they're concerned, but we could let them know as long as your child is not throwing up or any kind of fever, your child is still welcome to come to school. They're more than welcome to bring their water bottle, have it on the desk, make sure they're taking their vitamins, communicating with the teacher, letting them know Joey might have a little bit of a cough, but he's still here in school, and he's more than welcome to go to the nurse's office, maybe take a little bit of a break, drink some water. But him being here and learning also kind of sets the tone for the kids how important attendance is.
I work very closely with the community school team. I'm on the ADP team and I'm on the middle team here. And we work to support these children in any way we can. We do home visits. We do everything that the family may need. We find in a lot of these home visits what the actual issues are. We have bought bikes, we have gotten donations, and we will issue that student a bike, a helmet, and a lock. That way, that little bit of angst in the parents is taken away, because now their student's gonna get to school on time and get home safely as well. We try to tell the parents, look, if you need help, come see us. If you need help, call us. If you need help, email us. Because once again, we don't know until we know.
I had an issue in 7th grade where I missed 2 weeks of school because of a trip we took. All classes I had to catch up really badly. Mr. Rosales helped me. And so from that on, I just kind of just focus on just being in school every day. Like I miss school sometimes, especially like when it's like 2 days back to back. It's really hard to like catch up again. I feel like I frequently hear a lot of people talking about like, oh, like I don't want to go, but you know, in this period, like all my friends are there and like it's always a fun time, so that's why they go. And like even for myself, like that's one of my biggest motivators, like seeing my friends during lunch and like talking to them and stuff like that.
Seeing my friends, best friends, they encourage me a lot of why I go to school, and they encourage me to do better in my classes so we can grow at the same pace, so I don't, we grow together.
Because when you're not there, you're missing a whole day of school. That's a lot of things you're missing out on. That's a lot of material that you could have had in your head that you're missing out on. I don't know, I'll do this work it.
Just be good, go to class, have fun.
We try and tell the kids, like, we want to help you. We're here to help you. We're not here to be the scary authoritarian. Like, we just want to help you figure out whatever you need to get to your next place in life. Because our ultimate goal is to graduate students that are prepared for whatever comes next. My role for attendance, and really all of our assistant principals' role, is to really work with our kids and make sure that they feel welcome and connected, and then help troubleshoot them when we notice that they're having attendance issues. Our big strategy is really just getting to know the kids, and most of our challenges are either transportation or mental health, and then just providing those supports as much as possible. Personally done home visits to try and help parents get through to kids on why it's important, and really taking it case by case and kid by kid, because every kid is different and they all need something different.
At the high school level, which is primarily where I'm working at, I'm like, these are your last 4 years, and then you're out there in the real world. So I want to make this count for you as much as possible. Communication to me is where it all starts. So whether that's picking up the phone and making a phone call, sending an email, we've been using more of Parent Square, which is our district-wide communication piece. Empower families to use Power School because they can access grades, attendance, emailing teachers. We do postcards here. I call them KFC cards, but it's kudos from Cordova. And so we try to encourage our staff, to send them out at the beginning of the school year. I put like 10 of them in every teacher's mailboxes. And I told them, I said, hey, you've got these. And it doesn't have to be that your student did some huge wow factor in your classroom. Maybe it's just you hadn't seen them all week and then they showed up. Like, hey, we're really glad that you were here. We have a lot of very caring staff here at Cordova. I know we have a lot of caring staff at Mills and Mitchell's and in all of our school sites. So we really do want to support you, and I hope that that's felt. Attendance matters.
Attendance matters.
Attendance matters.
Attendance matters. Attendance matters.
Good evening, President Clark, Superintendent Swanson, and members of the board. As Scott mentioned, my name is Maggie Cunin, and I have the honor of being the Child Welfare and Attendance Specialist for the school district. I also grew up in Folsom, Cordova Unified Schools, along with my colleagues behind me, and I saw all of our faces light up seeing students, and that really centers the work that we do. Attendance improvement work we know is incredibly challenging, but also rewarding. Attendance is our #1 academic intervention. Let that sink in. If students are not present in the classroom and carrying a sense of belonging at school, we know that they can't benefit from any other intervention or curriculum we implement. And I'm in a room of amazing educators, and I'm so honored by that. And it just fuels my fire to get them to school. I'm proud to be on a team that continuously invests in our own people and empowers staff to find their purpose and role within attendance improvement, centered around their unique strengths. You could see the different skill sets in that video, but we all are working so hard to come together and bring everything we can to the table. We follow continuous, reliable support, but we also combine that, to Superintendent Swanson's point, with high expectations and high accountability from a district level, because we are here for our students and our families. And we know that there's a root cause challenge every single day with students of why they're not at school. It's not a simple problem. And we work to understand that why every single day. And we can't do this without functional attendance teams at every site. You see the quote that says, "The system is never the sum of its parts. It's the product of their interaction." And we repeat that all the time to ourselves in this work because it takes all of us. During this presentation, you'll hear us refer to chronic absenteeism, which was touched on in the video, but chronic absenteeism emerged as a distinct issue when researchers found that missing 10% of the school year, whether excused or unexcused, negatively impacts student achievement. Unlike traditional truancy, which we think is really punitive, chronic absenteeism highlights how health challenges, socioeconomic challenges, school climate, and disengagement create barriers to consistent attendance, and that disproportionately affects our marginalized students. And we know that holding a meeting and checking boxes on a contract will never be enough to improve attendance. It's actually a mindset. We think attendance is a mindset. It's a daily commitment for us as staff and families because we know it's a foundation for life and it allows students opportunities they deserve once they graduate on time, and we work with them on that. We always strive to consistently bring restorative and supportive mindsets with a clear goal in mind to be on time every day and ready to learn. I think one of the biggest misconceptions of the SARB meeting we talked about in the video, those district level school attendance review boards, is that they can be a simple fix. But there's no simple fix to attendance, and Scott always says it takes a long time for habits to build, and it can take a long time for habits to change. But we work as a team consistently, and you'll hear me reiterate that, but we are a team. Mike and Bree in the audience, and Monica, you saw in the video, we couldn't have better support for our students at our sites. And something that just always blows me away with this, and I hope we can all keep this in mind, is that students who miss just one day every 2 weeks miss nearly 1.5 years of school between kindergarten and the 12th grade. 1.5 years, we think just missing a day every 2 weeks.
Okay. So we had to throw the tiered triangle in there because we still do that for everything. But in all seriousness, this was a real simplistic picture. But when you start breaking it down, it is very complex. We need to have that strong tier 1 in order to reduce the tier 2 and then even more so the tier 3 interventions. For many, many years, we played the game of whack-a-mole, which we see a problem, we throw everything in the kitchen sink at it. That might work for short term, but that's a recipe for burnout, and it's definitely not an efficient system. It's very similar to if you've had a knee issue, you don't go straight to surgery. You could rehab it, you might take some ibuprofen, exercise, get x-rays. So some of our tier 1 examples would be teachers standing by the doors, engaging academics in the classroom, a student having a strong connection with an adult on campus. And some of our schools are just really thinking outside of the box. I know Kinney and Prospect have really done a great job with a variety of cultural days for connections. Cordova Villa is doing seasonal days, but you have to be there on time. So I think most recently they did a hot chocolate day. These little things matter. They seem kind of silly, but they're so important for that connection piece. And then tier 2, just a few things. Some students do need more support. And I think it's important that we must have a system to identify those students who need that support early. And that would be our SARTs that were mentioned earlier. Do you know our schools have done over 1,500 SARTs this year? Those are student meetings with the families. 1,500. I mean, we have to give some serious kudos to our sites. Principal Baduris, excuse me, at Natoma Station, just I think outside the box, some of her students who are struggling, she offers some lunch with the principal. I know Mr. Tucker at Navigator is doing the same. We do sometimes have to go to tier 3, and that would be our SARB, and that would also be truancy court. We do about 175 SARBs, more than any other district around us. And I don't really care about that. What I'm proud of is that we take a real positive approach. In any meeting, whether it's a first meeting, SART, a SARB, we always want to address the root causes. We want to be supportive. We want to have clear goals for the family, for the student, for staff, for the district, for the coach that's helping out. We want to have, and then we want to have accountability. We want to follow up. I do think it's important, you know, as educators, we're pretty bad at bragging, but I think this is a pretty awesome, thing. Let's just say that. And I would say we are head and above our, when it comes to chronic absenteeism rate, and that has just been improving and improving. And we're hoping it's going to improve even more this year. Actually, hope's not a strategy. We are going to improve more this year. And even some of our surrounding districts that are part of Rancho Cordova, or even a little bit part of Folsom, we're kind of blowing them out of the water too. So we as a team, we've presented to other districts. We presented last year at this time to SCOE's board on some of the work we've been doing. We were acknowledged by the Association of California School Administrators, ACSA. We presented there as one of the main presentations. We're one of the founding members of SCOE's Attendance and Engagement Network. So we're all in when it comes to this work. And we're really excited that we're working with, I've never worked so closely with surrounding districts. So as I mentioned earlier, we're up to 94.7. Our district goal is 96, and we're going to get there. Our chronic absenteeism rate, this is a little bit higher, you might notice, because that does include our secondary, where the dashboard does not. But our goal is to get that below 10%. Super proud of this work, too. When we talk about student groups, it's so easy to look at data and just look at it overall, but once you start really doing a deeper dive, we have some serious disproportionality with our LCAP groups. Every single one of our LCAP groups has improved every single year for 3 years, except for our foster youth. However, we're on pace to improve this year, and that's Dr. Pease and her team. So by the end of this year, we're gonna improve in every single LCAP group. So super excited for that, and you can see 22% for Black students, 17 for Hispanic, 16 with our students with IEPs.
So within this work, we never want to just focus on the celebration aspect, which is so important, but we never want to stand up here and come across like we have it all figured out, because we certainly do not, and we have room for growth. We know that there are about 1,100 students who should be at school in our district who are not at school every single day. That's our average. And sadly, this can be predictable sometimes for our LCAP group students, and we work really hard to address this, as Scott mentioned. The challenge we're trying to solve is clear, which is improving our system and removing barriers for improved attendance for all students. But we know the biggest strategy we have is early intervention. We use the adapt, adopt, abandon model to guide our attendance strategies. It helps us figure out what's working, what needs tweaking, and what isn't making an impact. So we can focus our efforts on what really helps students get to school. And through that, we use all of our interventions, the tiered interventions Scott mentioned, SART, SARBs, and truancy court. But these meetings can be counterproductive if they're not done with a strength-based approach. All families have their strengths, and a contract that might sound punitive to them is not going to empower them to come to school. So it's about how we do that appropriately. And holding a meeting is just not enough. You'll hear us say that so often. We look at every aspect to bring a supportive mindset to the family. So this is what I'm most excited to share, and that's the work of our clerks overseeing attendance at all of our sites. Rose from Folsom Hills Elementary was featured in the video, but we know these dedicated FCUSD employees work around the clock, not just their hours, to identify patterns of absences and notify our office and administrators when we're seeing something that just doesn't feel right. They're also often the first faces you see when you walk into our school sites, greeting families, welcoming visitors, and they wear many hats and advocate for our community every day. We meet quarterly with them, with our team, to just check in on what's happening to problem solve. We also we train in equity, and we follow our improvement science models, and we often are doing a root cause analysis to bring back to their sites. We also have a Microsoft Teams group where we're chatting every single day throughout the day as a team, and that's been really helpful just to support each other and calibrate our practices district-wide. And I could name all of them, but Trish Tipton at Cordova Villa, Veronica Mosier at Rancho Cordova Elementary, Michelle Harder at Navigator, and Chris Easter at Goldridge come to mind with initiatives they have going. If you're at sites, a lot of them are starting a March Madness attendance challenge, so keep an eye out for that, who's winning. And as a team in our office, we provide attendance incentives for students to earn. We know those short-term incentives are everything, and we can provide that for the parent or guardian to supply at home or through our office. So for example, if a student comes 10 days in a row on time, they can earn a basketball and support their passions. We mentioned home visits, but that's probably our most powerful tool, not just to hopefully have a student come with us to school, but also empathy gathering for our staff. Once we can really understand every family's unique story, and they are all unique, it allows us to literally meet them where they are and hopefully build that trusting relationship over time and address fears or concerns. We're really familiar with the education settings we're in. That's not everyone's experience. So showing understanding of that or sympathy for that and working with them is everything. And our key initiative is our 20-day challenge. This is something we have really worked hard to implement and continue. And it's the first 20 days of school in August, as well as the first 20 days when we're back from winter break in January. And this ensures that no student is absent without a live voice call home to our families, and not just a clearing an absence call, but really digging into where's your student today, how can we support them, and how can we build trust throughout the school year. We've seen consistency and collaboration amongst school sites through these initiatives, and we provide them with materials like a triage map or a script. We have a Google Drive that we're all using, so we're using similar vocabulary, strength-based language, and making sure that they all know the questions to ask and where to go to for support for our internal staff.
Dr. Huber's telling me to hurry up over there. It was a 10-minute video. We're almost done. No, the burrito blankets also, the kids love the burrito blankets. That's another. Earlier I did mention thinking about just some of the commonalities that you're seeing in systems. Here's what we notice. By the way, I never thought I would wake up and go to bed thinking about attendance every day, but here I am, and I'm unapologetic about it. 20 years ago, if you would have told me that, Carol, when we used to work, I mean, this is just mind-blowing, but no, one thing is having the data systems. Oh my gosh, we finally have clean data on everything, and now we're really learning how to use that data. The restorative and trauma-informed, how important is it? These are every time an opportunity to hear the individual stories from our families, and they're all unique. We know the stronger climate, we know that caring adult, the impact on that. We also know that focusing on the PK, TK, and kinder is everything. Those habits that are developed can either help them all the way through life, or those negative habits can be the opposite. And it's always hard to put that toothpaste back in that tube the older students get. I'm not saying we give up on them, but we know that this is really where we can have the most impact. And then the inter and intra, super excited, our community schools folks. I know many are here, our homeless services. We've worked real closely with our EL, with fiscal services, in our special education department. So super excited there, and also our district partners. So I guess just next steps, we have some real functional attendance teams at sites, not at every site, but we're getting there. We're just working, I'd say not a week or two goes by without working with one of our neighboring districts. The earlier interventions is really a focus. And then just keep educating, not only students, but families, and also our staff. All I have. That's all I have. We'd love any questions.
Yes, thanks, Scott. Really appreciate this slide, and it's funny because right before the meeting, I said I wanted to talk to you about doing something. This is right along the lines of what I wanted you to do. So you have an open invitation from our CSBA delegates to do a presentation at our next delegate assembly in May. So I will send you that information. I think it's important that the rest of the districts across the state see what we're doing and the progress that we're making. So I'll get you that information, hopefully.
Can I have 30 minutes?
You can have 30 minutes.
I'm in.
Yeah, I will warn you that it is at 7:30 in the morning, but
Perfect.
But we would love to have you come out and speak to.
I'd love to. We would love to.
Huh?
I see you have to be the first one.
Well, I don't know, but anyway, right? But I just want you to know that we appreciate you giving a presentation, especially to Axel and Scoey, and letting them know that we're doing some good things in Folsom, Cordova. So I'll get you that information and love to have you there. I will entertain any comments from the board.
Mr. President?
Yes, Mr. Reed.
First of all, congratulations to the team for the accomplishment. I love the graph that shows FCUSD compared to other school districts. I have to imagine we must be one of the top in the entire state if we knew the statistics of the other school districts. But that's really a testament to the hard work that the team has done over the last several years. But attendance has always been an item that FCSD has taken seriously, at least ever since I've been on the board, since 2018, 2019. I've heard time and time again about attendance, but you guys just took it to another level in the last several years, and that's incredible. I particularly love the attendance signs. I know that one. Every time I go visit a school site, I take a look at the attendance sign before I even go into the office to see the statistics. And I have to think that will resonate to a certain degree with many parents when they see that. Maybe even a little competition, right? Who can get the better attendance. On the area of attendance, there are a couple of frustrations that I have, and not with you folks, but more with parents. The Disney trips, the going to visit the in-law or the relatives. I mean, we have blocks of weeks that we have off in the summertime, in spring break, so many other opportunities for them to do traveling, but they choose to make these trips dead smack in the school year, which is not healthy for their kids to be missing school, even if it's on these types of trips. One thing that, and this, I guess technically this isn't absenteeism, but when you mention 10%, so that's basically 18 days, correct? 180 days school, 10%, 118 days. I mean, 18 days, seems like a lot, but at the same time, it's not a lot. And one of the things that I've often been concerned about is when we pull kids out of the classroom, because they're technically not absent. They're at school, but they're being pulled out for counseling or some other type of reason. That takes them away from the classroom and loss of instruction. I think we need to really be careful when we pull students out of classes and the loss of education that they have when we pull them out of classes. Again, it's not really absenteeism, but in a way, it's the same impact because they're out of the class and not missing the instruction. The other, and I don't think there's really anything to do about this, but the amount of athletes that miss class time too is substantial for away games and things of that nature. And I guess the best we can do is obviously, to the degree we can with the various leagues, is to time the games a little bit more appropriately so that they don't miss school. I just. On Tuesday, I played hooky from work. My son's home from college, and he wanted to go skiing, so we went up to Sierra Tahoe to go skiing, and it was somewhat crowded, surprisingly, but it was mostly school students who had high schools that had ski teams. And I was going up the lift with one of the coaches, and I said, "So is this like vacation week?" And they're like, "No, they're off from school to compete." I was just like, wow. I mean, that's just, again, loss of instruction time. So anyway, those are just my observations. But overall, wonderful job, and keep up the good work.
I was just going to say, Scott, I did know when you were walking down the hallway at Folsom Middle School that one day you would be thinking about attendance all night. Thank you for all of your hard work. And kind of to piggyback on David's comments, I think that the one theme I did see was the connectedness and recognizing and understanding that the way that students feel connected is sometimes different. And so So allowing those opportunities that are sometimes outside of the classroom or that direct learning is what keeps kids coming to school. So there's a give and take, I think, with that. And then when it comes to pulling out for maybe special ed or for mental health services, those students need those supports so that they can learn while they are in class. So if somebody is in need of mental health services, for them to feel okay to learn, they need to make sure that they're getting those services. And sometimes school is the only time and place that those students can get it. So thank you. You guys are doing an amazing job. And I'll make sure you're later than 7:30 in the presentations at CSBA.
30 minutes. That's all I ask.
I was just gonna say, like, as a parent, these are really working. I did have a student who had been ill for 3 days, thought she was recovered, sent her, they called me and said, you need to come pick her up. She's not feeling well. Went to Mitchell's 6th grade night and talked to some other incoming navigator to Mitchell parents. And I said, oh man, like, because the teacher sent an email out and said, hey, please do not send your kids to school if they're ill. And I was like, you guys, I'm so sad. I'm like, it was me. And they're like, no, we did the same thing. So there was like 4 parents that all of us thought they were semi-recovered. And so we did fill that pool of not, missing and trying to get them back as soon as possible. So I was relieved to think I wasn't the only offender of it. But that messaging, at least as a parent, is really coming through. And I really appreciate that. And of course, I would be remiss if I did not mention our community schools. And thank you to Mr. Rosales for pointing that out and that collaboration and really having those community supports that we can push into to having those things like the bikes and things like that. So when we're finding that it is, that we have a transportation issue, that we can find resolutions to those things. And so, just seeing in our meetings with community schools, all the attendants are up at all of those locations. And so I think it's like between our attendance clerks and those teams working collaboratively, we're really seeing some really good improvements. And I appreciate both teams for all the work that they do. So thank you.
Awesome. Scott, thank you again. This is a great presentation. If you don't mind, can you move to the slide 9, please? I know there is some specific numbers I really want to call out. In last couple of years, you're bringing from 47 to 25% on the third bullet. That's a big jump in a couple of years. And from 34% to 17%, it's almost 50% reduction on those. Is that the hot chocolate helping there, or what exactly is
hot chocolate and burrito blankets, if I had to
blankets.
nail it down. But no, it's really the boots on the ground. I mean, they're really the ones, we get a lot of the credit, but they're the amount of work that our sites are doing and being intentional, and we are actually being intentional working with certain student groups, which is easier said than done, but we still have a lot of growth in that area too.
Right, okay. Thank you again. I know I was joking, that's not my point, but you corrected me very well. It's the people working behind the scenes. And I echo what my colleague said, especially David, when FCUSD all the way at the bottom is awesome good, right? So it is. And when I'm visiting schools with the superintendent, of late, and I see the 95%, right? I felt so happy. The one thing probably I'll take me as a parent, telling the parents, I don't know how appropriate it is connected to the funding also. I don't know, I'm just saying it here, the state looks at that way only. And this district is really need, those dollars to invest back to the kids, all kids, right? So this is an awesome thing. I didn't know when my kids were growing. That's the point I am making here.
We need to be better educating.
Right? That's important. It's not that, it's not a block of grant state is giving irrespective of what kids' attendance is. No. It is by people, by every day. That's how we see it, right? I just want to make that point across the board to the parents. It is a serious thing. If the kid is really serious, yes, sick it is. So again, thank you so much for bringing those numbers so down. And I echo what our president said. CSBA, golden gavel. This may be one of
It
those,
is-
my
it is a-
friend.
It is a golden bell moment.
Golden bell.
Gotta happen.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. All right. Yes. And now this is one of my favorite. Item 3, recognition of National Board Certified Teachers.
All right. Okay, I am so honored to take this away. I am Sarah Kirby Gonzalez. I'm the facilitator of our National Board Program. And so thank you to President Clark and to board trustees, student board trustees, Superintendent Swanson, and all of our fabulous team, staff, and the families and the kids. So the pictures here are all from our classrooms, and they speak to what is so unique and special about National Board Certification, and that is that our teachers are certifying who serve our youngest kids in TK all the way through high school. And so this is a certification that is available to all of our educators in the district, and we have folks across the district in all grades and across school sites as well. I am not privy to this. It worked. All right. So here we go. National Board is really the gold standard. It's the highest level of certification that we can receive as educators. It started in 1987, and it's really designed by teachers and for teachers. When you look at the 5 core propositions, especially the pieces that are bolded there, they weave in perfectly with all the initiatives you're talking about in the district that we heard this evening. And those are really what's woven through every single certificate. We're committed to our kids. We know the subjects we teach. We manage and monitor our student learning. We think systematically, and we're members of the learning communities. And the research supports National Board certification as well. It makes a difference with our longevity, and it makes a difference with our kids. These are the 4 components of certification. For some of you, this is a little bit of a review, and others, this is new. So there's 4 pieces to certify. The first one is a computer-based assessment, which is done on the computer. It's a very rigorous test, and that is based on the certificate area of that teacher. The others are completely unique to that teacher in the classroom. And so there's differentiation of instruction where you are using your student work and you are really investigating and digging down into what your students need, and you're giving that as your evidence. It's student work. It's showing what you did to meet their needs, either to provide maybe more in depth and extension, or to give maybe some remediation, go back and do some reteach. The third one is the teaching practice. Usually it's 2 videos, about 15 minutes each, and then you're analyzing those videos as well. So it's how you are interacting with your students, how you're helping them interact with one another, the work that they're doing. And the fourth one is really about formative and summative assessment and working with your colleagues and in your PLCs and with the larger community. It takes 200 to 400 hours to go through this process and certify. Some teachers do it in a year, but you have all the way up till 5 years. And it really is a journey. And even submitting all of these processes, it's very rigorous. The certification process I've spoken to before, it's about in the 70% in terms of who certifies. So this is a very, very rigorous process, but we believe that high standards for teachers mean better learning for students. And so there's a lot on this slide, but I'm so excited that this year I was able to update and say that we have had I will hopefully do that soon. We have 80 teachers who've certified a national board in this district. 39 are currently in our district. So I put all of their names there because I really want to honor all of the educators that we've had go through this process. But those in gray have retired or moved into other roles, and all that are in green are still in our district. You may notice that some of them are your administrators, some of them are at your district level, working in the offices as well. And we have remained a consistent leader in our region in this work. We are one of only 7 national board networks in the entire state. When we think about what some of the networks are, the others we have, they're out of Stanford, UCLA, and Berkeley. We work closest with the Stanford National Board Center. Many of our teachers have also earned District Teacher of the Year. We've also had teachers who've been honored at the state and national level. And what you do, the reason that we have such a strong program is because as a board and district, you support our certification through paying the fees for teachers. So all of those hours of work they're doing, they are doing those on their own time, but you are paying for, the district is paying for their certification. Also, there is a stipend, about $860 that is annual for teachers who certify. And then the district pays for a release day for the facilitator of the program as well to help manage it. And so all of that is really paying in dividends when you see how many people we have. If you are in this room and your name is on there, can you just stand up and we can all clap for you and honor you? Wave your hands. So even though the district will pay for funding, we have really been capturing the state incentive and subsidy. And so we have been able to capture for the district over $10,000 in savings because all of the teachers who have names right there in bulleted are going through the process right now and have all of their fees paid for by the state. And so that is a huge win for us. Your fees are covered if you work at a school that is 55% or higher unduplicated. So our foster youth, our low socioeconomic students, our EL students. And we, of course, I've supported teachers over the years from all of our schools. We would love to have teachers across the district. It just so happens this is the first year we've had this where all of our teachers are from Rancho who are currently going through this. And so we're able to capture that money. The other piece that we have is a $5,000 annual stipend for teachers who have certified, lasts for 5 years. And that is teachers who are also at the high priority schools as well. And that is a nice incentive that the state is giving us to help with retention because we know retention is challenging across our schools. It's especially challenging in our high priority schools. You'll notice that it says that the funding is set to expire in 2026. But the governor's latest bill or budget trailer bill currently has national board staying and that it would be extended to 2031. So we are hoping and we're going to lobby hard and hopefully you can use your voices too to really extend that because it helps offset our fees and it helps our profession. So with that, we now have our big celebration to do. These are our teachers. They have to wait a really long time to certify. They do that whole process I talked to you about. They submit May, and then they have to wait all the way until December until they have a score release. And then they see fireworks on their screen when they certify. So these are them. And they are phenomenal, and I really want you to hear from them as they come up. We have a pin. When you achieve national board, you get a pin, and they'll get a beautiful certificate too. And we're going to have them come up. We're going to honor them, and then I hope that we can also take a picture for our press release that we will have, and I'm happy to answer questions at that time too. All right, so take it away.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Isaacs.
And I'm Kelly Dowd.
And we certified in early, middle childhood English language arts.
Literacy.
And reading.
Yes.
It's
been a while. So it's so weird that in front of kids, no nerves. In front of adults, I'm like, oh my God.
I know.
Good evening, everyone. We just want to take a moment to say a huge thank you for the support and recognizing the hard work that goes into national board certification. The process is all about becoming better educators for our students, and having your encouragement means the world. To make it more concrete, as a first grade teacher, I think of it as like national board has given me these glasses that I didn't have before. So when I'm planning, when I'm instructing, when I'm making those moves in the moment, I have these new glasses where I see everything through. When I'm looking at the curriculum critically, all of those things, I think it really just gave me this new view that I never had before all of this work. Your support helps us keep growing, learning, and making a difference in the classroom every day.
We want to give a special thank you to Sarah Kirby-Gonzalez, who without Sarah, so many of us have spent our Saturdays with you, late night emails and phone calls, and you're always there. You came in videotaped in our classroom, sometimes more than more than, once if the video camera wasn't working and we had to redo the whole thing all over again. So you're a big reason why Folsom Cordova has so many teachers who have certified. I was just saying we're in a lot of online groups, and there's some teachers from other districts that they're like, typing, they're like, I don't know what to do. How do I get started? What do I do? And they're doing it all on their own. And that really wasn't the case with Sarah. We got to meet every Saturday, and she gave up her time, and she was just really there for us on top of doing her other job, which is awesome. This presentation is about she doesn't like the recognition, but it really is a call to keep her position as our supervisor funded as well, because that was really helpful to all of our teachers. So just from the bottom of our hearts, thank you so much for supporting National Board. Thank you for believing in teachers, and it's a testament to the power of excellence in education. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Drew Bernadette,
And I'm Brian Zavoda.
and we've been co-teaching at Cordova High together for 4 years now.
4
And
years.
We get confused all the time. People think we're twins. But I know. But yeah, we wanted to directly thank the board tonight for supporting this program and providing funding for it, and amazing mentors like Sarah, facilitators like Sarah. We both really learned a lot through this process. My students benefited greatly from this process, as well as Brian's kids.
Well, we shared the same kids for
We
this
shared the
process.
same kids, yeah. So they got double team. They really benefited. Yeah, and so we just really appreciate the support and the opportunity for this. And so we thank you all.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Good evening, board. I'm GJ Spicker-Soberpena. I am the district lead teacher for secondary ELA. I got my national board certification in adolescent for English language arts. It was a 2-year journey for me, and Sarah was with me the whole way. So having someone in a position to be able to support teachers and convince me that it was definitely worth my time, and every step of the way she could pinpoint what direction to go in. And she was there to videotape me. Brian was there to videotape me. I did my work at Cordova High School. And all in all, I always thought myself, I was in the department, the classroom for over 20 years, and I still wanted to continue learning, my own learning. And so this was something I was like, I'm going to challenge myself to do it. And so working with students and being able to track all my thinking from every single step of the way for how it was going to work with my students, how it was going to improve their learning outcomes, how it was going to challenge me too in the process, how am I going to engage students, how am I going to set the rigor really high. And I did it with Duplo blocks with seniors in IB English, and I got them to do amazing visible thinking strategies that made me feel so good about the work that I was doing, and getting seniors to be engaged in the second semester of their, that was pretty, I felt pretty impressed with myself. So for that, again, this whole journey has been well worth it, and my husband is here, and he definitely helped me through a lot of the struggles when he's like, you're still at the computer. Yes, because I'm editing and as English teachers, and when there's a word count and you cannot go over it, every word matters. So it helped me just be a better teacher. And I love the glasses metaphor that she used, but it's a lens that I use for everything. And then just the weaving of all my practices. Thank you so much for supporting this and continuing to make it happen for other teachers in the future.
Awesome.
Hello, I'm Chrissy Gajewski. I'm the only renewal up there, which means I did this 10 years ago. And somehow, thank you to the board for the financial support, but also providing us with Sarah, the facilitator, because I would not have gone through the torture again had I not been told, oh, it's paid for. And I got you every step of the way. So thank you very much for that support.
All right. Teachers aren't very good about talking about themselves, but they are really incredible, phenomenal people. We're lucky to have them. I'm happy to answer any questions, and then if we could take a picture, I would love that.
Yeah, I'll entertain any questions from the board.
It's not a question, but comment.
Sure.
Thank you and thank you. That 80, yes. Maybe you can give us some inspiration. What motivated you to drive this one? I know this is super good for our 22,000 kids.
I'm going to take no credit for all of this work. I'm going to say that this started in 1994 with Ginny Bateman, who is my mentor and many others. And she was one of the first to certify, and she brought along a group. And the district supported her as a lead teacher at the time with this work. And so she mentored many of us in this room. We did our masters together as well in that program. So many of our numbers of those 80 are from Ginny Bateman's work here. She retired. The fabulous Sarah Parenson took over and ran this program for many years as a lead teacher. And then Wendy Saul took over and led this program. And so I am in their footsteps. So, but really remember those hours of work, that is all the teachers and all they're doing. So I love working with them every day. They're really incredible people.
Thank you.
All right. We would be more than happy to come down and take a picture.
We'll come right
Yes.
all national board teachers. And I know it's a long time. Our national board Thank you.
It is. I don't know.
Pay for it.
Yes. We shall find it.
You guys need to You guys squeeze in. All right, squish in. Oh, you're good. You guys scoot in a little bit. Yeah. All right. There we go. Took a dozen, Sarah.
All right. We are on to item, I believe, 11, public comment. Time will be given to the speakers at the direction of the board chairman. The law allows the public to address the board on any matter not on the agenda, but the law prohibits action by the board on non-agenda items. So with that being said, we will go on to, make sure I get this right. This is a new format for me. We'll go with number 2, and that is Janelle March.
Good evening, President Clark, Superintendent Swanson, and board members. We have a gift we're passing out that was gifted from our school, families, and community members to help drive this point a little bit, but my name's Janelle Marion, and I'm here today as a parent and also as a former leader of our school garden program at Goldridge Elementary to express my deep concern over the district's continued use of glyphosate and other harmful herbicides on school grounds. These chemicals pose serious health risks for our children, staff, community, and the environment. Glyphosate has been classified as a probable carcinogen by the World Health Organization, and multiple studies have linked exposure to increased risks of childhood leukemia, respiratory issues, endocrine disruption, and developmental disorders. Children are particularly vulnerable because their bodies are still developing. As a registered nurse, I can attest to this. They're more likely to come into direct contact with treated areas through play, and school should not be one of those places. While my heart is here to be a voice for our children, my own too included, this is not just about students. School staff, including teachers, custodians, and groundskeepers, are also frequently exposed to these chemicals. I know that our custodians clean up spaces that have been sprayed. One of our staff members takes time each day to pick up trash around campus. Our PE teacher spends most of her time on the grounds at school as well. What about each of them and their exposure? At 38 myself, I was diagnosed with cancer, and I can tell you, trust me, no one wants to experience this. So why use toxins that increase the likelihood that someone would? The consequences of this continued chemical use are already being felt. We lost several plantings last year, and this year our garden program had to be abandoned entirely due to safety concerns after emails went unanswered. Answers we needed in order to create a safe experience. Ms. Lofthouse, you so kindly made a site visit last spring after I spoke at the board meeting and participated in planting with us at Goldridge. I want to thank you. It was an absolute joy to have you be there to witness what that was like for our school community. I also spoke alongside our principal at a city council meeting last spring to shine a positive light on our district and to share how this incredible program had been for our school. And this program was impactful and important, and now it's gone. Families at our school want to form a green team to handpull weeds and implement non-toxic solutions, yet could not without more information and permission. Repeated emails to the district's head of maintenance and operations went unanswered from August until last month, preventing us from knowing when and where spraying occurs and what they're using. Without transparency, we had to walk away as it's not worth risk to anyone. I recently met with the district lead on this issue, and his response felt defensive and dismissive. Rather than addressing health and safety concerns, I was told that home values were impacted by weeds and that safer alternatives are just too expensive. If you'll allow me a few more seconds, I'm almost finished. But what is the cost of our children's health? Many California schools have banned glyphosate and transitioned to safer methods, and our district should be proactive in doing the same. I urge you to immediately reassess the use of harmful herbicides and commit to non-toxic alternative. The community is ready to support sustainable solutions, but we need transparency to make it happen. There are families ready to take legal steps for resolution, and I'm really genuinely hopeful it doesn't have to go to that point. Let's meet in peace. We know better, so let's do better for our kids, for our community, and for each other. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
That's okay. Thank you.
Okay. We will go to Nikki West.
Hi, my name is Nikki, and I'm going to piggyback on what Janelle just said. I'm here tonight as a parent of 2 daughters and to express my deep concern with the continued use of toxic weed pesticides at our schools. When my youngest returned to school after the February break, she came home that Monday with a swollen, puffy eyes and complaining of stomach pain, which is very unusual for her. She has no known allergies, and we have changed nothing at home. I gave her allergy meds thinking it might be due to the early spring weather, and after doing this for 3 days and trying 3 different meds, nothing was changing. So it dawned on me that maybe something new was spread at our school. When I reached out to the principal, I soon found out later that they had sprayed during the break, but no one had a clear answer to when and where. After contacting Jim Bonovich at the district, there seemed to be conflicting info on dates and when it was done. He did give info on the product used, and that was Cheetah Pro. I do not believe my daughter's situation is just a coincidence, since she has never experienced these symptoms before and had no other symptoms aside from looking like she encountered an irritant. and her symptoms did persist that whole week. The other concern is that no one ever saw any signs posted and didn't receive notification about the school being sprayed on break, which seems very sneaky. Studies show that exposure to pesticides, especially in children, have long-term health effects, including developmental issues, neurological damage, and the increased risk of cancer. Cheetah Pro, the product used, and for the time purpose, I will only say that one of the main health issues is skin and eye irritation. Children have an increased likelihood to encounter these chemicals due to their hand-to-mouth behavior and being outdoors, touching things like kickballs that roll all over creation, digging in the dirt and bark, running in the grass, then eating snacks or lunch, and then touching their faces. These chemicals can negatively impact local wildlife and the environment, contaminating the water and soil as well. I understand that weed management can be deemed as an important issue, but there are safer, more sustainable alternatives to toxic pesticides that can be used to protect our children. Several schools in California have already adopted these options, and many more across the country. Our own city of Folsom only uses these types of chemicals as a last resort effort. I kindly ask that the school board will consider the following actions. Stop the use of toxic pesticides and prioritize safer methods. If I could have just a couple more seconds.
Yes, ma'am.
Glufosinate and glyphosate are not safe. We need transparency for everyone. Treatments should be known to the public and signs put up where they have sprayed and large enough for all to see. A tiny 5x7 sign at the front of the building does not cut it. Our children deserve better, and their health and safety should be our top priority. Together, we can work to build a safer school system. Thank you.
Right, thank you. And then we have Kristen Thompson.
Hi there. I'm actually here to talk about two issues. One of them was about the overcrowding. So do I talk about that now or do I wait?
You have to wait on that one.
Okay, so I will talk about the glyphosate then. Several times this school year, I've seen notices posted that glyphosate has been sprayed on school grounds during the school week. As stated on the warning label, areas sprayed with glyphosate should be avoided by humans and animals for at least 72 hours. My huge concern is that our elementary children are playing with balls during recess, then touching their mouths and faces, or worse, eating directly after recess. This is sometimes happening the same day glyphosate is being sprayed. The district has an obligation to provide a safe learning environment for our children. In order to truly protect our children, glyphosate use should be banned from school grounds. Safer alternatives are available and neighboring districts are using them. However, since the district chooses to continually ignore the multiple concerns Janelle Marion has brought to their attention, the bare minimum that can be done is to stop spraying during the school week. Please stop poisoning our kids. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, our next speaker is Evangeline Scott.
Hello, friends. Let me get my notes up here. Okay, I am requesting a committee be formed focused on what our high school students call the drug bathrooms. Vaping is a huge issue. I personally feel vaping is the new gateway drug. I've heard from Folsom High students that kids are even vaping in class. There was a pilot sensor program at Folsom High and the alarms were going off 10 to 20 times a day, so they just turned them off. Just absolutely shocking to me how horribly that pilot program was handled. Clearly, there's a problem. I'm not asking teachers to parent our kids. However, I am demanding we make sure our kids feel safe. Having kids say they just don't use the bathrooms due to vaping is us failing. I'm a mom with 2 high school students at Folsom High. I'm also the VP of the Folsom Police Foundation and in a monthly meeting with our chief of police getting updates on drug issues. So I feel a little qualified to make the request. Couple other items I figured I'd speak on since I'm here. My numbers could be a little off. These additional thoughts only came about from today's earlier meeting regarding overcrowding. Since we're hitting capacity and already over in some schools, I'm requesting the following items be reviewed and considered to be cut or adjusted. The IB program at Rancho and Mitchell, if memory serves, costs over $1 million and only yields about 10 to 15 graduates. There's a pretty wild gap between our high schools with credits based on the class schedule. I think it's 220 required credits to graduate. Again, my numbers could be a little off. Folsom's schedule puts them at 240, Cordova 280, and Vista 320. Vista wasn't built as a block schedule school, but they are. Folsom was built for block and isn't, and it just seems block schedules seem to be more expensive. I'm in support of suspending the inter-district transfers to Folsom High. I ditto everything Janelle said about the horrible toxins being used on our school campuses, and Scott Meyer deserves a raise. Bye.
All right, thank you. All right, Amy Valletta.
Hello. I have a son at Vista High School who can't use the bathroom without seeing kids vaping in there. There are other times where they just lock all the bathrooms when they find kids vaping. Then the kids have nowhere to go to the bathroom. According to my son and other kids at Vista that I've talked to, 90% of kids are vaping at school in the bathroom or even in the classroom, and there are no consequences. This has become a huge issue, a safety issue, a health issue for these kids. The schools are not taking any actions as far as consequences has taught the kids that it's okay to vape at school because there's really nothing done. I'm asking the board to put this issue as an immediate, urgent need, and I want to bring attention to this issue. We'd like the kids to be able to use bathrooms safely, and we want vaping at the schools gone altogether. Long-term goal is more education for the kids about the dangers of vaping, but the immediate goal is we want the kids to be able to use safe bathrooms, and we like the consequences for those who are caught, so the behavior is hopefully very discouraged at school. Please hear me, and please know that vaping is a huge problem in the schools. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Angelica Christensen.
Good evening, board. My name is Angelica, and I have 3 children, one at Folsom Hills, one at Folsom Middle School, and one at Vista. And I've already submitted comments prior to, but this is on, again, the bathrooms, but this time it's at Folsom Middle School, where my child has come home several times and stated that they're locked, whether it's in the PE locker room or they can't find the ones that are open because they've all of a sudden been locked during the school hours. And I've reached out to the principals. I get, Mr. Acosta, the vice principal. There's no response, no answers as to why they're being locked. I can only go off of what my child is telling me. And if we're gonna stand up here and preach about absenteeism and encouraging students to go to school, then you need to focus on this problem and making sure the bathrooms are open. I've instructed my child to leave the classroom during instruction if he has to go to find one, because this is the time where their social relationships with their peers are just developing, and mental health is very important. And if we want to make sure that they're advocating for themselves, then we need to make sure that their health and welfare is priority, because this is a safety issue. It's also a health issue. Thankfully I don't have a daughter, but if I did, I'd be even more adamant in advocating for them, because you're not paying our copays at the doctor's appointments if they're getting UTIs or other health issues. I mean, this has second and third order effects, how it's affecting the children at the school. They can't concentrate in class if they're needing to go. So again, you preach about, seats, bottoms and seats to get money, make the school user-friendly, for lack of better words, make it welcoming for the students, make them feel supported. and show some transparency. Why are the bathrooms being locked at the middle school? We just heard about several in the high school level, but why are they being locked at the middle school level? Why are the principals not responding? I shouldn't have to CC you on my emails to the administration in order to get a response. So I just ask you to make it a priority in making sure that our students feel safe so that it can improve their attendance, so they don't have to take a mental health day. And then also I wanted to ask you to look into the course offerings. There's a lot of talk right now about honor classes being taken away or challenge tests being taken away at the middle schools. And I know last year, Terry Daniels took away the 0 period at Folsom Middle School, but it was left at Sutter Middle School. There's no consistency across the board. So I just ask you to, look into these things that us as parents, we move here, particularly for these schools, but, if overcrowding is an issue, then you really need to look into the people that live in this community that are paying the taxes. Otherwise, it's representation or taxation without representation if you're allowing others to come in here and overcrowd our spaces that we are paying taxes for, specifically so that our kids can benefit from, a good education. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. Mr. Earl Smith.
Back my bag over here. Good evening, board. President Clark, I like saying that, sorry. Mr. Swanson, and the rest of the board. It's refreshing to hear other parents come here and complain. I just have to say it. I don't know how else to say it. I've said it a billion times. I've been at so many meetings, but I'm sorry, Principal Caden Head is awful as a principal. Just is. I mean, there's complaints I've heard from Faith because there's another girl that lives in our complex that looks like Faith. She came over last night, 10:30, crying. Kids is bullying her. It's the same thing Faith is going through. So if a principal can't handle a bath issue, it is. I mean, I've met with this guy a billion times. He does not care. He'll show he cares. He'll care to his administration. You got the ruling. Multiple acts of retaliation. Who do you support? That teacher that retaliated. It's just, you hear from other parents, the vaping is a problem. I just haven't addressed it because I'm dealing with the other matters that's more important to my daughter. It's not just that either. I support LGBTQ. I have friends that have committed suicide that I miss. Support that community. But I don't agree with children that are born a male going into a girl's bathroom, even though that child is someone I care about. Mr. Peterson, base principal when we moved here from LA. This guy is an awesome man. I love this guy. It was tough for Faith to move here. It was tough. Mr. Swanson, I see that same excellence. In this presentation you brought earlier, it looks great. And I love the fact that you said gold standard customer service. To survive in LA, you have to have gold standard customer service or you're squeezed out. But I'm sorry. And I would love, and I'm hopeful, but I know that's a big mountain to climb to get Folsom High. I mean, when you walk in that front room, the staff there in the front room are so dismissive and so rude. The attendance lady, she's gotten better, but the same thing. And I've told her, look, why are you acting like this? I'm already under enough stress, and you're just being dismissive. So if you can get this district to pull on these standards, I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to graduate from Michael Jordan to a whole another ordeal. So just to say, I wanted to talk about the SROs. I'll probably do that in another board meeting. But to say the last thing, on those gold standards, You were here when I talked with Dr. Huber. I asked him, who's in charge? Who's Mindy's boss? He said, Mr. Peterson. I still haven't had the opportunity to meet with Mr. Peterson. I was confused by it. I talked to Mr. Peter. He was confused by that. I came to find out Mr. Peter Marone is the person in charge of VAPA. I have been to so many meetings trying to find out who's the top of that. And I barely found out 2 weeks ago. That's absurd. So I don't think it should have gone as far as it's gone, but thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Smith. All right, Mr. Nayad Bat.
Respected board members, superintendent, my name is Dinat Bhatt. I'm a teacher at Cordova High School, and I've just come to just quickly tell you guys about something that I did at Cordova High School, or I'm doing it at the Cordova High School. I have a huge population of students who come from marginalized population, and it's one of my passion to help them. I have about 30% of my students who are Afghani students, and Afghani students, because many of them have just come to America, it's difficult for them to express themselves. They find it difficult to be part of the whole community. And I've gone through that same experience myself when I came to America. So I identified that with that. So one of the things that I did is that I brought in a guest lecturer during the flex time that we have. And the result, I had the students take an independent survey after they attended the lecture, and the results were promising. I'll just tell you guys a few numbers. Some of you actually already know these numbers, but they're pretty interesting. The first question that was asked to them was, hey, did you find today's lecture motivating in the studies that you're pursuing right now? 86% of the students said that it did, very much. Then the next question was, do you feel motivated to pursue higher education after this talk? 82% students say that they found it very much likely that they would try and pursue higher education after attending the lecture. Next question was, do you want to help, did today's talk help you feel confident and good about yourself? Which I thought was interesting because of the self-identity issue that some of them have, and 89% say that they very much felt better about their self. Then I asked them, would you like to see more talks like this? And 86% of students say that they did. I have limited time, but I'd like to read a few quotes that students type it down. They had a space to do that. So one of them, student Sazia Siddiqui said, today's talk was the best. It helped me to believe that I can be anything I want, even in hard days. It can help me to believe in myself and believe I can do anything good in life if I choose to do so. Another student, Husna Amiri, she said, I want to say that today's talk was great. I learned many things, including the power of education, and I will never forget that Ms. Mojadidi said, when you have an education, you will be respected by everyone. This quote was really valuable to me, to the student. There was another lecture like that, and the results were similar. And I would really love to see if we could do more things like that. Thank you so much. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. Any public comments online? All right. We will move on to item 12, report of district organizations. And we'll start off with our student advisory board members.
Hello, everyone. We had our March meeting today at Folsom High School. Student government gave us a tour. It was very comprehensive. I got to see their big robotics building and their woodworking building. Pretty great, by the way. It's really great stuff in there. We saw their jazz choir and also their ceramics room. And then we went to the library and we started our actual meeting, and we had, it's actually a coincidence that some people were talking about it today, we had a presentation from Mitchell Middle School students, 2 of them, about vaping in the schools. And we kind of talked about the root causes. They brought up data and they showed all of SAB, and they actually mentioned the data walk that Elena Cabrera showed us in February, and how a lot of students, it was a shocking shocking percentage of students actually did begin vaping in their middle school and high school. And a lot of the students were surprised when they saw that, that statistic on the poster. And so we kind of talked it out as a big group. I also split them up into small groups and talked about what are some potential solutions, because it's easy to create an ideal solution to a problem as big as vaping in schools, but we were trying to get down to like the nitty-gritty. What's like what are the root problems that we can address? And a lot of it was mental health. You know, people, these students vape and they use these other substances to kind of cope with either family life, social life, things like that. They use them as de-stressors without knowing all of the intended side effects. Or if they do know the side effects, then they don't really care because it's helping them in one way. And so we came up with a few ideas, you know, the vape detector alarms that was mentioned. But one of my favorites was one student mentioned maybe an anonymous hotline that students could call if they had a friend or if they themselves had a problem with vaping. And Ms. Ambrosini brought up, she's like, yeah, we already have that. But the students didn't know that. So we were talking about maybe advertising through SAB this hotline with counselors, either on a site-to-site or maybe district-wide, for students to call. And then another student actually brought up, they were like, sometimes it's tough for students to talk to an adult about this, and maybe we can involve students in a way. Maybe the students are the one picking up the calls, or they're the ones talking to the student who's calling. And I actually really like that idea, and I think it works. It's like a win-win. It works well for both sides because the students form a connection and a relationship under the guidance of a counselor or another or a facilitator. I think that could be a much more beneficial way to combat vaping at its root cause, rather than punishing the student after being caught, like in the bathroom, or locking the bathrooms and stuff like that. So these are some things we were talking about and working on, and I can't wait to see these ideas develop further in the future.
All right, thank you, sir.
Oh, we have Anna.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just gonna add on to that. The students were talking about if they could do something like they did with the climate change and bring that up, because everyone seemed to really like the hotline idea of getting student intervention and students helping with that. So that might come up in the near future, and then we could figure that out. And another idea that I really liked was lollipops, and just having a bunch of lollipops, because one of the kids said someone that they know, they just do it because of the flavoring, and that's how they usually get a lot of kids. So if you just had lollipops or something else to supplement it almost, maybe, that could help as well. So thank you, Andrew and Anna, for that presentation, and they're from Mitchell Middle School. And then I wanted to shout out Stu Gov, Mr. Castro, Miss Travers, Miss Sardo, and obviously Miss Ambrosini for helping, and all the Folsom High School SAB kids, and Ava Serrano, who led all the tours, and they were all a really great help and have been helping me for the past week try to set everything up for all the decorations, and they've just been so amazing. And it took a little while because we had to organize everything with teachers as well, but I heard everything went well. And then we are going to be rolling out the student board member applications in 2 weeks, 2 to 3 weeks. So me and Van will be officially gone. And but yeah, so then campaigning will be April, and then you guys will hear in May. And then our next meeting is going to be April 10th at Kinney.
Mr. President, could I just
Yes,
interject? We will be having some safety committee meetings coming up in the next few months, and I would love to invite the group that's in charge of kind of the vaping initiative to come to that safety committee meeting, because we have been discussing that there, and I think that would be a great place for you guys to kind of push in, and that we could maybe come collectively together to kind of come up with maybe some solutions. And I'm sure you guys have some amazing suggestions. That's a good place for us to start, where we could maybe do some collaboration there.
Right, thank you. California School Employees Association, CSEA.
Good evening, board members and Superintendent Swanson. At our February 26th chapter meeting, we were able to ratify MOUs 10, 11, 14, 15, 16, and side letter for Appendix A4. At the March 26th meeting, we will have items 12, MOUs 12, 13, and 17 up for ratification. That would be March 26th. March 26th, we will also be meeting for negotiations with the district negotiating team as well. We have countered the district's offer with a reasonable and what we believe a respectable offer. We worked hard to build our relationship and be less combative and more collaborative over the years, trying to solve solutions and come to a cleaner answer. We feel that our offer is fair, and we hope that it comes into consideration when we come back on the 26th. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, we have a presentation from our Folsom Cordova Education Association.
So good evening. This is our presentation. This was our response that we wanted to go ahead and present to you in the public based upon the offer that was given to us by FCUSD. This is Peter Lane. He is part of our bargaining team. Tracy is actually at a conference with Angela Griffin and her team. They're presenting at a communications conference about collaboration communication. Here.
Thank you. Let's see if I can do this. Good evening, Mr. Swanson, board members, families, staff, present and online. It's going to be different. There we go. When we met recently, we started recognizing that we were on the same page. While each party has different perspectives and concerns, we are all committed to being a partner in this process. However, we do feel that the unrestricted LCFF monies need to be focused on current students and the adults who work with them and should not be caught up in items such as deferred maintenance, which will be addressed in slide 7 of the second interim report later tonight, or addressing structural deficits occurred years ago. This screenshot was captured from the LCAP mid-year progress report presented to the board in February. LCFF monies are intended to be used to meet LCAP goals. When it comes to meeting these 4 goals, or the performance targeted identified by our superintendent, 3rd grade literacy, 5th to 8th grade math, college and career readiness, A through G, and system-wide connectedness, our members are essential. We included this slide to acknowledge the numbers from the first interim budget update from December, and the district provided a cost of 1% numbers, which we used in our calculations here. For our math, we started with the increase in LCFF unrestricted funds only. At the time, the most up-to-date number was from the first interim budget report. We used the final unrestricted LCFF amount from the 23-24 budget to calculate the difference. We understand that there are operating costs, so we took 90% of that difference. Based on district calculations, we set aside 55.8% portion of the overall cost of a 1% increase to all bargaining units attributed to FCEA from the previous slide. We recognize that all of these numbers are moving targets. Later tonight, Mr. Martin is presenting the second interim budget update, which includes a drop in unrestricted LCFF calculations attributed to a drop in attendance. In 2 more slides, we will show that because our district budgets are conservative and smart, over time we've seen increases in revenues as our safest assumptions are modified to meet actual expenditures. We understand that more students means more teachers. We did a back-of-the-envelope calculation in the yellow box using an average ratio of 22:1. That takes out positions in our bargaining units that aren't in the classroom with students to arrive at 37 additional FTEs, and used an average salary to arrive at a total. Truthfully, this number is off since statutory benefits were not included in that by that average. However, the number of students from last year to this year has jumped by nearly 300 compared to the previous year, and about 200 less than tonight's updated projection for next year. It appears that the one-year jump in enrollment is connected to TK preschool and includes FTEs that have been in place but not previously funded. So the net difference more than offsets not including statutory benefits in our calculation. Finally, using the district cost of 1% for our unit, we calculate an increase of 2.2%. On the previous slide, I mentioned that these numbers are moving targets. Note that our slide includes the projections for the next 2 years from the first interim report that shows 25-26 with an increase of over $14 million and a student enrollment jump of 591 students. For 26-27, an increase of $13.7 million with a student increase of 485. In both cases, that is far fewer students than in our back-of-the-envelope calculation, with the larger starting difference. Also note that in tonight's updated second interim report, both of those projected changes have increased, and while the enrollment students for next year is now estimated at 603, it is still far fewer than the 814 we used. This slide illustrates that thanks to the smart and responsible work of Mr. Martin and his budget team, over the course of the year, unrestricted LCFF monies increase as budget updates progress. While the second interim tonight is showing a drop attributed to lower attendance, past experience would indicate by the time we see the final calculations of the LCFF amount, it will bounce back. After carefully considering the district's offer with the advantage of more updated numbers, we can see that there are still monies available for an increase to teachers' salaries closer to the neighborhood of 2.5% over 2 years, per year, with 5% over 2 years. We'd also like to adjust the COLA contingency to 3.52%, or if the California budget numbers improve over the next few revisions, we expect them to do. We know the joint goal of both the district and of our membership is not only to attract quality teachers, but to retain them. And we believe our counteroffer would achieve that goal. While we appreciate the district's starting offer regarding health benefits, and as much as we'd like to lock up a 2-year agreement for health benefits, the numbers are just too fluid. We'd like to be able to reopen this if the increases to health fall outside of what the district can cover for our single employees. Costs are always going to be higher for families, but we need to at least have one option for singles that is solely covered by the district. We're okay with extending the additional workday for another year. Our members appreciated the opportunity to provide October PD feedback and trust that it will be used to make future PD days more productive. Our hope is that by doing this, we can in some ways assist with reducing the number of paid consultants the district is using moving forward. Thank you.
Okay. Next we have Folsom Cordova Leadership Association.
Perfect. I'm gonna go ahead
Good evening, Superintendent Swanson, Board Member Clark, and members of the board. Good evening. I am honored to highlight the incredible hard work and dedication that our Folsom Cordova administrators are putting into our schools. And it's funny where I wrote this earlier, and everything that we talked about tonight is in here. So, bam. So their unwavering commitment to excellence and their tireless efforts to create a positive and enriching environment for our students are truly commendable. Our administrators have been instrumental in implementing innovative programs and initiatives, like Mr. Meyer talked about today, that enhance the educational experience for our students. They have worked diligently to promote a culture of collaboration and continuous improvement, 1% better every day, might I say, ensuring that our schools are places where both students and staff feel welcome and can thrive. They have shown exceptional leadership in supporting the social and emotional well-being of our students. They have implemented programs and initiatives that promote a positive school climate, which is very, very important for everyone, addresses the diverse needs of our student population, and ensure every student feels valued and supported. All FCUSD, we have a very strong understanding of PLCs, or professional learning communities. These PLCs foster a culture of continuous learning and professional growth. And I'm going to use your words, being willing to be coached in all ways, or to be coached. And ultimately, all of this coaching benefits our students. Through these efforts, our administrators are creating learning environments where all students can succeed by focusing on high-quality curriculum, integrating technology, supporting social-emotional well-being, and fostering professional growth amongst our educators. They are ensuring that every student has the opportunity to reach their full potential. I would like to take my opportunity to express my deepest gratitude to all of our administrators watching tonight. I'm sure they are. And their efforts are not going unnoticed, and their impact on our schools and our students are immeasurable. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, Mr. Peterson. All right, District English Learner Advisory Committee.
Good evening, President Clark, members of the board, and my esteemed colleagues, and Superintendent Swanson. I have a brief report for DLAC. We are having a virtual meeting next week, and it's really specifically focused on the summary of the needs assessment that was collected over the course of the winter and in our efforts to prepare for the LCAP. We will be also having a parent summit coming up. It's our last one for the year. It's April 22nd. It's a Tuesday evening, and it is really a recognition ceremony for our RFEP students, reclassified English learner students, and our state seal of biliteracy earners, our graduating seniors. That's our report for DLAC. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Cabrera. And can you do me a big favor and make arrangements with Martha to make sure that the board is invited to that event? All right, thank you. All right, now on to item 13.
Mr. President, sorry to interrupt.
Yes.
Would it be possible to move item 14, which is the item about district support of our NAPAC and our students? Because I know there's members of NAPAC that are here, and I know that our next discussion action set of items is going to take a while, and I know they probably want to.
Actually, it will, and I will allow that if the board is okay with that, to move that up.
Thank you, sir.
That way we can get that presentation out the way from them. So let's do it.
Yeah, so Elena, come on up. And I know there's members of the NAPAC. I saw you guys sneak in. Thanks for being here. Come on up.
I am, thank you. Thank you for making that concession for our
Oh,
team.
please, yeah.
We have a team of presenters today, and I'm Elena Cabrera, Director of Categorical Programs and Grants, and with me is members of our NAPAC.
My name is Nikki Grant. I am the chair of the NAPAC, and I'm also a tribal affiliate. My tribal affiliation is Oglala Lakota from South Dakota Pioneer Reservation.
My name is Christy Perez. I'm the secretary of the NAPAC. I'm an enrolled member of the Ponca Tribe of Nebraska and Sinshaku Lakota from South Dakota.
I'm Emma Smiley. I am the student representative of the NAPAC. I'm a senior at Cordova, and I am an enrolled member of the Ponca Tribe of Nebraska and Sinshaku Lakota.
Thank you. So we're going to get started. We're going to be shifting through this presentation, so we'll all have different portions of this to share. So we are going to provide a Title VI and NAPAC update, our Native American Parent Advisory Committee, and our Title VI is the federal connection to it with regulations as well as some funding, okay? And the next part, I've got the clicker. Here we go. The presentation overview for today is a little background on Title VI and understanding what Title VI's role is in protecting the rights of our Native American families and how crucial it is to promoting equality and justice. We'll also provide an update from NAPAC. We'll have that right here from our members, and the importance of the land acknowledgement and where we are from a year ago till today. Okay. Next slide. I'll begin with that understanding of Title VI. It is intended to, of course, it's a prohibition of discrimination. The Title VI prohibits discrimination, of course, along with other groups like race, color, and national origin, and it is a federally assisted program and also can provide activities. The impact on Native American communities, of course, is to ensure the access to essential services, not only education, but also outside of our organization in Folsom, Cordova healthcare. The federal assistance is the Title VI applicants or those who apply for the programs receive some funding. We receive a minimal amount because we have a number of Native identified families. But we applied last year, Folsom Cordova applied for Title VI grant funds in March of 2024. And I'm in the process, I've completed Title VI application Part 1 already and awaiting Title VI application Part 2. Just to give you a general, I've presented before, it's approximately $18,000, and we'll talk about how we spend those dollars in our district, okay?
I'm just going to talk a little bit of the significance for the Native American students and families. The protection of rights, the Title VI ensures the protection of rights of Native American populations, promoting equality in federally funded programs, cultural preservation. The federal funding helps preserve Native American culture by supporting language programs, traditions, and community practices, education improvement. The funds funded educational programs is crucial in improving educational outcomes for Native American students and communities. And the community resources. Title VI aids in enhancing community resources, enabling better access to essential services for Native American students. Title VI plays a crucial role in protecting the rights of Native American and Native Indian populations. It ensures that they receive equal access to federally funded programs, which is vital for preserving culture, promoting education, and improving community resources.
Some NAPAC updates. I just want to reiterate, as before, that our group is dedicated in supporting our Native American communities and students in our district. So one of the things that we are looking forward to is Kids Day at the Park on April 26th, and we'll have an activity out there for people to come by and check us out and hopefully reach more students and families in the district that haven't heard about us yet. Some of the educational initiatives that we as NAPAC want to see in the district come forward are Boys for Braid training, cultural awareness training for the staff, and all of this is provided through one organization, Native Dads Network, that is a well-known Native organization in the Sacramento area. And cultural awareness programs like our Wednesday workshop series that we hold at White Rock once a month. And the programs aimed at promoting cultural awareness among the broader community and being implemented to highlight Native American heritage. So all of our workshops will be culturally centered and teaching them some type of teaching that we think is important for them to get from it.
Oops, I did not mean to go that fast. I think, Nikki, you're going to highlight these.
So I'm just going to talk a little bit about our Wednesday workshop series and the upcoming classes that we have and their cultural significance. The next one we actually have next Wednesday is a beading class. So we'll just let you know, I just want to talk about, like, beading is a way that we honor our ancestors. It preserves our tribal history and personal stories. And the project that will be, all the projects that we do will include cultural teachings that'll connect the students and the families to traditions passed down through generations. Beading circles bring families together to share knowledge, stories, and build a sense of belonging. And then the next workshop we have is a pottery class. The pottery is a meaningful part of Native American culture, connecting us to our history and the land. In this class, students will learn to shape clay into bowls and pots while learning an appreciation for natural materials our ancestors use. For this workshop, we're bringing in a Native elder. Her name is Alexandra Russell. She is White Mountain Apache, and she will be sharing traditional knowledge and stories that'll give a deeper meaning to each piece these families and students make. Oh, yeah. So we're going to have Emma talk a little bit about our first workshop that we had.
We read the book Fry Bread. This book is a story of resilience showing how Native people adapted and survived through history. It celebrates our identity and the rich diversity within Native cultures. At its heart, it's about family and community, how traditions like fry bread bring us together and keep our stories of resilience alive. Most importantly, it offers authentic Native representation, helping others understand and appreciate our culture. To share this important story, the NAPAC will be sending a copy of this book to 37 schools throughout the district.
All right, our next item. I wanted to say too that with the storytelling, we happened to identify February as storytelling. Actually, NAPAC is the recommendation. And I learned that February is Storytelling Month for our Native American families. So whether it's oral history or just sharing information or sharing a book, it was a really great idea at the time. Thank you. Our next item, our next bit of information is our land acknowledgement. Of course, the things to keep in mind is the recognition of our Indigenous lands, the importance of that acknowledgement, and lastly, to foster respect. Here's an example of the, not example, but the copy of the elementary edition of the land acknowledgement to use student language. But as you notice in our lobby and in schools' offices, you'll notice the land acknowledgement. And as you all have been reading it, you're very familiar with it. What you see here is the land acknowledgement implementation plan. Back in May of 2024, the 16th, we had a board resolution. The agreement was to post the plaque in the ESD lobby, which it is. Also post a plaque at every school site, and Dr. Huber has assured, that's all of our principals have that posted, that it's read at the beginning of every school board meeting. I think we witness that on a monthly basis, or on a meeting basis, I should say. And that it also be read at the new groundbreaking ceremonies. Our latest groundbreaking was at Elder Creek Elementary, which is August 2nd of 2024, that should say. That's me, sorry, goodness. And that it's read anytime the Pledge of Allegiance is read, including but not limited to graduations and promotion ceremonies. I wanted to highlight a little bit of the land acknowledgement and the patriotic exercises as per the Ed Code. I won't be reading all of these sections for you, but as we know, we normally would recite the Pledge of Allegiance, but it could be a patriotic song as well. So whenever a patriotic exercise is conducted, then that's when it's that the expectation that the land acknowledgement is also read. To the page. And the importance, of course, and efforts is that growing the land acknowledgement fosters awareness of the Indigenous histories and rights. The educational programs focus on Indigenous culture and history that are essential to promote understanding and respect.
So in conclusion, understanding Title VI is crucial for protecting the rights of Native American students and families. It ensures non-discrimination in federally funded programs. Supporting NAPAC initiatives, supporting NAPAC fosters recognition of rights of Native American communities through advocacy and education. Promoting inclusivity, education, workshops, and land acknowledgements are essential steps towards creating a more inclusive society for Native American students and families. I also want to touch a little bit on the land acknowledgement and how much it's impacted my own kids at their own school, and them coming home and talking about how happy they feel to hear that in school when they're at anything it requires them saying, and how they feel like they belong there when it's being said. So thank you for that.
With that, we open to questions and comments.
All right, thank you, and thank you, Nikki. And for me, it's a pleasure to work with you guys. I do sit in on your meetings from time to time, and I did have the opportunity to come out in February for the reading. I missed part of it, and I apologize for that. But I just appreciate what you guys are doing, and I look forward to this district having a great relationship with the NAPAC community. I look forward to some extra events that are happening with you guys. I know that November is Native American History Month, and I'm hoping that we would have a nice presentation. So I'm putting that out there right now that hopefully we can get something going. And Superintendent, I know you're aware of it as well, to have something in November honoring our Native Americans. So with that being said, I will entertain comments from the board.
You actually answered one of my questions, I think, but in terms of at elementary schools, I had a question in terms of when they do read the land acknowledgement and whether if it is on a more regular daily basis, because I know some schools do the pledge daily, or whether it's just at events. So I was just curious if anybody had the answer to that question.
I think that without, I don't know if it's happening every day, and I mean the Pledge of Allegiance, and I think that we would have to maybe poll our teachers or our sites and working with our principals. So we don't have that answer.
The schools have to do a patriotic observance, and so sometimes they do a poem or a reading. It's not always the Pledge of Allegiance, so that is where you'll see different things being done day to day at school sites.
And then I just wanted to acknowledge that I think there's commitment from the district, regardless of, because a lot of this had federal funding tied to it. And I think a lot of people have nerves about where federal funding is going and what's going to happen. But I know that at least from my perspective, that our board will protect what is happening and the actions that are behind that funding. And we will continue with or without funding in some way. And what that looks like obviously might be different, but my commitment to the work behind it is definitely there. So I just want to acknowledge that when I see things are tied to federal funding right now, I get nervous about what that's going to continue to look like. And it's easy to put your money where your mouth is when the money comes from someone else. And so just know that my personal commitment is to continue this work, so.
I do want to address that a little. The interesting irony behind it is, even though we applied last year, we still have not seen the $18,000, and that's okay, because literally 99% of what we've done has been to collaborate and really help us become more informed and connected. We do have costs to the supplies, but we are using, the resources that we would use for students, because that's who we're serving, is our students and our families. So it's going to be a wonderful use of dollars. We can pay contracts like our speaker, our pottery, folks that we want to have come in. But in the meantime, we're continuing without that yet, we're continuing without, because we can make it happen.
And
It's
lastly,
important.
Fry Bread is one of my favorite books. I just read it with my kids, and I made fry bread, and so it was amazing. So that's it. I know. Next time I'll bring it. So.
I just want to acknowledge, I enjoy reading our, land acknowledgement, every meeting. You can tell your kids, hey, the board members are also enjoying.
I did just want to ask you, I know last year, we had like kind of a list of initiatives that we were working towards and things like that. It seems like we've gotten to some of them, you know, with our, looks like we've got a meeting space that's kind of happening and things like that. And just kind of what you guys were feeling, that we were making good progress, or do we need to like push that forward a little more? Or, I mean, do you, I guess from your perspective, do you feel like we're moving at a pretty good pace to address those issues for you?
Yeah, I think so. I think it's moving in a good direction. I know that one concern from our NAPAC group is having a permanent space, and that's just kind of where we're at with that. But I think that we've been moving at a good pace. Like, things have really picked up since Elena's moved in, and we're so grateful.
These
really.
months come so fast.
Yeah,
is all
they
I
do.
can
They
say.
do. They really do. So yeah, I mean, there's a lot of, like you said, there's a lot of things on the list that we still have to work our way down. And I do want to announce that I am working with Snehik. I don't know if you guys are familiar with them, but they're actually working on a K through 12 education powwow at collaborative. So it's something that I sit in with every 2 weeks, and it's something that they want the district to support in all of the areas to help out with the Indian education programs itself. So that's something that's coming along. So you guys will get an update about that too. Oh, yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah. So that is Sacramento Native American Education Hire Collaborative. So it's, their main mission is to pull kids from the K through 12 education system, and us in the Indian Ed programs help them know, like, for example, like people like Emma, who's going to graduate this year, we would hand her off to them to pull them into college and know that they can get a higher education as Native students, that they're needed in places like that. So, yeah.
American Indian Summer Institute.
Yeah, the AISI program is coming up this summer, and we want to try to pull as many Native American students that we know that are in the district and get them into that program. That Jesus Valle, he's a professor at ARC, and he takes them out to all of the colleges, not locally, they take them to UC Davis. Everyone take them on a helicopter ride. They all get gifted MacBooks so that they can continue their higher education. Like, it's just a really good program. So yeah, updates coming soon in regards to that. Yeah.
Thank you.
Any other comments from the board? Again, thank you so much, and I look forward to continuously working with you guys.
Thank you.
All right.
Thanks, y'all.
Thank you.
All right. We are back up to item 13A, discussion action. California School Board Association Delegate Assembly Election Vote. Superintendent.
Yes, sir. This is something that comes our way. There are 5 candidates. One of our very own is on that, Mrs. Kara Lofthouse. I think each district, President Clark, you've mentioned to me that each district gets up to 2, but you are on the delegate assembly or something along those lines? Is that the
Yeah,
official
actually,
name?
I'm actually a director, so, but I'm still in Region 6 as a delegate.
And so this item is to approve and affirm those 5 names. I believe one of those names also is someone that swore you in, Michael Baker.
Oh, is he on there?
Yeah,
Jeez.
he is.
And he's one of our coaches
Right.
at
Yeah, Folsom High basketball, that's for sure.
Right.
So. It's,
So-
Kara's already told us that she's in, so.
She in?
Yeah.
You in?
You have to vote for me, I
Yeah.
believe.
All right. Well, with that, I can entertain a motion. If there's no comments or questions.
I'll move.
Moved by Ms. Flaherty,
I'll second.
second by Board Member Sean Macherla. Superintendent?
Absolutely. Ms. George?
Aye.
Mr. Merrill?
Aye.
Ms. Larrett?
Aye.
Ms. Lofthouse?
Aye.
Mr. Reed?
Aye.
Mr. Charlam-Sherla?
Aye.
Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
thank
Congratulations,
you.
Kara.
All right. Let's go with B, approved 24-25 second interim financial report for period ending January 31st, 2025 with a positive certification.
And we will welcome Sean Martin up to discuss the second interim budget.
Good evening, everybody.
Good evening.
So we're going to spend the next 10, 15 minutes just discussing second interim budget. This is a continuation of our budget cycle. As we always talk about, this is built upon the previous budget. And so we just really look at from the last time we met, which would have been December first interim, what has changed in the budget for the remainder of this year. And then, of course, we also take a look at the multi-year projections, trying to see how the next few years look for the district as well. This first slide is more or less our boilerplate, which just speaks to the fact that we have a positive certification of our budget, meaning we can meet the financial obligations and still have a 3% economic reserve for the current fiscal year and 2 fiscal years out into the future. And so that's what this, and then of course, all of the budget is built on assumptions of the information we know as of, and in this case, January 31st. So most of this stays the same except for that date, and then whether or not we have to change from a positive certification to something else. So everything overall is sound within our budget in the fact that we meet all the requirements necessary to have a positive certification. The next couple slides are actually going to be focused really on enrollment and attendance, actually attendance mostly. You can see some historical numbers. The blue is our enrollment. The orange in those first set of bars are the attendance. And as we've shared before, we get funded on the attendance rate, not the enrollment of the district. And so you see some numbers there that look a little wonky in the middle. Those are COVID years. Enrollment dropped dramatically, but we got held harmless with our attendance. And that's why you actually have an attendance rate that's higher than your enrollment, over 100%. But the numbers we're really focused on are on the right of the line that is there that's showing projection. And what you're seeing there is our enrollment number, which you do see dramatic growth over the next few years. We've talked about the fact that we are projecting good growth, significant growth in the next 3 years, and probably continuing on, but at a lower pace going forward. The other bar, though, the other lower orange bar is the attendance, and that's what we're funded on. And at first interim, at 24-25, we were projecting attendance rate at about 95.6%. And that was based off of actual participation and our actual attendance rate at first interim. We were actually also expecting some continued growth because we have, in the last few years, gained kids as the year progresses from the start of the year to the end of the year. For example, last year, from C-beds to more or less second interim, we had gained almost 200 kids, 180 kids, I think. At this point, for this year, we're only up 50 kids actually from C-beds, which is still a gain. We're happy for that. But what happens is when the growth continues to happen during the school year, even if attendance drops from here to there, the additional new students help to keep the attendance rate up. Does that make sense? Because the attendance rate is based off of a static number, which is the enrollment number that you see there, which is C-beds. So that number's flat. So if we have 100 kids, 200, 300 more kids, those kids, if they're all in attendance, would give us 300 more ADA. So we could actually even be over 100%. We don't know that won't happen because actual attendance numbers aren't going to be perfect. But what that does is it often offsets the ADA loss that happens due to cold and flu season and all of those types of things. So we're not seeing as much growth there. And then also in the next couple slides, what you'll see is our actual attendance rates have been extremely impacted in the last few months with regards to influenza, COVID, and other types of activities. So, which was greater than what we projected at first interim. So we are seeing an adjustment there. You do see that we're projecting 95.16 as the attendance rate for this year. That's using the numbers we have as of second interim with some slight adjustments there, hoping that enrollment continues to grow and hopefully attendance will rebound. But it's still above 95%, which is a solid number, but it's not, but just going from 95.16 to 95.6 equates to over $1 million in lost revenue for us. So it doesn't take much when you multiply it out by the number of students we have. So on the next slide here, normally we don't get into the nitty gritty like this with you guys, but I wanted to share just kind of where it was kind of almost across the board in the grade span levels that lowered from first interim to second interim. So at first interim, we projected what we thought the attendance rates would be by grade span, because that's how we're funded. And you can see the adjustments there. And really at second interim, and then the difference is that third column, you can see it's pretty much all in the red. TK through third grade, we lost about 40 ADA. 9 through 12, we lost about 60 ADA. And so that's a lot of ADA, relatively speaking, in a short span. And that was because we just had really significant attendance loss. And then just next slide shows kind of the monetary impact of that. And so you see here, it goes from about 252 million to 250 and some change. So it's about a $1.3 million, somewhere in that neighborhood, loss in revenue in the current year because of that adjustment. Historically, we've been able to take first interim. The numbers have been flat. In fact, the presentation earlier this evening that was presented by the FCA group spoke to that, in the fact that the LCFF number has historically, from first interim or second interim, has kind of gone up because we project based off of what we know, the information we have, and then when the additional students roll in and the attendance that is generated from the students happen, then the number goes up. That's kind of how it actually works for a growing district. The fact that it's dropping for us is a bad sign. That's not a good thing, and hopefully it's a blip on the radar. I heard the comment that hopefully it'll rebound, and I would be very happy if that was the case. But again, our attendance rates need to be above 95.17 on average to gain anything, and on top of it, we need additional students in attendance to really bump the number up. So those two things are in factor, and just so everybody's aware, attendance for the actual period of time that we get funded on is actually through what's called period 2 or P2, and that is actually somewhere around the end of March, beginning of April. It's a very specific calculation that is 8 4-week periods, minimum of 8 4-week periods from the start of school prior to April 15th. So there can sometimes be nine months. There can be 9 4-week periods, or there can be 8 4-week periods is the minimum. And so it kind of just varies, but in essence, normally attendance for us for reporting ends right around the end of March, beginning of April. And so you've only got this one last month here. So hopefully a lot of kids move in and attendance rates rebound, and we can get our ADA percentage back up to the higher 95.5 or 4 or 3. So that's kind of just some information there. I just wanted to speak to that. One of the things that we caught was, and we are, just so you know, also applying for a waiver because the attendance rates were so poor. So the way the state works is if you have an attendance rate at a school site that is 10% lower than their average attendance rate, then you can file a waiver for that to get that date more or less be adjusted to the higher number. And so we have, I believe it's, and I don't have the numbers in front of me, my team has been working on this diligently, and then they're working with the health department, are working with our health department to work with the county health department to get a documentation of a kind of a minor pandemic type of situation so that we can get a waiver. By getting the waiver, we could potentially recoup quite a bit of the lost ADA, but it's only for those days where the attendance rate was 10% below the average attendance rate for that school site. So we have to do that calculation by every school site, then we have to see which days. And so we're working on that. Recouping could be in the neighborhood of a few $100,000 if we were to get all the waivers approved. But we do have to get the information. Our health department, Ms. Turks is working with the county health department, and then they have to reach out to families, confirm with families why they were absent, confirm it was related to influenza or something of that nature. And then once we identify enough students, then we can file that request, get that letter. Then we file with the state, get that letter. Bureaucracy at its finest. A lot of red tape involved in all of these processes, but there's potential for some additional of that deficit being reduced potentially by a few $100,000. So, or lost revenue, I should say. So continuing on, here's our LCFF calculation. You're very familiar with this process. This is that calculation, just moving forward with the updated ADA information. On revenues, big things I would talk to is on the unrestricted side, you see the $1.3 million decrease. That is with regards to the attendance rate dropping from 95.6 to 95.16. There is some additional local revenues there, but I will tell you that this is really what we couldn't call it, it's abated, or it more or less offsets an expenditure. And so really what is happening here is the majority of the money that's coming in from local revenue is actually a rebate or reimbursement back from STRS, because every year we collect, obviously, STRS and PERS on all of our employees. There are some employees on the STRS side who then potentially either don't qualify for all of the money that we sent, all of the work or activities don't qualify for STRSable activity. And so there's different reasons for that. But For the calculation is then, the state then sends it back to us, and then we reimburse the employees. We give the money back. So even though there shows a revenue there, more or less in the benefits area, we have money, more or less expenditure increasing to offset the majority of that 800,000. So really, our unrestricted revenues did really drop by about $1 million and some change. So something just to be aware of. On the restricted account, you can see federal income dropping by 495, and there's actually, I do have some information that was asked of me earlier with the questions about, with the potential conversations about federal revenues, how much do we actually get as a district? As you can see there, we get really none on the unrestricted side. On the restricted side, we get about $11 million. Some of that is carryover or one-time money, so it's probably close to about 10 million and some change, which if you look at our total budget on the unrestricted side, it's about 3.5%. Because we have about a $300 million budget, 300 and some change. And so it's about 3.5% of our unrestricted, or our general fund budget is federal dollars. But our bigger area that we also have is cafeteria fund. We receive about another $7 to $8 million in federal reimbursement for our food services program, which for them, that equates to about 50 to 55% of their revenue. So that's the one that would probably be most impacted if the federal government was to eliminate potentially any conversations about the federal meals program or reimbursement through the National School Lunch Program, so NSLP. So that's just some question you asked on that.
Yeah, so that would be upwards of 17 to 18 million then.
Yeah, combined total, we're probably in the neighborhood of about 18 to $19 million. Yeah. Okay. So just looking at restricted revenues, you can see some adjustments there. Local income always is going to be jumping up on the restricted accounts because the primary funding sources on that are the donation fundraisers and the student body accounts. So remember, as the student body activities and they fundraise, receive money at the site, then we recognize the revenue. So across the district, we collected $1 million more in revenue over the course of the last 3 months or so. So it's normally the spring is when these collections start really picking up for all the activities that occur, field trips and things of that nature, and then all the SB related activities. So that's no surprise there, and that's the adjustments there. So you see overall where all the adjustments are. On the revenue side, and I'm just gonna keep going unless you guys have questions, specific questions. Oh, no, I lost my... Let me see if you can hit me again. You want to hit the next slide? There we go. There we go. All right, expenditure summary. You can see some adjustments there. Most of our expenditures on the unrestricted side are dropping because of open positions that remain unfilled. However, you do see certificate salaries. They are actually relatively flat. And that was because we actually had quite a bit of column adjustments, which is, again, something that happens with our certificated staff where when they get a certain amount of credentials, number of units, they're able to move over. Not all of those were reflective at first interim, and so there was quite a bit of movement there, which is an additional cost to the district. We definitely want our teachers highly credentialed, and so that's what we pay higher salaries for, but that is a raise that occurs for those staff members, and then of course, finally, it increases our expenditures. Additionally, there was some additional FTE staffs, and then you see the adjustments there. So classified salaries do go down some, and employment benefits also drop. That's because of unfilled positions and 70% reduction of those unfilled positions. Books and supplies are being offset and reduced just because we're trying to clean those things up. There are some pots where they're categorical in nature or that they need to buy things and they're not spending it all. Site allocations, things like that. Contracted services, same thing there. And let's see. So it drops down everything when you add it all up, about $1.6 million decrease in expenditures. We did lose about $1.3 million in revenues, if you remember. So but it is still to the good, which is positive. We like seeing that. Continuing on restricted accounts, you can see the adjustments for those as well. And then the big one I would say is that books and supplies, about $1.4 million there. We had projected that we were going to do a textbook adoption this year, but that's being pushed out to next year. So that will be more or less falling in the ending fund balance, and then we'll spend it next year. So just so you guys are aware on that one. So normally second interim is pretty relatively quiet, all things being considered, because we really clean it up at first interim. So second interim is just kind of dialing in those numbers, getting them a little bit tighter, making sure everybody is planning to spend their money, those types of things. So when you bring it all together, you do see the yellow columns there. At first interim, we were projecting about a $10.9 million deficit, dropped down to about $10.4 million. So that is about a $500,000 decrease in the deficit. That's great. But of course, we know that that deficit then means it's using up the ending fund balance that we have, which drops it to about $36 million. You see another $34 million or $35 million almost in the restricted account. So it brings us to about $72 million in our ending fund balance. And so that's kind of the combination that we're looking at on this next slide, which is the $72 million broken out. You see our 3% reserve, that's the minimum reserve we have to have is $10.8 million. And then you see about another, going down, the third one down, restricted accounts, you see about $35 million or 34.9. That's all the restricted accounts. We talked about those before. Those have specific requirements and they're outside of the unrestricted side. Within the unrestricted side, we have committed money in different places. We have an investment in our PERSTers, that's with the fiscal agent. Instructional materials, $3 million there, that's for future adoptions. And then technology, same thing. We do a lot of adoptions of Chromebooks, things of that nature, replacement processes for that. And again, a lot of reasons why we do these reserves on some of these accounts, like transportation, for example, is that rather than budget every month or every year an ongoing amount that may or may not be used, like an engine going out or a parts needed replacement, something like that. We budget money here. That way, if something happens, we know we have the ability to pay for it, and we don't have to keep it in the ongoing budget. Otherwise, we would be budgeting for stuff, it doesn't happen, and the money falls out. So we're trying to minimize that as much as possible by creating some of these reserves as well. So, and then you see there's about $4 million left for set aside for economic uncertainties, and that's more or less helping us with our deficit structure. Multi-year projection, this is, of course, where we look at not only the current year, but the next 2 years. So on the first slide here, you do see the revenues. You do see LCFF revenues increasing by about $15 million next year, another 14.5 in the following year. That's a combination of the COLA, which you're seeing 2.43 COLA for next year and a 3.52 for 26-27. But it also is reflective of the additional ADA. So you see ADA of 658 and 434 in each of those increases in each of those years. And that's what's creating that $15 and $14 million number. Federal revenues, you do see an adjustment slight down, so that was probably carryover one time. So that it's closer to about $10 million, like I said, that's what we're receiving in federal dollars, not counting the $8 million or so that we're getting in food services as well. State revenues, you do see those bumping up slightly. We have some slight adjustments there. And then other local revenues, that money being decreased because we don't anticipate those funds coming in until they're actually received. For example, just like on the STRS reimbursement payment that we just received. We don't put that in the budget until we receive it, and then of course we update the expenditures to match. So that's the revenues on the multi-year. On the expenditure side, so you do definitely see expenditures continuing to rise. It is important to recognize that certificated and classified employees all have on their salary schedules, not all of them receive it, but anybody who is on a step that is stepping forward will receive a raise, and that's called step and columning, right? That is partially offset by attrition, which is where we have people leaving that are higher cost and replaced with lower cost people. The net cost on all of that is in there, along with a couple of other things. One is all the open positions or unfilled positions. Those are being rolled back in. So those are in there reflective of all the unfilled positions. And then also we have language, and you'll see it in there, that it says that we will make sure that if we don't have salaries negotiated for those out years, we more or less put 90% of the new LCFF COLA dollars, not all dollars of new increase, but the COLA dollars portion, 90% of it for negotiations. And so that's in there as well in the multi-year. So that portion of it's in there. And so you see that in 25-26 compared to 24-25, you see those big numbers increasing 6 million, 6 million, 5 million. You see the numbers are significantly lower in 26-27. It's only increasing 1.1 million, 2.4. Part of that is due to the fact that in 26-27, at this moment in time, we have quite a few one-time positions that are being paid out of Learning Recovery Block Grant. And so those positions would be potentially eliminated if not continued funding sources found for 26-27. However, as we had shared before in the governor's budget proposal, he is recommending allocating some one-time dollars and allocating back some additional learning recovery dollars that were originally taken from school districts. So we believe there's a good likelihood that those dollars would be able to be used to continue the program. But right now, I'm just reflective in my multi-year. The assumption is if those revenues do not come in, the corresponding expenditures are not continued. Okay, so that's just there, and that's why those numbers don't grow as big as they would be if all of those positions were in there, because it's about, I think, 30 FTE. So it's a good chunk of change, a couple, $3-4 million, depending on all the positions and everything. So,
John, is the 6 million, that's not just the step-in column?
no, that's 6.3 million. If you're looking at certificated or classified, that's step-in column. That's open positions that are unfilled. And that's the additional money we are setting aside for LCFF COLA that we are saying is for negotiations. So all of that combined adds up to that amount.
That's what I thought. Okay, what is the step-in column amount?
What is the step-in column part? It's normally about 2%.
Okay.
So about 3 million for certificated. It's probably 1.92 million, somewhere in that for classified, approximately. Is that okay?
That's fine.
Okay.
Thank you.
I can give you better numbers, but
No, that's fine.
that gives you kind of idea of what we're looking at. On the certificated side, it's that plus the additional money plus all the open positions. Plus, I should also include in the multi-year with those additional students on the revenue side, right? Enrollment 600 increase 485. It also includes the additional staffing associated with those positions. We only adjust for the staffing. We don't adjust for the materials, though. So that is one thing that we are, as we continue to fine tune this multi-year, we're going to try to put some of that in there as well. So bringing it all together, if you look at the blue columns there, you see our deficit of 10.4. It drops to 9.8-ish, and then 7.6 in the out years. And that's because those revenues are coming in. But again, we haven't finalized negotiations with the team. We only have in there what the COLA amount is. And our actual proposal to the representative bargaining groups are actually higher than that amount. So what we've actually offered, the 1.25 for each year of the next 2 years, is actually higher than what the COLA number would be. So it would actually make that deficit even more as well. So. Other funds, this is just a quick summary of all the other activity funds that we have in here. Don't have really anything to speak to. A lot of these are deficit spending, intentionally so. We're trying to spend down reserves because either they're categorical pots, like in the charter school. There are activities that we're trying to focus on, like adult ed. We added some program to expand program, so we're spending some money to do that. But the other big one is cafeteria. We're spending a lot of money on equipment purchases and like vans, things like that. So other things we need just because we've expanded so much in the last 3 years. We're just trying to catch up. We're adding point of sales. We're finally getting fully staffed in food service. So for example, at I believe Vista and Folsom High, we have opened snack bar locations because we finally have the staff for it. I believe at Cordova High, we're getting ready to start up the little electric little truck that we have, food truck that we have, to serve out at those sites as well. So we're just working with, we just have to get enough staff, and then we can start doing that. So that expands point of sale locations across the campuses as well. So something we're working on. So continuing on, closing steps, positive certification. And then we're continuing to monitor. May revise is our next big thing with the governor. And so that's it. And then there's our timelines for everything that we have. Any questions?
Yeah, any questions from the board?
Yes, Mr. President, thank you. I like this so many languages here, and thank you.
Oh, yeah.
Quickly, I know Scott is here as well. All the great work you guys have done on the ADA or attendance. The end of March and beginning of April, state is going to count the attendance thing. Are we doing anything focused approach so that we can get a couple of more dollars extra from state?
Sure. No, I mean, we, as Scott and the team has shared, we have ongoing incentive programs throughout the year. And honestly, our rates would be even worse if we didn't have these in place. The truth being told, we had some school sites in the low 80%. So you figure that one day equates, it more or less offsets 95% for 5 days. You see what I mean? Yeah. So it puts you so far behind that it becomes such an outlier on our impact that you could never really fully recoup from it. But I can speak to Scott's team working diligently for clearing of all attendance. And then the waiver process on our side, on the fiscal side, is probably our best single opportunity to gain back some of that lost attendance. But I don't know, Scott, if you guys have anything else special you're planning to do for the rest of the year. Okay, so they're having a March Madness event. So
March Madness, okay.
So
thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. And one more thing, I did hear about the student fee or programs and all those. Anything specific on the grants we are chasing after, either from state or feds or county? Grants.
In what area?
Grants.
For what purpose?
I don't know.
Oh, well, we have
any purpose.
Yeah, oh yeah, we have lots and lots of different. So we are in we have applied for the community schools grants, which is, I don't remember how many millions that one is his area, 3 million-ish. Potentially if all the schools get accepted there. So we have that grant application in. I know Dr. Pease recently received a McKinney-Vento grant that was several $100,000. We are
Consistently applying for CTE grants. I know that's ongoing through Shannon Spears and her department. We applied for the Community Engagement Initiative, which is a statewide effort to connect the community and the school district, and that comes with a $70,000 for 2 years grant. But yeah, there's a lot. I mean, we're always hunting.
Yeah. Which line of the revenue speaks about the grant dollars?
So it depends on how the grants come in, but most of the time they're probably going to fall under other state income or local income. So those two categories that you see there, and they could be unrestricted or they could be restricted, depending on most of the time they are restricted in nature. So most of the time they're going to fall into these other state income or local income down here on the restricted side. Occasionally they'll give us something that doesn't have a lot of strings attached to it, but it just depends. So for example, the governor is proposing a new grant that would be a one-time in nature, and our allocation of it could be somewhere in the neighborhood of $5 to $7 million, depending on how the formula all balances out. Yeah. That would come in as an other state revenue, other state income, and it would come in, and then we would receive the money, but then we'd have 5 years to spend it all. Yeah. So that's how that a lot of times we get that money into the ending fund balance we were talking about, is because a lot of times the money comes to us, it needs to be spent over multiple years. We try to divvy it out and spend it kind of consistently each year, so that way you get more bang for your buck, rather than try to spend it all in 1 year and then have nothing going forward. It just kind of depends on what the allowable activities are for the funds though too, right?
Okay. Thank you.
So, yeah.
All right, thank you. Any other questions from the board? Sean, I just had one question. You were talking about applying for the waiver.
Yeah.
How long is that process?
So it's kind of a quirky process. The way the waiver actually works is it's an average of your attendance either for October or April, I believe, or May, April. It's either April or May, I'm forgetting now. For the most part, normally October is the best month to use as your average, because that's going to be your highest attendance rate. It's going to be better in October than it's going to be in the spring. And so what we do is you calculate by each school site the average attendance for that month. Then you take 10% of that average, and if you're below that, then you can apply for the waiver. And then you have to have documentation. If it's I used to do them all the time back when I was in Eldorado County for snow days, right, in Pollock Pines. And so it was very, very simple. You would say, we had to call school, take a picture outside and say, here's 6 inches of snow, roads were unclear. I mean, you had to attach some proof, like you document from in this case, we have to get something from the health services because it's a more medical related reason for attendance. But like if the power is out or if there's a line break, we would take some pictures, submit that with that. I get it. The state wants to make sure people aren't just filing waivers and trying to increase their attendance for no reason. But it is very time consuming and cumbersome, the methodology, because you have to do it site by site. So now our health services team are calling for each site, calling parents, identifying enough parents, trying to identify a big enough percentage that we can get the approval request. So if all things go well, we would probably submit probably in the spring, late spring. So we're like April, and then it goes to the SAB, not student board, but the state board. And then actually, it will come here first. You guys will prove it. Then it goes to county office. They sign off. So long story short, you probably won't see it by the time we actually build this year's budget. So if we get the money back, it'll be for the next year. So, we get a couple $100,000 back, which if we get credit for it, I'll let you guys know. We're on top of it. We're ready to go with it. It's just, we have to go through a lot of steps, so.
All right, thank you.
All right.
Any other questions from the board before I take it out to public? Hearing none, any questions from the public? None online? All right, appreciate you, Sean, thank you. With that, I will entertain a motion.
I'll move.
I'll second on that.
Moved by Board Member Lofthouse, second by Board Member Charlon-Chella. Superintendent?
Yes, sir. Miss George?
Aye.
Mr. Merrill?
Here.
Miss Larrett? Oh, sorry. Yeah. All right, we'll do that again. Mr. Merrill?
Aye.
Miss Larrett?
Aye.
Miss Lofthouse?
Aye.
Mr. Reed?
Aye.
Mr. Charlon-Chella?
Aye.
Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
All right, thank you, sir. All right, we are moving on to item C, but before we do that, there were two folks out in the audience that wanted to make a public comment, and I'll own this. It looks like I overlooked that, so I'm going to allow them to come and make a public comment on the issue. So first one would be Megan Finn.
Good evening, members of the board, Superintendent Swanson. I'm a parent of a fourth grader. I realize that you've had a lot of concern from middle school and high school parents. And if you can even imagine that I'm so concerned, and I have an elementary school child. I'm deeply concerned with the impacts of the overcrowding forecasts within our school district. And I didn't have the opportunity to send you my concerns prior for your review. I chose to have my family here based on the quality education that this school district is known for. The fact that we're facing what I consider to be a desperate predicament, I feel needs immediate attention. I feel like we are going to lose the quality educators that has given us this reputation. They simply won't be able to be effective with this type of a environment, basically. With the increased workload, our children are going to suffer. And the fact that we don't see this as dire as I think that it is concerning. I think, obviously, there's a multitude of options, but some of the most prevalent that I think are the elimination of the interdistrict transfers. Simply the fact that you have to live here to go to school. Also, being able to allow for school choice again, helping to try to find a balance, being able to allow somebody to go to Sutter, even though they're supposed to have to go to Folsom Middle, go to Vista instead of going to Folsom High, like help figure a way. I know there's been discussion on developer fees, something along those lines too. I haven't read enough to speak on that necessarily either. Basically, I feel like I went to public school. I strongly always never considered anything but I'm almost at the point to where I would consider not having my son go to public school. So as we've heard, there's many discussions around attendance and the fact that that this district is funded based off of enrollment. So if you have parents now considering not enrolling their children in this school district as a result of this, I think that says something. Basically, I just hope that you really take this to heart, help our children and help our educators. They're gonna go to other school districts and suddenly we won't be that school district anymore. We can't rely on a bond measure because obviously that hasn't worked and that simply isn't gonna be the only option. Thank you, I appreciate your time.
Right, thank you. Kristen Thompson?
Hi, thank you for hearing from me again. I just wanted to talk about the overcrowding in our schools. We've already seen overcrowding negatively affect our classrooms. With the amount of students crammed in each class, teachers are overwhelmed with large, sometimes unruly classrooms. Currently, crowding at the middle school makes it difficult to move in the hallways from class to class. Chosen electives and school sports teams have become much less accessible. While it's imperative that districts start planning now for new middle schools and high schools, I believe they should start thinking outside the box and come up with some near-term solutions, such as eliminating inter-district transfers, turning an underutilized elementary school into a middle school, or bringing sixth grade back to them elementary schools. I know each of these suggestions comes with a host of other issues, but the district owes it to the children and parents of this community to consider other options. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, with that being said, we'll move on to item C, approve proposed Mather Heights Elementary School and Navigator Elementary School boundary modifications effective with the year 2025-2026 school year.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. And for the two family members that just made those comments, before you leave, I just want to say thank you for your patience. We had a facilities study session earlier today, and at that, some answers were provided, but we're also going to be sending out a facilities committee forum on March 27th and a location to be determined. So you'll hear about that, and it'll be a better opportunity to have a back and forth conversation with people at the district, because this format doesn't allow us to, even though I'm talking to you right now. So I just wanted to let you guys know that. Thank you for your patience. Have a good night. All right. Okay, sir, thank you so much. Item C, approve Mather Heights Elementary School, very related to what I was just mentioning. As you heard during the during our study session earlier today, this was one of the decisions that can be made by this board today that helps to stabilize the enrollments at both of these schools. So real quick highlights on these. On February 4th, the District Facilities and Growth Subcommittee met to talk about the boundaries. And then on February 25th at Mather Heights Elementary School, the boundary study community to allow community members to voice their questions or concerns. Shout out to Joel Francisco and his entire teaching staff that was there at that event. It was really, really well done. It was first class, as we talk about our gold standard in customer service. He really, and his team really cleared that bar. And so tonight, the staff is recommending the approval of the reassignment of the designated elementary school for a new development areas of Rio de Oro, Somerset, and the Preserve beginning next school year. And you'll see in the slide deck, you can see the projected enrollment if we don't make a decision in 26, 27, and then beyond. Navigator's projected enrollment gets past optimal capacity, and then you continue to see Mather Heights Elementary School enrollment getting smaller. And so this decision allows not only Navigator to stay under, just right at the perfect size for the school, right under capacity. It helps Mather Heights and that amazing staff get reinvigorated with students. So this is up for your consideration this evening.
All right, thank you. Any questions from the board?
Mr. President?
Yes, Mr. Reed.
I support realigning the boundaries, but I do question why we're moving the residences that are currently being constructed adjacent to Costco on White Rock Road from Navigator to Mather Heights. That's quite a distance between that new development and Mather Heights. I completely 100% understand and support the Douglas Road developments, well, one development right now, but there will be an extension to that shortly. And having that go to Mather Heights, because that's a straight shot right down Douglas. But for the residents over by Costco, I guess they'd be going White Rock to Sunrise to Douglas into the development compared to their proximity to Navigator. Any thoughts on why we decided to do that?
Matt Washburn.
Good evening. I think primarily because that's where the new growth is coming from, the future growth from the Rio Del Oro area, that is where the growth's coming from. So in order to balance it out and get those students over to an attendance area that has capacity, that's the growth area. And if we didn't do that, then we'd probably continue to still see the same trends happen. Because the Preserve is a lot of that area is significantly already developed. So there's not as much future growth as there is in the Rio Del Oro area, where most of the students will be coming from in the future.
And what's the timeline for another elementary school south of 50?
We're looking at about 2033 is the estimate right now based on growth, but that could change if the development picks up.
That's in Rancho.
That's in Rancho,
Rancho,
yes.
yes.
Yeah. And in the Rancho portion, it
SFID3.
affects this area. Yeah, we're looking at 2028 in a Folsom Ranch area, as we talked about earlier.
And that would be in the Rio Del Oro development.
2033, yes, that's our plan. Now, if L3 Harris Aerojet area picks up and they start developing that sooner, then, that timeline could change.
Believe it when I see it.
Me too.
Yeah. All right. Thank you.
I would also say too that at this Rancho Cordova City Council meeting this last week, they were actually talking about cutting more roads through in that area as well. So I think too, once Rancho Cordova Parkway gets through, it's actually going to be a pretty straight shot over and down. So, and I know that they were approving some budget monies for that to continue that cut through this next year. So hopefully it'll be a short term. I don't think that, like, in the grand scheme of things, it's much different distance-wise between that development and Navigator and Mather Heights, to be honest, driving-wise.
Okay.
Yeah, Mr. President?
Yes.
Okay. Matt, I know I got quite a few emails from Sunset. Am I saying it?
Somerset?
Somerset, I'm so sorry. Forgive me if the residents are listening to this. Somerset. Their argument is, I know we do have an option for them to come to Alder Creek and Manginee Ranch, provided if there is a vacancy.
Correct.
Right? And the argument that community is making, their money has been spent on these two elementary schools, like whatever the developer fee or, all those. And their argument is also how we are determining their eligibility to those two schools. So what in a nutshell I can explain, that community was built almost 8 years ago, 10 years ago. And adjacent to Alder Creek, we are building a year ago, 2 years ago. They came much later. So is the seniority, they get it first to get into the Alder Creek or Manginee than this 2 years residents. That's what, they want to really understand how the boundaries are adjusting and who gets the preference.
Well, currently they have the right to go there based on space availability, and they have priority choice to go to that school. That's the way it is now. I mean, I can understand, we built the schools in the Folsom area based on the projected growth of the Folsom Ranch area. And, they are paying on those schools, obviously, the tax on that, but they do have the right to go to there if there's space available.
That's a big question, right? If there is space available.
Right.
But, they have been paying last 10 years, and 2 years ago, new community came, they are going to that school. That's their argument. That's why space is not available. How do we define that seniority? Whose kids can go to what school?
I don't really have a good answer for you on that one. I mean, I don't know who gets to go first, the people in the attendance area, and then in space available within that area, they would be priority choice. I don't know how else to explain it.
Yeah, even I'm going to look at my board also here. I think we may have to look into that one because this growth is going to go next 10 to 15 years. Who gets the choice to go to those schools who has been paying for the long term?
I don't know specifically for this specific scenario, but I know when somebody does do school choice, there is a list of who receives priority. So, so I think that's sort of what you're talking about, where that is. And I don't know offhand exactly what it is, but I know that siblings matter, and I know, if they get priority choice, then that means they're high up on that list of priority in terms of choicing into that school.
Yeah, the issue, and you're exactly right. With this change here, what we are saying is anybody in SFID 3 does have priority choice to Alder Creek or Manginee. Again, the problem with that is to get to priority choice, you have to have enough space to offer that, or, within the ability, you would more or less have to hold spaces to allow priority choice to come in if that was what the board wanted to do. Do you understand what I'm meaning with that? So right now, at most of our schools, there's capacity. So Priority choice, the highest priority choice would be this under Measure M, because of Measure M, we're saying they would get first rights to Alder Creek or Mangini over someone else but because there's no capacity at all, because there's so many kids there right now and there's no place for them, choice is not even coming into play because kids that live within the boundaries are having to be overflowed to another location as well. If the board wanted us to change the language so that people in SFID 3 who pay, regardless of whether or not they're within the Alder Creek or Mangini border, but they want to go to those schools and they have the same rights as any other students, then it would be first come, first serve registration. We would include them for that. We have to change the language to make that doable. If you live in SFID 3, you have the same, we wouldn't be able to provide transportation just because we can't take a bus for 3 kids, but we could at least make it so that they have the same rights as an Alder Creek but then you're more or less having open boundaries for anybody within SFID 3, which is not a problem right now because we have only a few developments. We have Folsom Ranch, we have a little bit of Rio del Oro, and we have Somerset Ranch, right? But once we start getting Eastboro and Westboro and all of these other ones going, then that would become, there wouldn't be an ability to control all of that because kids would be going from every which direction. It's a big area. So if the question is, do those kids have a priority over other students to go to that school site? They do. But the problem is until we probably open the next elementary, there isn't capacity for them because we don't have capacity for the existing students within the boundaries of those schools. And that's just because the growth exceeds the capacity. Does that answer the question? Is that what you're asking?
Even we open the 3rd elementary school, I hear you, what you said though, the choice and priority. I'm picking single kid, from next to the Ranch Cordova, the Somerset, to next to the Alder Creek. I'm just talking very single. If the siblings, that's a different story. That's the that's the point I am trying to make it here, because that's what the argument is from that community. Because I was meeting with some parents, which makes sense to me. I mean, again, literally talking. Yes, their parents, they can argue it, we paid the money, we are not giving even an option. If there is a vacancy, even the 3rd elementary school comes, the way the Folsom South growth is going, it's going to be filled in no time. And they will be again on the same option. Anyway, I just want to, brought this to, this board's attention also. We may have to relook into one more time when the money comes into the matter and they think they paid the money to build those new schools, what kind of priority they get. I know we are going to go to the future also for more bonds.
This is a common argument happen because a lot of times schools get full. Somebody moves in across the street from the school and they're going to a school up in Folsom somewhere else that's way far away. And they don't be able to go to the school either, even though they're paying tax on it. It's just sometimes they've been paying on it a lot longer. So, I can understand the argument. But I mean, that's the problem we deal with, or the challenge we deal with growth.
Well, it's not just growth, it's SFIDs, right? Because the truth of the matter is if it was a district-wide bond, you pay for everything in the district and all the schools are in the district, right? And so, and to be honest, depending on where your home is in SFID 3, you're paying on bonds previously that supported the building of Vista and Folsom High and lots of other things, right? So I think this distinguishing lines that are created because of the SFIDs, they're detrimental to the idea of one single district for the purposes of facilities and needs for kids, right? So that's why we continue that conversation about a district-wide bond, so.
And I think that that's sort of where the committee that was formed fell too with that idea. I was not part of it, so I can't speak to it 100%, but all of the presentations that came back, even from the members of SFID 3, came to the consensus that this was what the district needed. Also knowing moving forward that we were probably not going to do things in SFIDs because of that problem.
Yeah,
so.
Agreed. No, but I just want to bring that, this group's attention about the frustration of those 350 homes out there. Their thought is they may be getting a spot in either Alder Creek or Mangini Ranch.
Yeah.
Well, I think the other thing is too, is that we just passed Measure RNS. We're going to be significant improvements on the middle schools and high school that they'll be attending that they didn't pay on those particular bonds. So, you know, it's like we're kind of splitting hairs on the baby a little bit because we will also be doing improvements with RNS on Mather Heights. So they will be getting some of that bond money there. And then there'll be improvements at Mills Mitchell. There'll be improvements at Cordova. So it kind of all balances itself out eventually. But yeah, again, we just keep coming back to this SFID thing. We kind of know it exists and we just have to kind of like power our way through it for the next little bit until we can kind of get to that district-wide bond. And so it's like if everyone kind of just hold on a little bit longer, I think we'll hopefully get to a resolution on it too.
Okay, I'm good. Thank you.
All right.
Mr. President?
Yes, Mr. Reed.
Superintendent Swanson, doesn't the board have a meeting coming up where we're talking about facilities?
RNS next week. Are you talking about the forum I just mentioned? Or are you talking about next week on the 11th?
No, a board.
There's a study session for the board next week on the 11th, but that's for RNS.
That's RNS.
Yes, sir.
All right. Yeah, I think we could, as a district, we could be more creative in our thought process on getting the next elementary school south of 50 in Rancho Cordova built far in advance of 2033. You know, we are looking at transferring students to an old facility that has water stains in the ceiling, rust stains on the toilets, whose capacity isn't much more than, 300? It's a small school site. We would never build a school site like that today. I have in the past suggested that we consider closing that school site and opening, or I guess reopening a new school site for that school, for that community, where we build a new elementary school somewhere around the Douglas Sunrise area that the Mather Heights students would attend, as well as some of the growth in the Rio del Oro and the Douglas neighborhood as well, and use some of the remaining Measure M dollars for that, so that we can get a facility built in Rancho Cordova as soon as possible. But putting RNS money to renovate a facility located at Mather Heights seems like replacing windows in a building that you're going to demolish in a couple of years. It's penny wise, pound foolish. I mean, let's build a brand new elementary school for Rancho Cordova, and let's get that built as soon as possible. Not 2033. Let's do it in 2028. And let's move the residents that attend Mather Heights into that brand new school and have that brand new school service the houses that are being built right now in Rio del Oro, as well as the Douglas Road development. They deserve it. They deserve a brand new school. And you know, I would also just point out that the distance from the development by Costco to Navigator is 2.5 miles. The distance from that development by Costco to Mather Heights is 5.6 miles. It's basically double the distance. So I just think for an elementary school, that's a pretty far distance that we're expecting people to go to. You know, if we, were creative and figured out a way to build an elementary school in Rancho Cordova as quickly as possible, make that our mission, with the goal of closing Mather Heights, I think we could still allow the students that are by the Costco to attend Navigator, and we'll have that brand new school open in time before the population crunch happens at Navigator. So anyway, those are just my thoughts. I guess I would challenge the board and the district to be creative, to think creatively, and let's get something built in Rancho.
Mr. Reed, just a question for you. So when we had our committee meeting and Measure M committee met, we had kind of settled on that, small high school. So are you proposing that we not do the small high school and do the elementary school, or?
The Measure M committee said build something. I mean, I know we've been looking at the small high school, but even the small high school keeps on getting pushed back. Honestly, I'd like to see both, but we need to get something built in Rancho Cordova. I think 2028 should be our target. And maybe it's we've talked about this in the past. We've talked about a K-8 potentially at Riverview, but why not a K-8 in Rio del Oro? And let's get that built. I mean, let's give the residents of Measure M territory a school to go to. Again, I would like to challenge us to be creative and not just simply say, well, we're going to move these students to this school that's aged and not think creatively of how we can get something built. I remain concerned that Folsom has had two state-of-the-art, beautiful elementary schools built on with Measure M dollars, and Rancho Cordova has gotten nothing. And we're talking about a third elementary school that's going to be built in Folsom because of need by 2028, and Rancho Cordova still has nothing. We need to get Rancho Cordova a brand-new facility, period. And that's my position.
Thank you, Mr. Reed. And if I may add too, and I agree with you. I do think Rancho Cordova does need a new school. But what are we doing in the now? I mean, we're looking at 25, 26. So we're looking at declining enrollment at Mather Heights, and we have pretty steady enrollment at Navigator, correct? Or are we doing pretty good as far as capacity?
Navigator will be over capacity.
It will be over capacity,
Yeah,
so.
they flip-flop is what happens.
Yeah,
So we're
so
just
what do we-
balancing that with this.
So what do
this
we do in the
specific
now, right? I mean, can we,
Well, that's what we're doing today. That's the
right,
whole
so,
purpose.
but I mean, we approved this knowing that it's an urgency to build that new school, and I think we can
Well,
do it.
I question the urgency because one of the biggest things that came away from the SFID3 committee is that they got their fair share of money, they get something they actually need, and we're good stewards of taxpayer funds. So we have to be very careful, and we will talk about some of this on our study session, but I will tell you that that request is not something we have the ability to analyze by next week for that meeting.
Right, got
So,
you.
and again, anytime you close a school and repurpose students to another school, that's not gonna create cost savings. That's costing more money. And so we have to talk about it in the reality of how many dollars we have to build all the things we need to do at our schools. We have needs that exceed the monies we have already. So to open a new school when we don't have a need for it at this time, there's a cost. And if the district and the taxpayers are willing to pay for that cost, that's fine, but we have to be truthful in what we really can and cannot do. We don't have the money at this point with Measure M unless we'd access Measure M, which we are not. Those that are listening in the public that are in SFID3 that have heard previous conversations, we have never talked about issuing more Measure M dollars because the board has directed us not to look at that unless the bond does not pass and/or we need to recoup some monies that are owed to Rancho Cordova. That was the communication that came from the committee.
Yes and no.
No?
Yeah, yes and no. We have $35 million that had been drawn that we haven't used from Measure M.
Correct, but that's not a new issuance.
Right, no, not a new issuance, but the committee did say that if we needed to draw a small amount to add to that 35 million.
To get a project done.
To get a project or even a phase done, that they would support that.
Right,
So-
that's what I said.
Yeah,
Yes,
well, I don't know. I think, well, all right. Then I think we agree if you
Yes.
agree with what I just said.
That would be the only
Okay.
reason the committee said that they would want to access the funds.
Yes, for a small draw.
Yep,
Yes.
exactly.
And
But we
then-
won't have the ability to discuss that at the next,
Well,
I just
it-
want to make sure you guys understand that we're trying to go forward with what we have, so.
Well, I think the board would benefit from, all right, so next week is R&S, so that's not the area that we're talking about right now.
Well, it is because you were talking about Mather, and Mather is part of R&S. So we do have discussions about future plans for Mather as part of RNS. So yeah, there is some discussion.
All right.
That was what this purpose was.
Right. But for the Real Del Oro neighborhood, I think it would benefit the board to have either a study session, our new study session, to talk about Real Del Oro.
Well, we actually had it on the April board meeting. We have a discussion about the elementary designs. So it was going to encapsulate the design work that we're doing for the next elementary.
Well, no. I guess what I had originally thought is when we were going to have what I guess is an RNS discussion, I thought it was going to be a broader discussion where we would be able to, as a board, discuss the small high school or an elementary school for Real Del Oro neighborhood, basically, the Measure M area. But now I understand that that's not the purpose of the meeting next week. So I think the board would benefit from having a discussion where we cross Sunrise and talk about that area.
SFID 3?
SFID 3.
Sure. We can definitely-
In Rancho Cordova. I mean, I think we've talked enough about SFID in Folsom. I'd like to be able to have a back and forth brainstorming with my colleagues on SFID 3 in Rancho Cordova.
Point of order. Mr. President, can we open the presentation prepared for this item?
I don't necessarily know if we need to do the presentation because they have it. My concern is that we're having a whole bunch of conversations that aren't agendized. So
Right.
That's just giving me a little, as the superintendent, as the secretary to the board.
Yes.
It's giving me a little angst, but.
No, I agree. I agree with you. So, any other comments from the board before I take it out to the public? All right, we do have one comment. Mr. Earl Smith.
Evening, board, President Clark, Mr. Swanson. I like the aggressiveness. I do. I have a lot of students that I teach one-on-one group that are in the new area. Mr. Peterson, he's at one of the new schools in Folsom, the elementary schools. And he was at Theodore Judah when we moved here back in 2017. So I got to see that school go inside. I also got to see the other school that's very close there. And my first response was how close that is. I grew up in Orange County. We didn't have any school that close together. And I do remember a board meeting that I had watched. I think it was back in February. They were talking about the numbers associated with the students in Rancho Cordova and the students in Folsom. And I think as a community or as a parent within the community and how things look, it does not look good. And I agree with you. It's absolutely ridiculous to have two new schools so close together that's such state of the art. I'm like, wow. You see the whole the doors open. It's just really flashy, except for the one school where it's a headache. And I have so many parents complaining about people almost getting run over because of how the construction was done. But if we look at it as a district as a whole, that does make a statement that we'll take care of Folsom residents, not Rancho Cordova. And if we look at the demographic of Rancho Cordova, and it's harder because that's stigma. Folsom, when I go out to ARC and I go out to Sacramento, Folsom has a negative stigma. And when we have something like that, where we're constantly new schools, and I understand what he's saying, but be firm with it, because I think they deserve it. The high school, if the middle school is falling apart and it looks awful, the high school's falling apart, looks awful, then the need is there. It should be there over the need in Folsom.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. All right, we'll bring it back to the board. Final comments? I'm sorry, Martha, were there any online? All right, thank you. Now back to the board for final comments. Or a motion.
I'll move.
Moved by Ms. Larrett, second.
I'll second.
Second by Ms. Lofthouse, Superintendent.
Ms. George?
Aye.
Mr. Merrill?
Aye.
Ms. Larrett?
Aye.
Ms. Lofthouse?
Aye.
Mr. Reed?
No.
Mr. Charlam-Churla?
Aye.
Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Motion carries 4-1.
All right, thank you. Let's go to item D, approve revised board bylaw 9124.
Yeah, for the board's consideration tonight are revisions to board bylaw 9124, which is about our attorney. It's being presented again tonight after it was reviewed by the board policy subcommittee on January 13th, and then it was brought to the board on February 13th. It was tabled from that meeting to allow time for the potential revision regarding professional conduct. It was then again reviewed by the board policy subcommittee on February 14th. And it is here tonight for your consideration. And the one addition, I don't know, Rochelle, if you can click into that, you'll see in blue on the very top paragraph, it says that, I'll read the sentence, high quality legal advice and services that comply with California rules of professional conduct. We are fortunate enough to have on our policy subcommittee an attorney, and this feeds into the rules of professional conduct is what guides and governs their work. So therefore, addressing the concerns of professional conduct.
Perfect, thank you. Any questions from the board? We will take it out to the public. And Mr. Earl Smith.
Good evening, President. I know you're tired. I know you're all tired. Mr. Swanson, I'll make this quick. First, I want to say thank you, last board meeting, for hearing me on this. I do know what this means. I was already planning to report the legal service you guys use to the board because they have violated the rules of professional conduct quite often. And I've been talking to the board regarding that. I'm not asking you to delay this any further, but when it comes to hiring legal counsel to do an investigation on uniform complaint, attorney-client privilege is still an issue. Because if you have an attorney that represents, you hire this firm that represents you guys to defend you, or to defend the district, and they're the ones doing the investigation, there's a bias there. That is a conflict of interest. That also gives me ground by putting this California Rules of Professional Conduct. That also gives me more grounds there as well. Now, I understand the complexity of a district after my 3 years of researching to understand education law and the rights of a parent and the rights of a student, as well as the rights of teachers. But that is a fine line to dance. And I'll make a personal reference within my family case where I appeared in ex parte pulled by the mom. The judge that presided over our case was out of town, so we went to the judge next door for the rules. There is minors counsel. Minors counsel was not present. Mom's attorney made a comment. I don't see why there could be an issue why me as being an attorney cannot be a professional monitor. However, there's attorney-client privilege. The judge did not allow me to speak because it was ex parte, but I was able to get those transcripts submitted, put in. That judge was removed off the bench. So if I can make that happen in the family law, and dealing within this matter, especially when I'm about to bring things to the federal level, having your own legal counsel conduct the investigation is a bias. And in this matter, there's been a lot of things that's been left out when it comes to those reports. I understand that position of the report is the district and not necessarily the legal counsel, but it is prepared by that legal counsel. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Any comments online? All right, thank you. We'll bring it back to the board. Final comments and/or a motion?
I'll move.
Moved by Mr. Reed,
I'll second.
second by Ms. Lofthouse. Superintendent?
Yes, sir. Ms. George.
Aye.
Mr. Merrill.
Aye.
Ms. Larrett.
Aye.
Ms. Lofthouse.
Aye.
Mr. Reed.
Aye.
Mr. Charlam-Churla.
Aye.
Mr. Clark.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. And we will go on to item E. Approve revised board bylaw, board policy, 4020, drug and alcohol-free workplace.
Thank you, sir. Up for consideration tonight is BP 4020. This was reviewed by the Board Policy Subcommittee on February 14th. It includes revisions by our own Compliance Department and Human Resources to, number one, add language advising employees that trained personnel may conduct breath alcohol tests if it is determined that there is a reasonable suspicion that the employee is under the influence of alcohol while acting in their capacity as a district employee. And of note, in the last paragraph of this revision, you'll see 49 CFR Part 40. These are the procedures for transportation workplace drug and alcohol testing programs, which are the highest legal standards for conducting these tests. Donald Ogden, Associate Superintendent of Human Resources, is the designated employer representative, and Shannon Diaz, the Compliance Director, and Cheryl Sharp, Compliance Specialist, are his designees. The BAT is conforming to the National Highway Traffic Safety Association, the NHTSA. Staff are trained in the proper use of the BAT.
And just to piggyback on that, Eric, that is the test in which our district provides. Is that correct?
Yeah, breathalyzer.
Okay.
Yeah.
And in that discussion, that breathalyzer actually breaks down the individual types of alcohol that could be consumed.
Yeah,
whether it's-
alcohol and other things. I wish John was here, but yeah, there are three things that it
Okay.
measures, because if you don't have this
The way he
more technologically advanced device, something could mask itself as alcohol and you would blow a number when you actually didn't consume any alcohol. We use the device that does separate that.
Okay. I just wanted to.
I didn't do it nearly as eloquently as he did
Well, he
during
knew all of the
policy subcommittee.
names, but yeah,
yeah.
it was certain medications and
That's right.
and insulin was one of the major ones that can show as alcohol. So
Any other questions from the board? We will take it out to the public. There are none online. We'll bring it back to the board.
I'll move.
Moved by Ms. Lofthouse,
I'll second.
a second by Board Member Charlam-Churla. Superintendent?
Sir, Miss George?
Aye.
Mr. Merrill?
Aye.
Ms. Larrett?
Aye.
Ms. Lofthouse?
Aye.
Mr. Reed?
Aye.
Mr. Charlam-Churla?
Aye.
Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
All right. Item F, approve revised board policy BP 6153, school-sponsored trips. Superintendent?
Yes, so this board policy has been reviewed at principal meetings, reviewed and approved by legal counsel, reviewed by the policy subcommittee on February 14, 2025. It includes language added by district administration to include the option for a designated lead chaperone, which may be a current classified employee approved by the superintendent or designee. Of note, the designated lead chaperone need not be a certificated employee. The definition of lead chaperone can be found in Admin Reg 6153. This policy can only apply to extracurricular activities because the law requires a certificated employee on regular field trips in order for the district to receive average daily attendance funding.
All right, any questions from the board?
I have a question.
Yes, Ms. George.
Does this mean that a teacher doesn't have to go on a field trip, or someone that's fingerprinted in the district can go in replacement for the teacher?
I believe a classified employee can be the individual that is, so that would be potentially an IA or there's many other staff members that fall under the staff. So So it would be somebody who is employed by the district, which goes through fingerprinting and background checks to become an employee. But not just a volunteer.
Okay.
And also, Mia, the other thing that it mentions is that it has to be for an extracurricular event. So like think after school, because if it's a during the day field trip to like a science center, you would have to have a certificated employee because we collect attendance for that.
Okay, yeah, that's what I was thinking. Because if Folsom wanted to do something at a different school, but we would have to leave at 1:30, that would be a field trip, like an actual field trip, not an extracurricular.
I believe so.
Okay,
I believe so.
thank you.
Yeah. Great question.
Right. Any other questions? And we'll take it out to the public and Mr. Smith.
Evening, Board, President Clark, Mr. Swanson. I do apologize. I meant to send you syllabus of the jazz program. They go on quite a few field trips. Participation is required. They don't go, they get punished. So we're talking about Jen, that was in Atlanta. Based on the syllabus, they don't go, they get punished. I do see at the last paragraph, no field trip shall be authorized if any student would be excluded from participating because of lack of funds, sufficient funds. The superintendent or designee should coordinate with community groups to supply funds for students in need. You guys see that? It's the second to the last paragraph. I want to remind you, $450 required to pay for each individual student to participate. And that was presented as, oh, so we can pay for field trips. But the field trips are required. So as you guys know, the CDE ruled that that was illegal. And I think they did a pretty good job of trying to communicate with the community. I just would like to see that language from that. And I can send you guys the ruling, because I don't know if everyone has that ruling, that it reflects here. Because if you guys are gonna have classes, the district's gonna have classes that require, and I will send you guys this syllabus. I meant to send it earlier. It's been a busy day. All performances are mandatory. Any exception will be solely at the discretion of the director. But remember, the director was just found at fault for retaliating. So this is a real gray area that is used as a carrot over students'. And that one student I was talking about that wasn't gonna get to go to Jen, he quit. So before we can even address things, he just said, forget it, and quit. So he never gets to go. So I'm gonna send you guys an email probably tomorrow or the weekend and on this. I think you guys should take a look at that if in authorizing field trip, because it says extracurricular, but yet it's mandatory for some classes.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Thank you, ma'am. I'll bring it back to the board for final comments. I will say that if there is some language in that maybe we need to bring it back to our policy committee and have them take a look at that language and see if we can tweak this a little bit. I don't know how the board feels about that, but I think it's, worth taking a look at.
So I would recommend that tonight, what's up for consideration are the modifications higher up on the document. Look forward to hearing from Mr. Smith, what he's going to send. I do know that the syllabus is not governed by board policy, but what is governed by board policy is that we can't expect a kid to go on a field trip if he or she can't pay for it. That's what that second to last paragraph is saying.
Sure.
And I think that did change many years ago. Is that correct, Jim?
Yeah.
Sorry.
And also, any out-of-state field trips have to be approved by the board. Is
Right.
that correct?
That is right.
So I think that's where that would fall either way, would be in that approval process that we already do.
Well, doesn't it make that kind of gray though? I mean,
Well, we wouldn't authorize it without having community groups to supply funds. when it comes to be authorized.
Any other comments from the board?
Mr. President, for this purpose, I think this language seems okay. So that's what I think, and certainly, we definitely take a relook on whatever the additional information comes.
And it might fall under the AR also, at how it kind of rolls out at the site levels and.
That's right. I wonder if there's any language in the AR that we can look at real
Yeah, I'll
quick.
look at it for sure. Like I said, I'll get Mr. Smith's material and then we'll cross-reference and see.
Oh,
what we
okay.
find. Yeah.
Then perfect.
Yeah.
All right. With that being said, I'll entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve this policy 6153.
I'll second.
Moved by Mr. Charlon, second by Ms. Larrett. Superintendent?
Absolutely. Ms. George?
Aye.
Mr. Merrill?
Aye.
Ms. Larrett?
Aye.
Ms. Lofthouse?
Aye.
Mr. Reed?
Aye.
Mr. Churla?
Aye.
Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
All right. Okay, we have G, approve revised board policy 6146.6, identification and education under section 504. Superintendent?
Up for your consideration tonight is 6164.6. This was reviewed by the Board Policy Subcommittee on February 14, 2025. Updated due to our upcoming federal program monitoring review. Minor revisions made to align with the California School Boards Association language.
Any questions from the board? Seeing none. Seeing none in the public. Back to the, any online? No. All right, back to the board. Final comments and or motion?
I'll move.
Moved by Ms. Lofthouse,
Second.
second by Ms. Larrett. Superintendent?
Yes, sir. Ms. George?
Aye.
Mr. Merrill?
Aye.
Ms. Larrett?
Aye.
Ms. Lofthouse?
Aye.
Mr. Reed?
Aye.
Mr. Churla?
Aye.
Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
We have one more before you. I'm just joking. It's getting late. Item H, adopt resolution number 030625-26, authorizing the issuance of Folsom Cordova Unified School District, Sacramento County, California, 2024, general obligation bond, Series A, Measure R, School Facilities Improvement District number 4, and actions related thereto. Superintendent?
Yeah, I'm passing it over to Mr. Martin. He is ready to go.
All right, good evening, everybody. We're gonna have two items in sequential order. One will be for Measure R, and one will be for Measure S. And as we're aware, with passage of both those bonds, we have to now sell some bonds to get some money. So we're going to request $36 million from each issuance. Remember, one is focused on elementary, the other one is focused on secondary. Just some details with regards to these bonds. These will be going out as competitive sale versus negotiated. They're pretty straightforward. I will tell you there are time and place for negotiated sale, but we have very straightforward bonds here, large enough amount, so we think it's a good opportunity in the marketplace to see what we can get. These are, for the most part, in fact, I think they all are going to be current interest bonds, no capital appreciation bonds. So we're just recognizing, again, capital appreciation bonds are something that in the right place and for the right purpose are very good financial tool. But in this particular case, we're just going to go to current interest bonds, which is the standard calculation like you would have on your mortgage or anything else, right?
Mr. Chan, if you
yeah.
don't mind,
Yeah.
competitive price, negotiated price.
Yes.
We can give a little bit brief.
So competitive is we're going to more or less have a fact sheet. We put it out in the market. We hope to get 3 or 4 people who are interested in purchasing the bonds, and we get a good interest rate. Okay. And so it's just open market. Negotiated is often a situation where if you have more complex bond sales, if you have bonds that have multiple, if you have a combination of cabs and current interest bonds in there, if, for example, we recently financed some debt service where we couldn't actually call it for about 6 months, but we wanted to access the lower interest rates. And so in something in that scenario, the marketplace, open marketplace is hard to be able to just do that in a competitive sale. You want to be able to explain the situation, and so you work with your underwriter and you find hopefully somebody who's interested in buying at a rate. And we also look at the market rates, what have been closing in the last few days, in the last week. And based off of that, if we feel like the rate is fair, then we go with those more negotiated sales. So that's the model of that.
Thank you.
You got it. The other piece on these bonds is there is also a callable nature to it, meaning at a certain point in the window of time, and we haven't identified the specific window, but normally within a certain amount of time after the bonds have been sold, we have the ability to call them or more or less refinance them, which if interest rates drop or other activities happen, that this often works to the favor of our taxpayers. And so we want to make sure language is included in there as well. So that's common language in both documents. Again, one is for R, one's for S, but otherwise, this is a pretty straightforward process. And then what will happen is once the sale actually happens, we'll bring all the information back to the board and finalize all the details. So.
All right, any questions from the board? Other questions?
Mr. President?
Yes, Mr. Reed.
Yeah, I just, not really a question, but thank you for going forward with the recommendation of a competitive bond sale rather than negotiated. Up until the recent past, this district had pretty much only done negotiated. It was a change probably about 5 years ago that we went competitive. And I think competitive is the right place to be. So thank you for that recommendation.
Yeah, and I just also want to recognize Chris Hyatt. She's on the phone with Keejent, who's our financial advisor, to answer questions. So she's been up this evening via Zoom. And so I just want to thank her for her work and her team's work on this process for us. Also, Carlos and David over at Stradling Yoakum, so our legal firm.
Didn't have a question, but I did want to make a comment. I just wanted to thank my colleagues from the bottom of my heart and staff and to the community of Rancho Cordova, because this is going to really move the community of Rancho Cordova into the future. And so I really appreciate everyone's work on this. This is a really big day. Like I'm probably like tears level kind of big day. So just wanted to thank everyone for all their work and getting us like to this point. So thank you guys so much.
Right, thank you. No comments from the public, not online. I'll bring it back.
Mr. President?
Yes.
Just maybe a suggestion.
Sure.
It's entirely up to the president, but if you wanted to hand the gavel to the vice president, it would allow our two Rancho Cordova board members to motion and second, which a bond deal that's a really, really, really big deal for the city of Rancho Cordova.
Yes, absolutely. I'd be more than happy to hand the gavel over to our vice president, have her call for the motion.
Do I have a motion?
No. I'll move.
I'll second.
Moved by Mr. Clark, second by Ms. Lorette. The gavel? Superintendent.
Call for the vote.
Call for the vote.
Thank you, Mrs. Lofthouse.
Mr. Clark's never absent, so it's a pretty good thing.
Miss George.
Aye.
Mr. Merrill.
Aye.
Miss Larrett.
Aye.
Miss Lofthouse.
Aye.
Mr. Reed.
Aye.
Mr. Charlanturla.
Aye.
Mr. Clark.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
All right, thank you.
Keep the gavel, Kara. There's one.
Yes. Oh, you gotta. Sorry. You have to.
All right, aye. Mr. Martin?
Yeah, summary, same information. This is just for Measure S. And so if the board can take action, that would be wonderful.
Can I call for any comments?
Yeah, I'll make a comment because you are running this show, so just want to give you a full.
Thank you.
Yeah, exactly. Mr. Martin, I thought of asking this, the first one, $36 million. That's what the number I'm seeing here.
Yes.
Right, 36 million and 36 million.
Yes.
At high level, I know it's opening the HELOC account, have the funds available. At high level, do we have an idea where and how we are going to be spending this money?
That's a wonderful question, and that is going to be presented to the board at the next study session.
March 11th.
March 11th. But I will tell you that we've already identified projects. We're planning to do The very first phases, all school sites will be getting some work. Well, all sites will get in work. Some will be getting playgrounds, some will be getting fences that need it. And so those are two of the top priorities for safety and some of the things, just beautification, that kind of type of thing. But then the big projects are RCE, Rancho Cordova Elementary, Cordova Villa, and what was the third one?
Cordova High School.
Well, Cordova High is in the different bond, but I think it's Villa and RCE on the elementary side. And we're doing some work at Mills, some work at Mitchell, and Cordova High is getting the big work, which is the admin, library, front, and then work for the press box, so at Cordova High. So we're gonna go over all of those. So we're gonna show all the projects, timelines. That's gonna be the next presentation that we have. So we'll have all of that information for you.
Right. My only suggestion is, to me, this is a cart before the horse kind of thing. We are approving $36 million. We are talking about how we are going to spend it.
Well, we already provided the board multiple information about kind of timelines and project scope.
Did I miss it?
Yeah, so this is what we're gonna be coming back with is updated information about timelines and specific details. We are in a place where we're still trying to find savings within the project scope just because the needs outweigh the money we have. And we do want to make sure all the projects can get done. So we're going to be talking about some of the priorities and ability to continue to work on efficiencies and cost along the process as well. So.
Yeah. Thank you for answering my genuine question, but that is my stupid question by being a new guy.
Oh, you're fine.
Trying to learn.
No
but
worries.
thank you, guys.
Yeah.
We'll catch up next week.
We're going to catch up at the next meeting.
Next meeting.
Yeah.
All right, any public comment? All right. Call for a motion.
I'll move.
I'll second.
Superintendent?
Thank you
Is
so
there
much.
a third?
Miss George.
Aye.
Mr. Merrill.
Aye.
Miss Larrett.
Aye.
Miss Lofthouse.
Aye.
Mr. Reed.
Aye.
Mr. Charlam-Churla.
Aye.
Mr. Clark.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
Right.
Now I'm handing this back,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. President. But quick question, do we need to extend the meeting? 10:30, okay.
We'll be fine.
Okay.
Well, based on your comments, y'all, okay.
All right.
Wasn't looking at you.
All right, item J, adopt resolution number 03062529, commitment to literacy. Superintendent?
Yeah, so, I mean, everything on this agenda is really, really important. This one I'm really, really excited about and hoping has the board's support. As you all remember, the Sacramento County Office of Education as well as the Literacy Foundation came to present related to the Sacramento County Reads Initiative. I've talked to all of you at length about our Rancho Reads, which is gathering steam around making sure that our students, even prior to arrival on our school campuses from Rancho Cordova, are exposed to early literacy. That gives us a much better chance of having all of our students at grade level with reading by third grade, and that's what this resolution is establishing. I'm just going to read the final paragraph. Then now therefore be it resolved that the Folsom Cordova Unified School District affirms its commitment to promoting literacy as a critical component of lifelong learning and personal empowerment, and will continue to support policies, programs, and initiatives that advance literacy for all. So this aligns to our third grade literacy performance target, and I would also like to thank Dr. Jim Huber for his work on this, because I think it is a very elegant resolution for your consideration.
All right. Any questions from the board? Out to the public, online, back to the board.
Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. Reed.
One thing that I think wasn't in the resolution, but it's worth pointing out, is approximately, off the top of my head, I believe it's 75% of individuals who are incarcerated read at a fourth grade level. So, this early literacy is huge. This is probably one of the number one ways for the district to improve the outcomes of students' lives, future lives, as they get older and become adults. So I'm very proud that we're doing this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Reed. You know, they say up until third grade, you're learning to read, and then after that, you're reading to learn. And so it does provide that, so it's that key that just opens up all the doors for our young people. So thank you.
Great. Any other final comments? I will entertain a motion.
I'll move.
Moved by Ms. Lofthouse.
I'll second.
A second by Mr. Reed. Superintendent.
Ms. George.
Aye.
Mr. Merrill.
Aye.
Ms. Larrett.
Aye.
Ms. Lofthouse.
Aye.
Mr. Reed.
Aye.
Mr. Charlam-Churla.
Aye.
Mr. Clark.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Thank you.
All right. Looks like we have item K, adopt resolution number 03062530, change in classified staff due to lack of work or lack of funds. Superintendent?
Yeah, so I'll just jump into the middle of this, where each year district undergoes a process of reviewing available information, engaging in cross-departmental collaborations. We're considering staffing needs, funding changes, academic program changes, and budget reductions or staffing formula changes. And so this resolution is important to do that. As you heard from Don Ogden around the new and improved way that we're trying to allow our people that potentially are being bumped to choose what location they'll be at, will help in this process. But this is up for your consideration tonight.
All right. Any questions from the board? None from the public. None online. Back to the board.
I'll move.
I second.
Moved by Ms. Lofthouse, second by Mr. Charlam-Churla. Superintendent?
Yes, Ms. George.
Aye.
Mr. Merrill.
Aye.
Ms. Larrett.
Aye.
Ms. Lofthouse.
Aye.
Mr. Reed.
Aye.
Mr. Charlam-Churla.
Aye.
Mr. Clark.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
All right, thank you, sir. And it looks like we have already did the discussion for NAPAC. So it gets us down to the superintendent's report.
I'll make it really brief tonight. So much happened today, from the study session to all that transpired during this board meeting. We kind of knew going in it was going to be a long one, but one of the things I made sure to mention to all of you is that if it's long because we're working really hard and vigorously as a governance team to move the district forward on our initiatives of what's right for students, it's worth our time, and I really believe that we did that. Special shout out to the Sunshine Club at Vista del Lago for their presentation. I'm getting closer to needing tissue up here. Each one, my eyes water, but nothing's dropping, but that was a really amazing presentation. So thanks to the folks that helped plan that. And then everything else that transpired in tonight's agenda. I'm really proud to be the superintendent and to serve this community. That is all.
Thank you, sir.
Yep.
Student Board Member George.
I'll also make mine short. Folsom High School had international night today, but I couldn't go because I was here, but that was exciting. I was looking at, there was a few photos and the event looked good, and our international night's coming up soon, so I'll get to see that one. And then Acadeca moved up, and I know they were on the news, so that was exciting. And girls soccer made it to playoffs, and then they lost, but I think that was the farthest they've ever made it. And then this isn't a school event at all, but Senior Assassin's also going on at our schools. But that's nothing related to Folsom High School. But that's all.
Ms. George, I have a question. Just because I've seen a lot of public questions about the game Assassin, would you briefly explain the game Assassin just to clarify what that is?
Yes, Senior Assassin is pretty much when the senior class, anyone who signs up, we pay $5 to join, and we are assigned, we play in pairs, and then we are assigned to eliminate a person using water guns. And we have floaties. Floaties are safe. All school campuses are safe. All parking lots are safe. So nothing on school sites, and we have to remain anonymous. That's why it's called Assassin. And yesterday was Purge Day. So Purge Day is when it's a free-for-all and you can do anything to anyone, and floaties don't count. And I was camped outside from 6 o'clock in front of someone's house to get them in Orangevale. So, but I got them, so.
She sniped him.
Well, gone are the days of TP in houses, right?
It's too expensive.
Good Lord. Right. Right. Mr. Merrill.
I have no report tonight.
Right. Yeah, no report or you can't top that, right? Right. Mr. Reed.
Yeah, just really short. I just want to thank the Vista del Lago Black Student Union Club, which sponsored Black History Month celebration up at Vista del Lago last Thursday, I believe it was. I swung by probably mid of the president or middle of the ceremony, I guess but they really had a great attendance, like a phenomenal attendance. I was, and they were having fun, a lot of fun. I guess they had, well, I was there for the Family Feud portion of it, where they were asking questions related to Black history. So, but anyway, I think this was their first annual, maybe, but certainly by the looks of it, I'm sure it will be an annual event going forward.
All right. Is that it?
Yeah, that's fine.
Thank you. Mr. Charlamchella.
Charlamchella, that's right. Thank you. You are trying seriously.
I am trying so hard.
I know. I applaud for that. And I continue the same way, applauding. Mr. Swanson, please pass the message to each and all your cabinet and each and every one of you for mentally preparing all the material for that workshop, that study session. I don't know why I'm calling workshop. Believe me, I was on that side when I was working for state. It is very tiring, very taxing, because you don't know what questions are going to be coming this side. But the material, everyone prepared, and all the principals, please pass my sincere thank you. And again, that will give us a good, clear picture going forward, what kind of stance we are taking. We care about the residents' request, about that overcrowding. I just want to say that one. My last one, again, I'm maybe putting this in front of you. Drug usage is a number one thing in my mind right now. Everyone, anything we can pull together down the road for a session, study. That's all. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Larrett, sorry.
Yeah, first of all, I want to thank Mr. Clark for bringing up the recognition months. It's been really nice because we thrive on having the students in. And so I think by having those, we've been able to have even just that small snippet of students coming in. And I think we're just getting a really good cross-section of students. So I wanted to thank you for that. Yesterday, did attend the community schools committee meeting and just wanted to highlight some of the good work at Cordova Villa. They're reporting that they're having more parents attending their events, which is amazing. They currently have Project Optimism, which is 4th and 5th grade mentoring. They have Superior Sports that's coming in and doing organized sports 2 days a week during recess. And due to that, they've really been seeing a significant decrease in their incidences during the playground time. And a very exciting one is they're having extended library time. So the library is open during their recess time. So I think with our initiatives with reading, being able to have that additional reading time there is amazing. So just wanted to highlight Cordova Villa and all their work there, and just continue to want to highlight what we're doing in community schools, because as we see the partnership that they're bringing with our attendance and things like that, that we're seeing some significant improvements with those schools. And that's it.
Right, thank you, Board Member Lofthouse.
I just wanted to say thank you to the Vista Sunshine Club for coming tonight, and also look forward to the SPED and SEL art show, which is next Wednesday night. So as sort of an extension of that, they usually do great work for the show. So I had the honor of participating in Read Across America at Alder Creek, and Principal Prenzen put on a wonderful show, which she always does. There was like 30 community members, I would guess, and colleagues there, and it was great. I read to 2nd and 3rd grade class a wonderful book called Stuck, and none of them had read it, and it's one of my absolute favorites. So I shouldn't say none, like 2 or 3 of them had read it. And then congratulations to our national board teachers. Our district is very lucky to have you. The dedication you have to lifelong learning is not unnoticed by colleagues, staff, students, everything. So Congratulations to all of them and thank you for that show. And I wanted to extend condolences. We have a previous, I believe she was retired CSEA member, Sherry McNear, who passed away in the last couple of weeks. And I worked with her for quite some time at Folsom Middle School. She worked as an instructional assistant and was fantastic. So just extending the condolences to her family. So that's all.
All right, thank you. And I will make it really short, but I want to thank everybody for their dedication in coming out at 4 o'clock to participate in a study session. It makes for a long evening, but I tell you what, getting that information is worth it. And having the community come out and hear that information is worth it. And Superintendent, I thank you for setting up that town hall for them. Hopefully we can start getting the word out as soon as we can so folks can, come out and ask questions, because I know there will be a lot of questions being asked. Thank you to the Vista Sunshine Club. The reason why I did these recognitions is because we need to highlight things that we're doing and recognize those students that are in our schools. I look forward to our next meeting as we will be recognizing Women's History Month. I don't know what we have in store, but I know that we're working on a few things. So I want to thank Dr. Peace, give her a special shout out. I actually had the opportunity, along with Superintendent Swanson, to attend the Black Families United meeting. The food was excellent. And it was a good presentation that you did, so thank you for that. Also had the opportunity to attend Cordova Meadows. They had their Black History event, and our superstar student body president there did a great job facilitating that. And want to thank Rancho Cordova Elementary for having me out for Read Across America yesterday. Want to touch a little bit about Mangini Ranch and the parent summit that was there. I think we needed more parents, and I don't know how we advertise that to get parents out to that. I know myself, Board Member Laird, and Board Member Charles Michela was there, but there weren't that many parents, and we need that involvement, especially out there in that area. So next time we do have it, we've got to figure out a way to get those folks out. And last but not least, the NAPAC event, March 12th at White Rock. I will be there, probably a little late, because I will be attending the art show as well. But I would hope that, if a board member has an opportunity to at least check out what they're doing, it's worth it. It is so worth it. I mean, they have so many of those parents and kids there, and you learn something from it too. So with that being said, we'll move on to advanced planning. Next board meeting, we have a study session March 11th at 5. Then our regular board meeting on March 20th. Any future agenda items?
Yes, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. Reed.
I have a couple that I'd like to raise. One has to do with vaping. I agree with the speakers that came today to talk about the vaping crisis. It is out of control. I have heard firsthand stories from my kids very similar to what was described today about what's going on the school campuses. I don't mean to create additional work for staff, so I'm going to suggest, rather than having a report back, for an agenda item on a future board meeting, I really would love if we could create a vaping task force where we have, maybe similar to Measure M, where each board member appoints a parent and maybe a student, or maybe actually let the SAB select the students to serve on this vaping task force to really dive into this subject and provide recommendations to the board. It's a health crisis, and it's. I know people like to think that well, it's not cigarettes. Well, yeah, granted, it may not be cigarettes, but it's not healthy for you either. So, but anyway, that's my. I don't know what I'm suggesting. I guess it would have to come back for us to formally create a task force. But I guess that's all I'm asking for. I'm not asking for staff to do a lot of effort, but maybe on the next agenda, if my colleagues agree, creating a vaping task force.
Let me, totally up to the board. I will say that we are doing work on this, and I'm not calling Scott back up to the microphone because we don't have time to hear from him. Yeah, Scott's team is working on it. So what if, and again, a task force that includes community sounds great. Also, I think it might come through safety because I know that safety's taking it on. We've already invited SAB to come to that. What if we get some stuff up and running with Scott's team, and then in a future date we come back to talk about some of the interventions that we're making? Will that work?
That works for me.
Okay, Scott, does that? Yeah, perfect. Okay.
But there will be a parent voice in that. Okay.
And do you think we could potentially include SROs in that conversation as well? They might have a little.
There,
Okay.
yeah.
Part of a safety team, I think they must.
Yeah, we started this conversation last year at the safety committee because what we realized was that a lot of the kids that were on the younger side were already telling us that they were being introduced in like the 4th and 5th grade. So we were already kind of looking at it of like, hey, if we're starting to educate kids in 6th, 7th, and 8th grade, we're starting too late. So I think that was kind of what some of the consensus was, because there's actually quite a bit of information that comes from the students that's very helpful. So I think getting back to making our safety committee more robust with parents and students.
Yep.
I want to say it for the 3rd meeting in a row. So.
All right.
So yes, that sounds good.
Thank you.
And then I would love to learn more, and I know Superintendent, you and I have had conversation on this, but I'd love to have a conversation with my colleagues about the middle school honors programming. The issue of honors at middle school has come before this board 3 times over the last 6 years, and each time the board unanimously supported the honors programming at middle school. And I know we're not technically doing away with advanced math, where you can still skip be in 6th grade and go into 7th grade math, or even go from 6th grade to 8th grade math. But the honors designation is being removed from that. And I've had a number of parents and a couple of teachers reach out to me with grave concern about that. That was never discussed about, I guess, it's technically eliminating the honors program, although you still have the advancement opportunity. I just think it would be beneficial for this board to discuss that issue.
As a discussion item in the future?
As a discussion
on a board agenda, okay.
If there's a consensus.
I'm good with it if we have consensus from the board. Yep.
Okay, and what I think we'll probably do with that is have, and just for the board, this was designed and developed and produced by teachers. Correct, Jim? Yeah, and so I would think that a presentation potentially from the teachers and maybe Lori Emmington, whatever, so that you guys have a better understanding. And then also understanding, I guess, the reasons, but also the new and improved opportunities for our students as they get to high school that actually most likely positions them in even better ways with a stronger foundation in math. I don't need to, they're gonna do the presentation, but so. Yeah, we're almost at 10:30. Okay, yes. Is there consensus? We got consensus? Yeah, okay, perfect.
All right, that's all I got.
Yeah, okay.
I have a couple also. I would love to learn more about potential pesticide alternatives on our school sites. I do know that it has come up. but it's usually been response to public comment. And so I would love a discussion item, just presenting potential alternatives and then what that would look like. And
I 100% support that too.
And I think if we can reach out to the city of Folsom if they're using alternatives to find out what they're using.
Sounds like we have consensus on that. Alternatives, pesticide, non-toxic.
yeah, and then one other thing, and I don't know if this, I think it would, but we did talk about it at the board policy meeting as well. Potentially moving, because we are going to have just a laundry list of board policies coming up, moving back to being able to just pull items that we want to have discussions about, having them on consent, and then potentially just pulling the items that we want to have discussion about, just because of the laundry list of board policies that we have updates for CSBA. So I don't know if that's something, a discussion item, or if we
I
want
mean, I think the board can decide that right now, if
Yeah,
that's,
Okay.
and I
if there's
think-
consensus on that.
And I know through CSBA, there's going to be a lot of things coming through, so I
And
think
it
might-
doesn't disallow us to still have conversation.
Right.
It requires us to look at them before and just pull the items that we want to have further discussion about. So it still gives us that ability. It just allows us to maybe vote for those easy CSBA ones bulk.
Actually, when they're just the ones that are small, I'm changing an and to a the,
Yeah.
or, you know.
Is there consensus on that?
Yeah, I'd agree with that, although with the ability to course correct if need be, because we've really gone from one extreme to another, but I'm supportive of doing this. But we used to post our board policy changes twice before we even got to voting on it. And now we're going to skip all that and just put it on a consent agenda. So that is the potential downside is the public not realizing we're voting on something because there's not enough advance notice on it. But I'm willing to experiment and see if it works. Yeah.
Yeah, we can definitely
Sounds good. And like
test right on it.
Trustee Lofthouse said, there's always the ability to pull, not only by you, but also the public.
Absolutely.
Clarification. So we're proposing to do them as consent?
Yes.
Or are we looking to do discussion action but putting them in bulk?
And do that.
You can't, I think it would be as consent.
Okay.
It would have to be us.
Because as discussion action, you can put them in bulk if they're applicable, you know, with a series. But I'm just confirming.
Consent with the
consent.
opportunity to pull.
From here forward until further advised. Okay.
We'll
Sounds
just try it
good.
out.
10:29, just giving the board.
I have like one, I will be very fast, I talk fast. You guys, I know we had this discussion last year, but I am still really not comfortable with the discrepancy in the credits between Folsom High, Vista, and Cordova. It is still a very big discrepancy between the credits with Folsom. And what concerns me, though, is with more state mandated classes that are coming down that are going to be required of them, that we are going to be limiting them on some of their additional classes that they want to take in that opportunity. So I don't know if you guys are good with like going around on that again, but
Let's go around on that
I just
again.
didn't feel
Yes.
like resolved on it personally. Like, I mean, I know we discussed it, but I still feel like there's like a really big window of difference there.
I've been raising that for 6 years. I'm
And
very
I believe
concerned
Mr.
about
Reed
that.
has. so,
Ultimately, an FCEA decision, though, to change schedule, 75% vote on site.
Well, let's have a conversation with them.
Okay.
All right, it is 10:30 on the nose. Is there
Mr.
any-
President, may I interrupt?
Yes.
Just for clarification, Mr. Swanson?
Yes, ma'am.
But the public does not have the ability to pull an item. That's only the board.
On the consent,
Yes. Just to
Some-
clarify.
official thing I've read is wrong then, so.
I thought the community could pull the item on
We will
consent.
look into that.
Yeah,
We'll verify, but I don't,
Yeah.
Well,
because
all right.
We'll
it's
look
your
into that.
meeting. Anyways, yeah, we'll follow up on that, but
Okay.
no.
Okay.
Question?
Yes.
If the public can, because I'm under the impression that they can't, can you tell the public how they can do that then?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know, we are closing the meeting. In
Are we?
city council, we'll just put the item number and submit the ticket option, then we got to pull out.
All right,
Oh, hold on, just for note, they can. It's right in the quick summary. It says, all items listed on the consent agenda will be acted upon in one motion without discussion. Should any trustee or other person request that an item be considered separately, that item will be pulled from the discussion action. So a member of the public can pull it.
Pull. Yeah, they have to submit up.
that's good. That's good clarification on.
How?
Okay, yeah, maybe I can check with CSBA and see their thoughts too. All right.
You know, why not just stay on it? No, there was a conversation earlier about SFID 3. I just need to know if there's any consensus on the board to have that as a future agenda item. I need clarification. Okay, no, we're good. Thank you. Sounds great.
Is there anything else for the good of the order? It is
Yeah,
now-
actually, I have a, no.
You guys, it is too late. It is 10:32. This meeting is adjourned.